Okay. Are we live? I think we should be. Hopefully we are. Let me know if everything looks good, if everything sounds good. We have an interesting show today. Oh no, World War. His YouTube's blocked at work, so he can't watch. That's a shame. So we're not going to jump right into it today because I set the first caller for 2:15, so we got some headroom. A, because I have bad time management, like last time, that was a shit show. And B, because I have Jimmy John's coming. And hopefully they'll be here before the 2:15 so I can get my food without having to interrupt a caller. Because I'm very hungry, and I haven't eaten anything today. That was stupid of me. Should not have done that. Jason, charge your headphones. Come on, man. So let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 5 callers. Oh, there it is. I'll be right back. Those of you who just tuned in were probably like, what the fuck, where'd he go? I got some Jimmy John's that I'm going to eat because I haven't eaten anything today and I'm hungry. So during the calls, you're going to hear me just sponsor Jimmy John's. Yeah, why not? I used to work for them for a while. I was a delivery driver for like, I want to say a year. Somehow I survived off that. And I did a lot of drugs. Like paying for them with my Jimmy John's money. I don't know how I survived. I don't think I ate that much. In retrospect, I think I just I would eat Jimmy John's at work. And that was pretty much it. The next Sopranos vid, I don't know. The Tony one was just kind of one I wanted to get. Did I get fired? No, I got a different job. I should have been fired. I don't know. I mean, I do like The Sopranos. I have a lot to say about it, but that was one I wanted to get out of the way. The Repugnancy, that was kind of sort of my debut. Okay, cool. So we got another one confirmed. Sweet. So yeah, we're giving each other by 15 minutes just to give us some headroom. Because last time my time manager was terrible and it was a shit show. So give myself 15 minutes. We actually changed the time. So before I had scheduled for 30 minutes, today I did 45. I feel like 45 is good. 30 was a little bit too short. I know last time we did it, I was speaking with Levy the therapist for I think it was an hour and a half. It was a great convo, but I was very bad at time management. So, but we have a fun show. In particular, if y'all are watching, make sure so we have the first caller at 2:15. We're going to talk about some stuff. And then at 3 o'clock, we have a very special caller calling in. I did not announce the schedule for today for that very reason. I want it to be a surprise. And at the end of our chat, we'll have a very special announcement for next Saturday. So make sure you're free next Saturday. I will not be doing a Q&A live stream next Saturday. it'll be something else. We will let you know at the end of our call. He will hop on at 3. So, all right, how much we're doing? Okay, we got 10 minutes to chill. So yeah, for 10 minutes, we'll just chill. If you have any questions, so what's going on? Yeah, the Tony Soprano video is done. I was glad I got that out. It's doing pretty well, too. I didn't expect it to. It was more just the sort of like I was having trouble starting on the forced diversity video. And I kind of got that out, so now I'm good. The forced diversity video writing began today. Now I know you're all saying, like, how has the writing just begun today? When, like, I announced it like a month ago. It was more, I mean, like, it was doing a lot of research, getting a lot of sort of like a vibe for everything. I sort of like do a lot of my writing in my head. I kind of just like stew with it. Like if I have an idea, I kind of stew with it for like a month without even writing anything down and just kind of think over ideas and concepts. And then while I'm writing, I just kind of, it's almost like dictation. I just kind of write it all out. And then once it's on the page, then I kind of am able to, put them all together. That's kind of how the male dating video was. It was more of just like me sitting on all these ideas for a while. I got them on the page, and then the editing begun, and I kind of was able to, I shifted things around, I took things out, added stuff, and then kind of made it into a semi-coherent video essay. That's my process. It's not a very good one. It's not a very disciplined one. That's why there's like massive gaps in between all of my videos. I said no tomato, but it actually tastes really good. They give napkins? No, I'm going to have to get napkins in a second. Sprite and Jimmy John's? Of course I'm rolling in money. I am El Rich, which is why I'm using pillows to block out the sun, because I'm using my iPhone as the camera. And if the window's open, then the light shines through and it fucks up the whole thing. And then it gets dark. And then, because I'm doing it for like several hours, so. Yeah, look out, Rowan. Surprise sandwich time. Okay. But yeah, the forced diversity video is in the works. I just started writing today. Got about the first page done. It's mostly just the intro. Just kind of going out, you know, why I'm doing it, why it came about. Just from the donkey video, kind of said some stupid shit in regard to forced diversity, or rather people who, you know, discuss forced diversity. I think it's actually, it's funny because like my actual take is, I think my personal take, like if you were to ask me like, hey, what do you feel about it? It'd be very nuanced, but in that video, I just kind of threw out like a soundbite, which really wasn't that good. It was kind of reductive. Like there are people who do complain about forced diversity just because they're like there's like bigots and racists, of course, but that's such a reductive way to sort of discuss everyone, because a lot of discussion of forced diversity kind of carries into tokenism. They're a little different. I'm going to discuss that in the video, sort of differentiating the two. There's on paper, they're basically the same, but there's one sort of difference that I think is actually why it isn't good to... There's a different context in regard to tokenism and forced diversity that I think is notable, and that's why, you know, usually if people are like, hey, it's not forced diversity, it's tokenism, it's like, I think there's actually a difference there. It kind of, forced diversity kind of gets wrapped up more with sort of virtue signaling, but it runs into the same problem that virtue signaling gets, where it's kind of hard to understand what it's clear what virtue signaling is. Identifying it is very difficult because you kind of have to integrate your perceived intent of the person. So let's say someone says like, hey, Black Lives Matter, and then, you know, okay, so are they saying that because they actually believe it and they actually are for the cause, or are they just saying that because they want to, you know, like those videos of like those like chicks who would like go to like a protest and like take like a drill gun and like and then like they would get the Instagram photo and then get in the car and drive away. That sort of thing. Like, hey, look, I'm an ally. It's like without actually putting in the work. The problem is that when you're trying to determine that intent, that sort of intent of, hey, is this person doing it for this reason or this reason? That's where that's where the entire conversation, like, because everyone I think can agree that, like, hey, corporations especially just using diversity as a selling point without actually putting in the work in, without actually talking to like different voices or communities or actually funding different films from different creators, just kind of, like Star Wars is a great example. We had, oh yeah, Force is female and all diversity, and they hire like the 3 standard white dudes to direct all the films. It was J.J. Ryan, and then originally it was Colin Trevorrow, I think. I think someone else. Like, didn't like 3 or 4 people get fired from that job? Of directing Rise of Skywalker, I think, or the third movie. I don't know if it was called Rise of Skywalker then. The guys who did Jurassic World. Oh no, Colin Trevorrow did Jurassic World. Yeah, I don't know shit. But yeah, so the fact that like the Disney was like, yeah, the Star Wars is all about diversity, and like they didn't hire a female director, I don't think, until one of the episodes of The Mandalorian, right? Yeah. And so that sort of thing, that sort of irks me. It's more of the thing. It's like, look, it's good if you're making attempts at diversity, but if you're just doing it to sort of, even if there is sort of like a positive side effect that you are actually getting diversity out there, if you're doing it for a reason that I think is more just around this idea of just like, hey, look at us, we're being progressive. It leaves like a sour taste in my mouth. However, the problem is that when we discuss that, it kind of gets lumped in with people who just sort of don't like it because they just don't. What ends up happening is that this sort of like conditioning happens to a lot of people, and what happens is every time they watch a show and they see like a minority character or like female, and maybe they aren't written well, maybe it's sort of like, maybe some of the messaging is on the nose, they jump straight to, oh, they must have just put this in there because they wanted to seem woke. And it's like, that's difficult, because that's not, you're trying to like read the creator's mind in that sense. Like, for example, I wrote a pilot script, and the main character is a woman. She's a lesbian woman, and but her being gay doesn't have really anything to do with the story. It's just when I was writing her, I just kind of like, it comes up at some point. But when I was writing her, I was just like, oh, she feels gay to me. I don't know why. Like, people would ask like, oh, why'd you make her gay? It's like, I didn't. I just kind of was writing it, and she seemed gay. I don't know. I don't know why, but and so like, if someone were to read it and be like, hey, the main character's gay, you just made her gay because you want a lesbian in the show, and it's like, well, no, I didn't do that at all. And that, I think, is what sort of the trap we fall into when it comes to forced diversity, where we end up playing sort of like the guessing game, in the sense where how do we determine whether something, the creator is doing this because of artistic expression, because they just, hey, this is a cool character, whether it's like written well or not, like people are just good or bad writers, or is it an example of them putting it in there because like, hey, look, we checked that box. And the problem is the methodology people use to go about determining that, I think, is inherently flawed, because it's based off a lot of feeling and sort of, it's based off a lot of feeling. It's based off a lot of biases, internal biases. Not necessarily, like, not, I don't mean to say that like in like a bruh way. Like, there are some people who are like that, but we all have our biases. We all have our inclinations. So there are times when just, one of the phrases you hear a lot is like, hey, you're shoving this down my throat. That's a very weird phrase, I think, because that, whether or not something is being shoved down your throat, like a messaging or political messaging, is completely up to the individual. And that's sort of where the entire conversation gets fucky. But, okay, we got to get going. 1 second. Oh, hang on. Ugh. Okay. All right, we're going to get our first caller on. Let's do it. Look at him. Look at me. Already falling behind. And yes, I am going to be eating while I talk. I might mute myself. Just waiting for the first caller to respond, and then we can get on. Don't worry about it, very sure. Oh, is that you in the comments? Are you good to go? I just messaged you on Discord. Okay, cool. Let's get it going. Hello? Hello?
Hello. So.
Awesome. Hang on 1 second. Okay, wait, speak. Say something. Hello?
So.
Hello?
Is the audio working?
Yep, so it's good on my end. And you seem to be at the perfect volume, so we should be good.
Right, awesome.
Awesome. So, okay, welcome. Thank you. Sorry, I'm actually on time for once. Good. Okay, so you wanted to discuss, to kind of give the broad strokes, you were discussing sort of like the dichotomy between individual responsibility in terms of activism.
Yeah, that sort of thing.
Okay, so what was how'd you want to start off?
So we have a lot of activism and criticism of the way that corporations, that countries, that we as people treat the environment and, human rights these days. And I'd like to hear your thoughts on the level of sort of responsibility that we owe to the world to speak out, to do things as an individual, and what sort of is part of the system and we can't really affect it. And that.
Wait, so I'm sorry, let's back up. So what was did you have like sort of like a question about it, or like did you have a question in regard to my thoughts, or?
Yeah, just your thoughts and then questions and what your thoughts.
In terms of how like individual responsibility towards like larger social issues?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. So it was funny because when you first gave me the topic, it kind of brought me back to sort of like the Jordan Peterson debate. So when he sort of talks about hey, is it about people who are out there like trying to make social change, like when it comes to like Black Lives Matter or any sort of like protesting group. His contention is that a lot of these people are like they're for the cause, but in actuality they're actually just sort of using it as a way to make themselves sort of feel better about themselves, to sort of like belong somewhere, feel sort of like part of something. And his like Jordan Peterson's perception of it is like, hey, you really need to sort of like take care of your own life so you can sort of go out there and sort of make so once you have your own room in order, as he says, clean your room, then you can kind of go out there and fix the world. But if you don't do that first, if you're kind of struggling in your own life and go out there and try to fix the world, you probably won't do a good job at it. However, the one huge thing that I really dislike about his framing of this issue is that I would argue that when we're talking about personal responsibility, we're not necessarily talking about personal responsibility just in a vacuum towards your individual. So what I mean by that is like, obviously I have the responsibility to take care of myself, get my own house in order, get my relationship in order, my relationships, my job, career, all that stuff. That is my responsibility. But when it comes time in terms of like larger social issues, like there's people in our nation right now like struggling or dealing with injustice, it's what responsibility do we have as individuals to rectify that as a society? And I think, and what kind of bugs me is he tends to, and other people do this too, they tend to separate these two, where it's like individual responsibility versus sort of like collective activism of like people coming together and sort of like fighting for change. However, I would argue that they're really one and the same because, or in most cases, they are. So, like if you like a if a black man is living in an area where his neighborhood's like incredibly over policed and people are being put in jail for like ridiculous offenses, him going out and protesting this with others who were in the same predicament, that to me is an example of personal responsibility. That is him taking responsibility to change his world, to better his situation. He's just doing it with a lot of other people who are either in the same predicament or are fighting for that for maybe different reasons. Sometimes when I hear sort of like personal responsibility, as much as I preach that, I think like you should have, like, I especially when it comes to dating, I'm someone who's like, you have to improve yourself before you can go out there and expect people to be attracted to you or want to hang out with you. The difference is that when it comes to dating, we can't control how individual, like if you're a young man, you can't control how individual women will react to you. You have no control over that. So you have to just rely on what you can control. When it comes to larger social issues, I would argue that sometimes when people discuss individual responsibility, it kind of verges into the pull yourself up by the bootstraps argument, in the sense of, hey, the world sucks, it's not fair, bad shit happens, so you need to just do the best you can with what you got. However, the big difference there is that these are things that I think we can change. That these are things that, with our government right now in terms of social inequality, certain institutions with these are things that we need to change so everyone can live their best life in certain communities or certain areas. And just telling people to just like, well, just suck it up and deal with what you got, I don't really accept that on a societal level. On an individual level, yes, like, you have to sort of like do what you can with what you have. But on a societal level, I think people going out and sort of participating in activism or protesting, that is them taking a personal responsibility, not only for their own lives, but for the lives of those around them. So that's sort of why I don't really like when either like, Pearson like talks about this a lot, but even other people discuss. There's sort of like a dichotomy between individual responsibility and social action. I think they're one and the same, or they really shouldn't be discussed as combatants in a way. They shouldn't be discussed as, two completely different things. I think they're actually they intermingle. Is a good word to use, I guess. I don't know if that answered your question at all, but
yeah, I think that's an interesting. Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. And I think it's less individual responsibility, and it's more just social responsibility, and it's the same. And it's like you do what you can. You do the best you can for yourself, and then you also take part in this activism, and you try and campaign for change. And I guess, how do you think that we can actually cause like major changes? Sorry about that.
No worries.
Because there's lots of discuss about how going out and protesting doesn't actually work, and it's just causing violent protests, and going out and doing this, it's just saying this, it's just virtue signaling. And what is actually campaigning for change, and what is just saying that you want change? So what would you say? What's your opinion on that?
So sort of to sort of, I think, concise it, sort of like, how do you tell the difference between people who are out there who are, or certain protesting either methods or, or certain causes that are doing this because they're actually serious about change, or people who just want to go out and sort of like feel like they're part of something?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's funny, it kind of actually connects back to what we were just talking about forced diversity. It is hard because that's sort of like the predicament I think a lot of social movements run into, whether it was, and this isn't even just like recently. This is, if we're talking about feminism, Black Lives Matter, even as far back as like stuff like Occupy Wall Street, we saw sort of the same thing where it was, you see certain people in the movements and you're like, okay, are you individuals who are actually fighting for this? Are you people who are actually like taking the time to understand these issues and are actually trying to sort of like make an actual game plan to sort of figure out how to actually solve these issues on like a societal level? Or are you just like a bunch of like, rich white liberal kids who want to feel good about yourself, and so you go to a protest, hold up a sign, and then at the end of the day you call an Uber and go back to your mom and dad's place? It is hard to differentiate. Again, this kind of goes back to like, what is intent? Like, sort of how does one determine intent? However, it kind of to me is sort of like it's a obfuscation of the real issue, because are there people who are with like certain causes like Black Lives Matter or feminism or whatever, that are not doing it for the right reason? Yes. But if these people are doing it if they're fighting for a cause that you believe in, is that, and there are like plenty of people, I'd probably say the majority of people, who actually are doing this for the right reason, who are doing it because they actually want to help those around themselves and improve society as a whole. I guess the question is, what is the benefit of trying to weed those people out? Like, if they if they go mask off and, again, like, we use the example of those Instagram people who would like go to a protest with like a power drill and like take a little selfie and then get in their Uber and go home. When you see that, you want to call them out to be like, hey, this isn't a photo op. We're actually trying to do work here. But yeah, I think sometimes the issue is when we sort of like focus in on that, when we try to sort of when we sort of emphasize that sort of like, oh, who's real and who's not, it kind of detracts from the larger issue, in the sense of what are we trying to do? If we're actually fighting for the cause, we should focus on that. And just, if there are people who we find out aren't really, their heart's really not in the right place, we'll call them out and we'll expunge them. But in the meantime, we should focus on the issue at hand. So for example, when it comes to say Black Lives Matter, the biggest question, of course, or the most contentious issue is, hey, are these people actually out there because they want to improve? Are they actually upset about this? Are they actually want to improve society in these ways? Or do they just want to go out and loot stores and burn down property? And the answer is that it's both. There's people who are, I would say the majority of people are actually out there like, hey, we want to improve this. We want this to stop. This is getting ridiculous. We need to take action. And then there are people who are just, they're out there. It's like, hey, they see a chance to go out and do some stupid shit, or like, or just cause mayhem, or, just for whatever reason. The problem with that is that it gets caught up in like, oh, does this like smaller group of people who are just causing mayhem represent the larger group? And it's like, well, obviously no. And those people, we kind of, it's hard because we need to rein those people in, because the people who are just out there to cause mayhem are sort of like, it's almost like they're setting up a layup for people who want to squash the bigger issue. So for example, if you're a news network and you don't want to, and you're against the idea of Black Lives Matter, you will take the people who are just out there to cause mayhem or chaos, and you will use those people to paint the entire group like that. Because and those people, they aren't stupid. They know what they're doing. They understand that this is not the majority of people who are out there protesting and fighting for change. But because they want to squash it, they'll take the smaller minority of people who are doing it, who are looting or rioting or whatever, and they'll use them to paint the entire movement as that of just a bunch of virtue signalers who actually don't care, but are just doing it because they want to fuck shit up or because they want to feel good about themselves. So in that sense, I think that, like, you know, say like Black Lives Matter, there is an incentive there to sort of quell those people, to be like, hey, you need to stop because you're allowing like bad faith people to paint our entire. Not only are you not doing this for the right reason, you're not actually on our side, you're just out here to fuck shit up. You are allowing them to paint us all as if we're doing it for the same reasons you are, which we aren't. Another argument that kind of comes in with this is, so what is justified in terms of, like, let's say we've had this discussion a couple of times in the Discord. What is justified in terms of protesting? So, for example, if, you know, most people would be like, oh, well, if you're just like marching, if you're, you know, staging a sit-in or stuff like that, everyone's cool with that. But then if it gets into the point of like, hey, are you destroying property, government property, occupying government buildings? Where's the line? And so this is sort of like the conversation we had. What is justified in this context? And we've had this discussion in my Discord before, but I would suggest for people out there, try not to sort of like frame it as a discussion of like what is justified by the protesters, because it's a point. You'll never reach a like a middle ground, because people will always, hey, this is justified. No, it's not. And like, there's no, if we're talking about like in a court of law, there's like sort of a standard there, kind of. But if we're just talking about like what is justified depending on each individual person, like what is the justified response to sort of like police brutality or government inaction, talking about what is justified isn't really gonna lead us anywhere. The question I would ask, or I would reframe it as, how did we end up here? What has happened that now we've gotten to the point where it's not just people, you know, just going on marches or like bringing awareness to an issue. We have people in the streets, you know, destroying government property and protest, and people will say, oh, well, it's not justified. It's like, okay, but you have to ask yourself, if you're in the government, why is this happening? What has happened that you have let your citizens down to such an extent, or make them feel so disenfranchised that they are committing these actions? And again, we can sit here and say, oh, what's justified? But that's just so subjective. It's so open to interpretation. The main question is, how did we get here? And the answer is that for decades, people have been raising awareness for these issues, and no one's done shit. The government hasn't done shit. They've done little measures here and there. You know, like they'll have a nice press conference with like, oh yeah, we don't stand for that. But have they actually taken the steps, done the work to actually look at certain institutions like the police institution, and actually done work to rooting out not just like bad cops? Like there are cops who are just like sadistic fucks, and they should be fired, of course. But the real issue is, how do we take, like there are a lot of people who like join the police force because they want to make a difference, because they aren't like bigoted, they aren't sadistic, they aren't bad people, but they get caught up in a system that inherently produces these results, and so they become a part of it. Doesn't mean they're bad people, doesn't mean they're like evil, like haha. It's that they're part of a system that produces these results. It's one of the reasons I actually don't like ACAB, All Cops Are Bastards. Not only do I think semantically it's kind of not, I think it's kind of like it's a little inflammatory. It just kind of muddles the issue. That's one reason. But the bigger reason is that it implies sort of semantically that it's the cops themselves that are the problem. It's like, oh, they're all bastards. It's the cops that are doing it. The problem with that framing is that, oh, well, if there's a bad cop and we find them, we'll just kick them out. But that's not addressing how did you take good cops and what was the institution? What were the factors in the institution of the police force that led to them becoming bad cops or doing things that bad cops do? And so so I actually am not a huge fan of ACAB. I understand it's like a slogan, but I think it sometimes can do more harm than good. And actually, I think it sort of obfuscates the issue because you have a lot of kids out there who don't really understand that. Like, that's what sort of ACAB means. It means like, oh, we're not saying all cops are bad people. We're saying they're all part of an institution. And so like I think most people understand that, but then there are plenty of like, younger people out there they're just sort of using it as an excuse to just hate cops. Saying anytime a cop does something or breathes, they're like, fuck you, pig. Like, they'll just, because again, those people really they're not really there for the issue. They're not really there to like, hey, we're trying to police reform. We're trying to, fight for all these things. They just want to go out and, like fuck cops and sort of like do it for brownie points or to feel like they're powerful. And those people it's not like those people don't help the movement if they're, participating in, activism or protests, but they can hurt the movement as well in many ways. Not only from a perception vibe, like some kid says some stupid shit and then Fox News runs with it and like, look what all these protesters believe. Yeah. Sorry, I kind of lost track there. But basically, it's this idea of if we try to like say like, oh, what is justified? What's the justified response? I think that kind of muddies the waters because we really need to focus on how do we get here in the first place. And unfortunately, I think we're stuck in a place where a lot of politicians, a lot of people don't really want to have that discussion. They want to sort of like contain it. They don't actually want to get to the root of the problem. To actually fix these issues from the ground up. Again, no idea if that's what you were expecting for an answer.
I'm just interested in a general discussion, and I would generally agree that these sorts of people that loot buildings that say all cops are bastards, they generally hurt the movement, and it just gives fuel to the fire for people that don't like it, and for people that might be interested in it, and then they see that some people are doing this and they don't want to be associated with that, they don't want to potentially get near that, and then they stay away from the movement. And then there's also the people that just send a tweet saying, oh, Black Lives Matter. It's like, well done,
Yeah,
it really contributes.
Yeah, so there's sort of like a dichotomy here because this is another. It's hard to. And funny enough, this actually goes back to the forced diversity thing. It's hard to sort of wrap your head around the fact that like two people can hold the same position, but for different reasons. So to your point, you made a great point in the sense of there are people who are so like, for example, I'm kind of against ACAB in the sense that I think that I think that one, it semantically it sort of obfuscates the issue in terms of like the deeper issue. I understand that's what it means, like a level underneath, but semantically, I think, I don't know, it kind of, like you said, it can kind of be very inflammatory and to some extent that can be good, but to some extent that can be bad because it can not only sort of mobilize people on the other side, but it can actually prevent other people to want to associate because they come in and they're like, okay, tell me what you're about. And they say like all cops are bastards, and it's like, well, that doesn't really, it's not. I don't really believe that. Is that really something I want to be associated with? But if you actually have someone come out and say like, hey, look, when we say that, what we mean is XXX, and then most people I would assume are like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I understand that. But I think sometimes it can be sort of a hurdle that you have to get over, and so The benefit of a slogan, whether it's ACAB, whatever, the benefit of it is completely dependent on how it works in practice. Is this helping our cause, and that it's like bringing people over and like winning them over, or is it a detriment to our cause? However, then there are people who are against ACAB for a completely different reason, who are just saying like, who are kind of using it as who understand what people like the broader movement means by that in terms of like a more institutional problem, but they will take the slogan and use it against them. Like, oh, they're saying all cops are bastards. Hey, my father was a police officer and he was a great man, so these people hate my father. And it's like, it's shit like that. And again, there are some people who are sort of like actually don't really know the full context, but a lot of the people who are fighting against it, especially in the media, sort of like larger media figures, they know exactly what they're doing. They know what the movement means by it, and they're using it against them. They're sort of it's funny because the media tries to use this with Black Lives Matter, but it doesn't work because semantically, Black Lives Matter. There's nothing wrong with that statement, right? It's just Black Lives. Like, there's nothing. Like, everyone agrees with that. And the counter to that is all lives matter. Well, it's like, well, that's not a refutation. Saying Black Lives Matter semantically is fine. It's something that everyone should agree with. And so when people are against Black Lives Matter as sort of like a slogan, when they read into it and they're like, oh, you're saying white lives don't matter. It's like, no, like literally no one is saying that. However, when it comes to ACAB, it's a lot more difficult because ACAB is is more semantically inflammatory in the sense of it's a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? Aggressive, I guess? I don't know. And I think that to some extent it can have positives, but it can have cons. Yeah. And again, it's all about, as a movement, if we're for this movement and we want to address these issues, the question has to be, is this statement helping us? Or is this slogan helping us more than it's hurting us, or vice versa? And if so, if it's hurting us more than it's helping us, maybe it's best if we lean back off of it a little bit. Yeah.
And yeah, because things like ACAB, for example, it's something that ACAB, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you mentioned, it's sometimes, especially for someone that's interested in the movement, and they see that, I'm like, I know what that really means, but I don't really want to be seen as a person that thinks like what it actually semantically says, and it kind of discourages you, and things like that. Like looting as well. It makes you less want to actually get interested in movement, even if you would actively support it, which extremists really do in every single movement, in every single society. They make people aren't really extremists. They make them not interested, even if they understand that they're not. Most are not extremists. They don't want to be associated with that. And I guess, going off that, what kind of person what kind of individual do to actually support movements that they agree with, and to kind of support to do what really might help make change, or what really is part of the larger effort to make change? And is it really possible, is it really realistic to expect any change from the current government in, most of the countries that are on social media and that generally get in these sort of protests?
Yeah, so I mean, it's like to your last question, just to tackle that first, in terms of is it reasonable to expect that like our government, in a lot of these areas who have just basically been sitting on their ass for the last couple of decades, is there an expectation that they will all of a sudden start to make changes now? No, but who cares? We just have to keep pushing, because it's the I've heard this a lot in terms of a lot of people, and I understand it. It can be discouraging. It's like, hey, we've been fighting for so long for these certain causes, and like we've made almost very little headway. So what do we do? I mean, like, is it just at what point is it just not worth it? Well, the I just that sort of attitude just can't really stand, just because if you do that, if you say, you know what, it's just not worth it, let's just accept how things are, it's not like things will just stay the same or they'll get better by themselves. They will slowly, not even slowly, sometimes they will quickly regress, and like things will, like the clock will turn back very quickly, and then it's almost like you're pushing a boulder up a mountain, and you get like halfway and like you're so tired and you're trying to push it and you're only making like an inch at a time. The problem is that the moment you say, you know what, I'm done, and you step away, you're back. You're literally back to square one, and then now everything is worse. And if you want to like change your mind and like, hey, we need to get back into this and fix this, now you're starting from the very bottom. To your first, so basically, I just don't. Despite how difficult it may be, despite how bleak it may look, we just can't accept that. We just have to keep pushing, even if we have setbacks, even if we have little progress over a long time. We just have to. I mean, there's no other choice. In my opinion, there's no other way to sort of like live your life. It's if you stop fighting, if you give up fighting for what you say you believe in, then who are you? You know, you can say what you believe, but if you don't actually practice those, if you don't actually, go out and do something, and it doesn't mean you have to like, join a protest or do anything like that. It's just a few days that I do streaming. Of course, it's going to be difficult. Let's see. Let's try again. Are we doing good? Okay, I think we're back. Everyone good? Can you? You're on my end? Cool. Okay, sorry about that. Technical issues galore. So to your first question, really, it's about like, so how, if I'm like skeptical of, I don't know, ACAB, BLM, like if I'm not really sure who I'm getting involved with, are there because you could join a BLM group or whatever, and you could like, hey, yeah, we wanna like help and fix these issues, and then you find out that you're part of a group of people a smaller group of people who just, or rather, like, let's say you want to like actually work on police reform and police brutality and fight it, but then you join like a smaller group of people who all are just like, no, we're just gonna like say fuck cops and like post memes on Facebook and not actually do anything. I understand how like you as a person like, oh, I mean, I want to help the cause, but like these people, this small group that is like, say, in my town, I'm not in it. Like, I'm in Chicago, like, there's plenty of resources. But if you're in like a smaller town and you have like a group of people there who say they're like for these causes, but then you get there and realize, they're not really doing the cause any good. They're actually hurting it more than helping it. It's hard to just sort of accept that. And you shouldn't. You should, want to be with people who you think are actually on the same page. However, you don't necessarily have to be part of an official group, I think, to practice the cause. So even like right now on this live stream, we're talking about these issues to people, and so just doing that, I think, is you're practicing what you preach. We could just sit here and not talk about it. We could just not do anything. And there will be people who maybe will criticize us, who say like, oh, well, if you really believe these things, why aren't you out doing more? Why aren't you out at a protest? Why aren't you out, picketing, governors' houses and stuff like that? Because I don't really think single acts of protest don't really do much. It's when everyone is on the same page and they're all doing the little they can, that is when true change happens. There's the adage of, don't think a small group of people can change the world. And that is true. I believe that. But what I think what's sort of packed into that is that the small group of people inspire the rest of us to sort of stand up and do the little things we can. And they don't have to be large things, you know. Like consider if everyone gave $1 to a certain, you know, if you and me and like 100 other people gave like $1,000 to a cause, I'm like, oh yeah, we made $100,000. If every single person across the country gave $1 or even like a penny, it would be a lot more. So it's less about sort of like, and it's hard because I feel like a lot of people who are actually good at heart, who do believe these causes, who do want to fight for them, sometimes they feel guilty. Sometimes they feel like, hey, am I doing enough? Is it right for me to, like, you know, preach these things, but then am I not doing enough do I sound like a hypocrite? Am I one of these people who just speaks about these causes but doesn't actually back it up with any sort of like, by doing anything, by protesting or doing anything? But you know, depending on your situation, sometimes that's just not viable. Sometimes, you know, if you have a family, you know, if you have other obligations, work, it's hard to. So I think it's just do it when you can. Just do when, you know, like to your point, if someone comes up and says like, hey, I don't really know if I'm on this like ACAB shit. Like it seems like it's antagonistic. It's something little that you can do is just go up to that person and be like, hey, actually, you know, I know that, you know, whether or not you actually like that slogan, here's what it actually means. Here's what the people are actually fighting for. Here's what we're actually trying to fix. It's not just about hating cops. It's more about trying to fix the institution that takes good people and makes them bad cops. And again, for some people that can seem, is that really doing enough? But consider, you might inspire that person to, okay, you know what, I'm gonna join. Okay, I get it. I'm gonna join it. I'm gonna join this group in my hometown or something. I'm gonna join the protest. And those people tell other people, and they explain to other people, and eventually, even if it's not like everyone in the country like actually marching the streets and like surrounding a capitol, like a building or something, still we're sort of like moving the Overton window, right? We're still the general feeling of how the nation feels about these issues is starting to change, and that's going to rear its head in how we vote and how we discuss these issues, who we support for certain positions. And again, it's hard because this is a very slow process. It's not a process where, hey, let's go on a protest and we're going to make the governor resign right here and now. That's not really how it works. It's a very slow, arduous process and it's hard because the fruits of what you do sometimes aren't seen until way down the line. It's sort of like the butterfly effect in a sense. It's like, it's little things can all build up to create one big win way down the line. But you wouldn't think to yourself, oh, that's not because of me who told this one guy, who convinced this one guy to like get out there and protest like 10 years ago. Or maybe it did. Maybe it actually was part of it. But yeah, I understand what you mean though, because it's hard for people who, it's always the people who have the best intentions who question themselves the most. It's not the people who are like, the people who are go out there and just like, yeah, ACAB and like, let's take an Instagram selfie. Those people have no shame, because if they did, they wouldn't be doing it. It's the people who actually care about these issues. Those are the ones who look at themselves and like, am I doing enough? Am I worthy of saying I believe these things? And that's a shame, but I would say to them, to you, absolutely. Even if it's something small, you're still fighting for the cause.
And that ties quite nicely into the very first question, which is just what sort of responsibility the individual has, just the little things you can do.
Yeah, exactly. It's, again, if one person does something big, I mean, that can have an effect, but not as much as everyone doing something little. That'll add up more. And that's not to say that like certain people shouldn't go out there and do big things. The more people, the bigger things everyone does, it's better. It's good. The better we're doing. But we don't want to get to a point where people are like, oh, I'm not doing enough, so it's not worth doing anything. And that is when things start to go bad, and that's when people give up, and that's when things just stay the way they are. Even if it's something small, even if you're just talking to a friend, even us just having this conversation that only X amount of people are watching, it's still building to it. It's something small. You know, I'm not gonna like we're not gonna like go out and be like, yes, we are the rock of the movement. Like, of course not. But if you truly believe in these issues, you're not doing it for that anyway. You're not doing it so you can call yourself, I'm the leader. I'm a super woke bruh. You know, if you're doing it for the right reasons, you're not doing it for those reasons, and thus any little thing you do, in my views, is a win. It's a net positive to the movement.
All right, so it's been a really interesting discussion.
Yeah, thank you, man. I know we have
Thank
to.
you for.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I kind of droned on a little bit there. Sorry,
No,
but
I like listening.
it's a very interesting conversation with A. I might even do a video on ACAB because I'm actually interested. My channel is all over the place. It makes no fucking sense. I'm realizing that now. But we're kind of past that. It's like whatever. It's like a grab bag. It's like a mystery box. You'll get what's the next video on? Could be social issues. Could be writing. Should be a shit post. I don't know. But yeah, man. But thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for your question. I think this is a really good topic to discuss. So yeah, thank you so much, man. I truly appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, man. All right, take care.
Take.
All right, cool. Yeah, so yeah, it's hard because I hear that a lot from people. It's like, hey, I hear that a lot of people. It's like, hey, am I doing enough? Or is my impact having such a low? Is what I'm doing having such a low impact? It's not even worth it. And the answer is always no. Of course, it's worth it. If it's something, again, even if it's something little, it's a net positive. Are there cases where like it can be a net negative to the cause or to yourself? Of course, and you have to weigh those. You know, I can't if you make $30,000 a year, you can't donate $1,000 a month to a cause, because you could do that for maybe a little bit, but then you lose your home and you can't feed yourself, and then you stop donating. But if you give $5 a month, and you do that for 20 years, you'll eventually help more than you would have. So it's the small incremental changes that I think work. Okay, so it's a great convo. Right now we have a very special guest. And again, like I said, at the end of our talk, we're going to discuss what's going to happen next Saturday. So everyone, I'm going to let him introduce himself when he gets on, and we'll go from there. Oh, actually, let me bring up. Yeah, okay. Okay. So, Mick, I'm going to give you a call. I know you said you were a Discord newbie, so let's make sure it goes. Mick? Hello?
Hey.
Hey, how's it going, man? Here, let me turn you up a little bit.
Yeah, no problem.
Good. Okay. So everyone, this was the very special guest we were gonna have on. He actually reached out to me initially about the thing that's gonna happen next Saturday. But then I was like, hey, do you want to come on this Saturday? We can talk a bit, and then at the end we can announce what's happening next Saturday. So yeah, Mick, if you want to introduce yourself and tell them how we got connected, and so I think a lot of people would be very interested to hear.
Yeah, 100%. So I've been doing Ask Me Anythings for the subreddit, for the MensLib subreddit, for the last like 3 years or so. And so a lot of we have a kind of behind the scenes Slack where the mods and some of the regulars hang out and talk shop. And we love your videos. It was just a lot of people talking about it. And I was like, that'd be a great person to have on for an AMA, because like body image issues is a huge thing that we talk about, and your video on like body image and steroid use and things like that. That I think that's something important that should be talked about. And I started looking at or watching your Q&A sessions, and it's just like a lot of things that I think are really goes along with what we try to do at MensLib. So it's just kind of a natural fit.
Yeah, thanks, man. Well, it's funny that you reached out because, Mick is a mod here at MensLib. Some of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the subreddit. It actually got brought to my attention after the male dating video. So basically, in the video, I was discussing, healthy male spaces that you can talk about male issues. Aside from, there are some out there, but unfortunately a lot of them have been overrun by toxicity or just,
Yep.
bad faith active bitterness. And it's unfortunate because a lot of guys don't get into those movements for that reason. They actually want to, I want to help, I want to figure it out, but then they get brought under the wing of someone who actually isn't doing it for the right reasons, or doing it for, or maybe they think they are, but they're just so consumed with bitterness or anger that they just can't really see straight. And so a lot of people mention, "Hey, have you seen MensLib?" And I'm like, "Oh no, what's that?" It's like, "Oh, it's a Reddit subreddit." And to be honest, I kind of fell into what I spoke about in the video. My first, I was skeptical because it's hard. You hear like, "Hey, this is a really good space," and then you're like, "Well," especially when it comes to men's issues, like, there have been I've seen so many ones that people speak highly of, and then I get there, I'm like, whoa, like there's a lot of, even if it's like a little tinge, it's a little, you can tell. But I checked MensLib out, and like this is what I'm talking about. Like, you guys have done, I think, a fantastic job of creating a space where you can talk about these issues in a healthy way, in a way that isn't, hey, let's talk about your problems, by telling you who's to blame, by telling you who you can be mad at. It's, hey, let's just get together, talk about these things, and find solutions that make things better for everyone, not at the expense of others.
Yeah, definitely. And that was like kind of like the reason for even making this, because it's such a fraught area to discuss, just especially online, because bad faith actors will come in and pretend to like have legitimate issues and kind of like sea lion and stuff like that, and they can just really bring the whole thing down, and it makes it almost impossible to like create a supporting environment for other people who are going through some rough stuff. And like you've mentioned a lot, guys have problems. It's not easy for us or for anybody, and we need a place to like be able to talk about that in a way that's not tearing down other people or being hateful, which unfortunately a lot of men's spaces are. I like to kind of think of it as like there's bad actors that like to groom angry young men into hating certain people for their own advantage. And unfortunately, a lot of male spaces online that are supposed to provide support just turn into that. But we have a great team. It's just not just me, and I'm not sure what our mod team is up right now, probably like 30 people, and it's international. We try to do as much diversity as we can. So we have there's a couple women on the team, a couple trans men, non-binary people, people of color. So it's not perfect, because nothing is, but we're actively trying to have a well-rounded mod team that can really keep eyes on the place. And we try to shut down. There's a balance between, do you want like someone says something cringy, but the community is kind of pushing back. Okay, maybe we'll let that go because it's kind of good to let the community kind of set people straight and bring them in. But sometimes things get out of hand. You just have to go like, whoa, we can't have this here. This is just going to turn very bad. So it's unfortunate we have to be so hands-on sometimes, but otherwise you get overrun with people who just want to recruit.
Absolutely. And it's difficult because, you're dealing with I've struggled with this in my own community. Even like I'm at, I think, 60K subs now. Before that, even when I was like at 10, you don't kind of realize how much you don't really have control, or rather how easily your audience or the people you're speaking to can sort of can shift in one direction.
Yeah.
It sometimes it can just, all it can be is like maybe like for example, there was one time when I posted like a meme on the community page, and this was a while back, and I thought, I was like, oh, this is a funny joke. And I remember seeing like a few comments on it, and a couple of them had likes, and I was like, and there were comments that I was like, not really good, like not really on board with, or like wasn't really the message. And I was like, okay, I have to, maybe I should keep my eye on this, and sort of, or at the very least, not really like on the individuals, but rather maybe I should take a look at my rhetoric, see if am I doing things that are sort of attracting this sort of audience, or making it seem like I'm on board with it. One of the big ones actually has nothing to do with really social issues. Was when I was doing the Game of Thrones rewrite series, we would always make fun. We would sort of hate on, Benioff and Wise D&D, the creators. And like I would have like a bunch of jokes in the videos of saying like, fuck D&D. However, what I started to realize is like halfway through the series, I got comments from people saying it's like, yeah, it's funny, because like, we get it, but like, is this sort of coming more of like, is this about like sort of like writing and sort of like seeing the good and like of like sort of like the art and having fun, or is it just like having a hate boner for the writers?
Right.
And I took that to heart, because I remember like seeing some comments where they were just like, yeah, fuck D&D, fuck HBO, and I was kind of like, maybe we should turn this around. And I actually started sort of like weeding it out. Like here and there I would make little jokes, but for the most part I would kind of, in the second half of the series, I stayed away from it, because it just sort of and again, if I hadn't done that, if I had just kind of let it go, like, who cares? I could have ended up with an audience full of people who just wanted to see me be very just like kind of turn to like a hate reactionary channel. Like, yeah, like fuck this TV show, fuck this. And that's not something that I wanted to do or what people wanted to talk to. So
that's what's really important. What's really important with creators and not just like creators, but like modders and everything, is like setting that tone for the community. Like, if you don't keep an eye on that, you can, and you're putting out that negativity out there and encouraging it, or maybe it's not even encouraging, just letting it fester. You can quickly find your community, whether that's a subreddit or a YouTube comments or Discord, turning really bitter and just wanting to go there for the hate.
Absolutely.
By the way, I'm not sure if you got my DM. The creator of MensLib is in your Discord. So if you want to if you can three-way call him in, that'd be cool. I'm not sure if we can.
Maybe. Hang on. Let me see.
Let's see.
Let me see. I'm gonna put this back for a second. Display off. Let's see. Let's do this. We're gonna hop into just the regular Discord.
Okay.
And there's like a general voice channel. And we'll just hop in that. Oh, sorry, I did get your DM. I had the page up, so that's why I missed it.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hang up, just hop in general voice chat in the regular, and then we'll do a three-way.
Sounds good.
All right, cool. Thanks, man. All right, so let's see. Let me hop in. Okay, Matt? Okay, Mick, you here?
Yep.
Okay, so we got Mick. And then Matt's in here. I don't know if I hear him. Maybe he's not at the computer.
I'll be ding him here. Yeah, sorry to interrupt your thing. I just want to make sure he knows the backstory and all the stuff way better than I do. So.
Oh, fantastic! No, that's kind of what I was interested in terms of like my follow up was going to be how, because the subreddit is like what 173,000 people.
Yeah.
It's how did you even, like, again, like I said, even with like 10,000, I was like, blah. And that, especially like I think Reddit, which might be a little bit more difficult. It's a bit more the anonymity. I don't know. I don't think YouTube is as much. Reddit, I know, can be a little bit like testier. Okay, so hang on. I have Matt on.
Here I am. Can you hear
There
me?
he is. Yes.
Hey.
Do you
How's
want
it going,
to? Do you want? I see you have your cam on. Did you want to be up on screen?
Oh, it's whatever.
Sure. Here, let me.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
I feel like I'm supposed
I
to
would
know what
have put
I'm
on
doing.
something that so stupid if I'd known I was going to be on camera. No, it's all right.
Let's see. Let's see if this works. Perfect. There. Awesome. So,
Cool.
Matt. So yeah. So Mick reached out to me about doing the AMA for next week.
Yeah.
Again, thank you so much. I'm so excited about it. I have no idea how AMAs work. It's gonna be a very trial and error sort of thing, but
No, it's all right. We're well practiced at this point, coaching people through it. So
perfect.
Yeah.
So yeah. So my biggest question was, and so yeah, again, I was just so serendipitous about how people mentioned it. I found the subreddit, and then you guys reached out to me. I was like, oh, this is awesome. So yeah,
It's
my
kismet.
question, yeah, right. So how did you, or what drove you to? How did you create the subreddit, and sort of like, how did you organize it? But also, what was the catalyst for making you want to do so?
Yeah, sure. So the impetus for it was this was back in I guess 2016, and I had gotten pretty much addicted to the subreddit, subreddit drama. You still had like, the aftermath of Gamergate and all of the, just continuing gender wars, the MRAs versus feminists sort of stuff. And it was really entertaining for a long time until I realized I was just spending all of this time sort of rubbernecking the gender wars. And it started to be a real drag. And I decided that if I was going to be involved in that space at all, I needed to be doing something to help. Simply spectating and kind of dunking on people wasn't really achieving anything. And meanwhile, you did have, there was the only people talking about men's issues were these sort of reactionary elements of like the men's rights movement, and actual men's issues were going completely unaddressed because they were so far out in right field that nobody wanted to actually talk about, the underlying substantive issues. So I found a reference to the men's liberation movement from the 1970s. That was sort of a parallel to the feminist, to the women's lib movement, sort of thing. But there wasn't anything like that was active as far as I could tell. So somebody had already gotten the like MensLib subreddit, the R MensLib, and I asked him if he wanted to actually do something with it, and he agreed and made me the top moderator on the thing. And then I just started posting around to a couple of places. Hey, do you want to, actually talk about men's issues in a healthy, not reactionary way, one that is complementary with feminism, possibly uses some of the same ideas and terminology, and was just overwhelmed by the response. I mean, I really thought that we were going to have maybe, 50 to 500 people who were interested in that. And immediately, like within 24 hours or something, I think we had 2,000 subscribers already.
Wow.
Which was overwhelming for me to try to moderate on my own. And of course, at that point, we didn't have any like rules written down or anything, but there were a couple of people, and some of them are still on the mod team today, who thought that it was a cool idea and asked to be moderators as well. And I brought them onto the team, and we started hammering out some, basic mission statement, real basic, like rudimentary rules, like, don't paint everybody with a broad brush. If you want to, if you want to criticize a particular thing, be specific about it. Don't say this thing's bad, therefore feminists are all evil, sort of stuff. And it just it started growing from there.
Awesome. Yeah. So to your first point, I would ask, so what was it like? Sort of like 1 and 2 questions. So how did you tackle when it was coming out? Because as Mick kind of alluded to, what I found and a lot of people. So on my YouTube channel, I respond to a lot of comments. I heart a lot of comments, and a lot of people say, that's not really something a lot of creators do. That's interesting, especially with someone like your size. And part of the reason I did was because it kind of gave me some control over the direction the audience was going in. So if someone posted something like I made a Last of Us 2 review, and that was a very contentious game in terms of like sort of social issues, but they had a trans character, and so there were some people who commented like these really weird things about it. And now I could have just not done anything, but I was like, you know what? I kind of want to address this. So I would respond, and it kind of, other people saw me respond. I kind of elaborated my thoughts, and it kind of gave me some control over, hey, this isn't that sort of channel. That's not really how I feel about that issue. I don't really want anyone else to feel about, like, you're entitled to what you believe and you feel, but like, this might not be the place for you if you feel that way. And I realized, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think that you really do have to be proactive about that kind of thing. Speaking to a point that Mick made a little while ago, what you risk not being proactive is it's not just that like reactionaries are going to think that your space is safe for them to be reactionary in. You also end up driving away a lot of the traffic that, a lot of the members that you would like to have be part of your community.
That's a great point.
So, people, say like trans men, for instance, are definitely welcome on MensLib, but if we allowed overt transphobia on MensLib, they're not going to make a big show out of leaving. They're just all going to evaporate away.
Mm-hmm. And oh, sorry, go ahead, Matt.
There was actually a really good example of this that I saw the other day. In Reddit, you have this mod mail thing, and we get notified when people mention MensLib, and there's another men's issues subreddit that mentioned us, and we constantly get this thing like, we're not actually a men's group. We're actually just like some secret cabal of women who are trying to force feminize the boys or something like that.
We're four feminists in a trench coat.
Yeah, exactly. It was really interesting because this person's whole argument was like, look at the top 10 posts that they've ever had at all times. And like the first one was like a Trans Day of Visibility one. There's like a Black Lives Matter one, and there was a one about biphobia, and like, these aren't really issues for men or whatever. And I was thinking like, okay, so bi men don't exist, trans men don't exist, black men don't exist. So it's like, cis het straight, like it's like okay, who are you really trying to make this other alternative men's issue subreddit for? It's like clearly not for those people. And like those issues and how they intersect with masculinity matter. And that doesn't take away from issues that intersect with masculinity that, white men have or straight men have or whatever,
Absolutely. And it's not to say that, it's not that, or which ones I think people kind of get this idea that like, oh, well, X group, and that kind of, this is sort of to go back to your point, Matt, a lot of people kind of got upset that I even spoke of the pickup artist community in my male dating video. They were upset that I spoke of it in even I went pretty hard on a lot of them and like sort of the culture at whole, but even a sliver of, hey, actually, this one thing they talk about actually is something that we can take to heart and use. There are people who were just like, no, don't even give them that, like, just don't even say that. Like, you just need to like condemn. However, the danger in doing that is that these issues, the male dating struggles that people face, no one ends up talking about because they're so worried about being wrapped up with, pickup artists or red pill idiots. But yeah, if we don't do it, then no one will. But then there's the fact of people seem to think of like, and it goes good to your point, Mick, that like, oh, because X group has it worse, then we shouldn't talk about this other group who has it better in some respects. And I don't really, I think that's poison because it kind of creates this dichotomy of we can only talk about certain issues at a time. Whereas there are certain issues that affect men as a whole. There are certain issues that affect gay men or black men or men of different races, and these all coexist with one another. They're not separate things. They're not things that we should be, that we should like form tribes about. Like we should all be working together and discussing these things sort of in the same space. And I think that will benefit not just the people who, not just the particular issues we're talking about, but just everyone. It gives them a larger view of masculinity, of what it means to be a man, of men's issues from all walks of life.
And what's funny about that is, and we joke about this among the mod team a lot, because we'll get a mod mail that's like, why are you talking about this issue instead of this issue? It's like, Reddit's not rate limited. Like, if you want a post that's about the issue that you want to talk about, go ahead and make a post. That's fine. We can talk about, I mean, Reddit will take as many posts as you want to give it at a time. In fact, sometimes the sub is kind of slow, and it'd be great if somebody wanted to do a write-up on their particular pet issue. All of these things can coexist on the front page at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's so to go back, well, first to continue on that, just to go back to sort of like, commenting and like being proactive, like you said, sort of like what Mick, how you sort of like alluded to, what I found was after I started doing that, after I started commenting, once I got up to about 20, 30,000 subs, what I saw happening, and I was like really proud of this, not just for me, but like the people in my community and my mods and my friends I've made, is that someone would post something that I would like, that would be kind of like, I'm like, that's not really what we're doing here, and I would go to comment, and I would see that people in the community already did. And there were like people trying to explain to him, like, hey, actually, that's not really what we're talking about. And that's that's like what we're talking. That's like what a community is. It's not just like you guys, the mods, just doing it all yourself. It's that you foster a community of people who are all on the same page, and they want to support that, and they also put in the work, and they reach out to people. Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mick.
Oh yeah. There's something like actually like tremendously validating about that too. Because like I'm sure you all do this too, where you like kind of doom scroll like Twitter comments and stuff like that, and you see something that like really hits you hard, and you're like, God damn it, like that is so unfair, and that like what they're saying there, kind of like hits to your core, and you click on the comments, and people are pushing back. Like as someone who like doom scrolls a lot, those comments are like, oh my God, that's lifeblood right there. So it's like just building that community that can like push back on those people, and like don't be a dick about it, but like try to bring them in, train, whatnot. But even if you have those comments and they do hurt people in your community, it is so awesome to have a community to kind of push back against that and all that.
And it reminds me of early days on MensLib. I think we did have a lot of like early adopters, but they were people who mostly wanted to see that good content out in the world, not necessarily be, like providing it or really engaging to the point where they're creating the content. And so the mod team did do a lot, sort of like pushing material. It was. The onus was kind of on us to go out and find a good article about like men's dating struggles or whatever. But as we've fostered that community and as the community has grown, that's less and less a thing that we have to do, because we have what do we have, like 180,000 subscribers? Or something like
175.
175. At this point we have like a really solid like core of people who not only want to see that conversation but want to contribute to it. So we're not having to do quite as much work to go out and find the good stuff. People are bringing that to the community.
Yeah, it almost acts as like a sort of like a feedback loop. But the danger in that, and this sort of goes towards like you guys are saying about the, not necessarily the responsibility that you were like a content creator or like a moderator has, but more of a, kind of going back to the discussion we just had about like, if you are fighting for this cause, it's people expect you to to actually fight for it, to actually stand up when you need to. One of the things I've realized about a lot of red pill circles and like a lot of more toxic men's group is that it's not that they were, and this is like the big misconception, it's not that men are attracted to those groups because of the toxicity. They just want help. They're searching for, like in some cases, of course, they usually are doing so just because they need help and there's no other resource around. However, sometimes, and they kind of get sucked up in the toxicity. However, sometimes the reason that community grew toxic wasn't really because of the person in charge, the person, who was the YouTuber, the speaker, the leader, whatever, wasn't really because they were pushing like just straight up toxicity. That is the case in a lot of cases. But sometimes it's just because they didn't do the opposite. They didn't actually stamp out issues when they were coming up. If someone kind of joined the group, or if, they started to see that like, hey, maybe the audience is going in a direction we don't like, and they didn't take action, now the feedback loop begins, but in the opposite direction. Now more people see it and are like, hey, like there are even some red pill channels that I watch, and most of them are shit. Like most of them are crap, and they're very, to your point, they're very heteronormative, and there are a lot of, they never really talk about. I kind of realized that too about going through a lot of videos. They never actually talk about like how do like gay or bi men fit into this in terms of like masculinity and sex, but like that's a whole other rabbit hole that they probably aren't equipped to deal with.
Oh yeah.
But what's so funny is that I see a lot the red pill guys. Some of their videos, I mean, there is trash in them, but sometimes they're not like super vitriolic. They're kind of like even keel, middle of the road. And then you read the comments, and they're just vitriol. They're just like women are whores, like, and it's just like, where did this disconnect happen? And it was, I think, that at some point you started to get a fan base that was, that wasn't really meshing with you, that was sort of more vitriolic. But because you didn't really step in and take note, that vibe sort of fostered in your community. And now, despite what you're fighting for, you're basically speaking to a lot of people who may not even be on the same page as you. And I, as a creator, that would just be hell for me, and I'm sure you guys as well.
Yeah, well, and to add to your point, and I'm sure this happens with other like interest community groups. But in the men's issues sphere, you really do. There's this hard nugget of extremely online, extremely educated people who will move into any space that they think is now open to them and basically run the discussion. And I'm thinking of, I'm not talking about in general. I'm thinking of specific individuals that we've dealt with, since MensLib started. People who, I don't like. This one guy is, I swear to God, he's online 18 hours a day. And all he does is talk down on MensLib. Any opportunity that he has, he will talk MensLib down, and he blows up minor disagreements into we've basically violated the Nuremberg tribunal, and so if you're not being proactive, if you're not being careful about that, there are some people out there who, I mean, you could call them trolls. I think they're true believers. I don't think this is like they're just doing it for the lulz. I think this one person I'm thinking of genuinely thinks that we're evil, and if we let those incredibly dedicated people in the door, and then we don't enforce the rules that we have for good behavior in the community, they end up they drain off all of the people, like you said, even in red pill circles, you've got guys who are like, I don't understand why red pill is considered to be like a misogynistic ideology. I'm just here for dating advice. But then you go into any red pill thread, and conversation is being dominated by these people who, really do believe that all women are whores, and that, that they have the brain of a child and stuff like that, like overtly misogynistic stuff. But does that really account for, why most people are there? Probably not. And you have to offer some kind of an alternative, because if that's the only voice out, if that's the only resource out there, then where else are they supposed to go?
Absolutely. And it's funny because a lot of people, I had a couple comments kind of like I tend to do that when I'm writing a script. I'll like use a certain word like over and over and over. Like I'm not a very good editor in terms of like my scripts. But one of the terms that like I threw out a lot, and like is and that is heard in general in terms of like red pill paces, is toxic. And when you hear that, sort of think, oh, it just means it's bad. It's like, well, no, it's not necessarily that it's bad. When you think of toxic, like it's poison. It's the fact that it's not necessarily that it's just like, oh, there are bad people there. It's that sometimes there are guys who just get, like you mentioned, a lot of these guys aren't just trolls. Sometimes they are true believers who got caught up in this ideology because when they were searching for a place to help them with their issues, there was no MensLib, there was no whatever. They got sucked in by some maybe grifter or just some very, very bitter people, and it literally infected them. And then they go into these spaces, and you have these young, impressionable guys who don't really know. They're struggling, they're angry, they're frustrated. And before someone like you can get to them and be like, hey man, there's a different way. This isn't the answer. Just being angry and finding someone to blame isn't going to help you. These guys get in there and it's like, oh hey, you're struggling with dating. It's like hypergamy, feminism, like, and XXXX. It's the exact same story.
Well, and misery loves company, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you build your entire worldview around being miserable, us versus them, zero sum, antagonism, then you want to bring more people. You believe you've taken the red pill. You're seeing the world the way it really is, man. And you want to bring more people into that with you. But yeah, it ends up being this sort of virulent, hateful thing. Because you do have the true believers who are trying to convert more people to their particular brand of misery.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really tailor-made for how a lot of men, and I would guess a lot of Western men, are raised. Like we're not really allowed to show vulnerability and open up and have those close emotional relationships with our other male friends or people in general. We're taught to kind of anger is kind of your only valid emotion. So I remember, and I'm sure a lot of you out there too, maybe getting out of high school or getting out of college and just feeling like all alone and having no one there. Like all of your social support has just like vanished and you're like on your own. And you're like, oh shit, like I feel so alone and isolated right now. And like, yeah, you try to find people online and it is so easy to, like, oh, okay, let's find some other dudes. And you can wind up in those places. They're like tailor made for, the depressed young man.
And not to get on my ordinary political soapbox, but just the fact that our society, living under like capitalism is so alienating anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That if you can find any community that validates the sorts of feelings that you're having, then they can kind of Trojan horse you into ideology from there. That's one of the reasons that places like the Red Pill or some of the I don't know, A Voice for Men, like some of the worst men's rights movement sort of spaces are so insidious, is because they start from a position of, well, and you see it with white supremacy too, right? They start from a position of validating somebody's feelings and then take you to, oh, by the way, here's who you have to blame for that.
Mm-hmm. it's funny because I'm so glad you brought that up, because people think when people are saying like I've discussed a lot of like red pillars, in the video and like we've done in Discord, and some people will say stuff like, well, actually this particular guy isn't as worse as like some of the other guys. It's like, well, A, that doesn't really mean anything. They can still be bad, but B, I actually think those people are far more dangerous. Like there are some people on like YouTube that are just straight up vitriolic, where they're like, fuck women, fuck gays, whatever. And there are people who are drawn to that, but for most part, most reasonable people will say like, I don't like that. That's too much for me. Even if they're in a bad place, they'll stay away. It's the ones, it's the channels, it's the gurus, the movements that, like you said, start off small. Hey man, like we're about positivity here. We're about not being bitter. And then slowly, whether they're doing it on purposely or not, I think a lot of them are for, because they're very astute in what they're doing, they'll just like drop in little things here. They'll like drop a little article about, feminism being evil, or like something, mention a stat about like, 80, one of my favorites on Red Pill is like 80% of women initiate divorces. And it's like, I'm like, okay, that's just a fact, but like, what's the larger narrative you're building here? You're trying to, you say you're just like stating facts and you're just trying to help guys who are like divorced, but what's the larger narrative? Like you're giving all these little pieces. If you step back and look at the larger picture, what is it building? And what's scary about this and what's so dangerous is that you can get very reasonable guys who are not hateful, not bitter, and they see these places and they're like, oh, okay, there's some, there are some bad things, but like overall it seems positive. But then they start to absorb little things that maybe are like, you're kind of like, and then slowly. And the reason I was so glad you mentioned it, when you compare that to like hate groups like white supremacy or something, people don't just wake up and become like, yes, I'm gonna like join the. This happens over years and years and years of very slow indoctrination without even realizing. And that's what's so dangerous, is that you can't even stop yourself, because like I was lucky enough to I hit like a brick wall during my pickup artist days, and that kind of knocked me out. I kind of saw the path I was going down, and I was like, oh shit, I have to change course. But for a lot of guys, it just happens it's like death by 1,000 cuts. It happens so subtly. And like you take that person from like 5 years ago until now, and that they can be like completely different sides of the aisle. And but because it happens so slowly, so methodically, you didn't even notice it. And that, I think, is why these like these less vitriolic channels, like the stepping stone sort of channels or groups, I think in many ways those are far more dangerous.
It's like the Jordan Peterson to like ultra trad chauvinist pipeline, right? Yeah. I mean, like he's just a lifestyle guru. He's just giving you good advice. Make sure that you clean your room and like take care of your physical health. Also, women are the dragon of chaos. You can ignore that part if you want, but make sure that you're cleaning your room. And then this is tangential, I guess, but it's not like social media algorithms are helping with this at all, because we know that YouTube wants to feed you progressively more like out there or like intense sort of content. If you watched Jordan Peterson video, then maybe it turns you onto some like light pickup artistry, which then turns you onto red pill stuff, which then leads you down the primrose path toward just full-blown misogyny and outright like reactionary sentiment, and that's incredibly hard to combat. If you can't bring if we're not doing the same thing except in the opposite direction, validating, it's like it can be really isolating to be lonely, be a lonely young man. Here are some things that you can do to work on that. You have to validate the feelings up front, and not chase them out of that space, which I think a lot of people do end up getting. I mean, Reddit's a great example of this, that for all of the good that they do, some of the like women focused feminist subreddits can be kind of knee jerky if a man comes into their space to talk about, what about how this issue, affects men? Can we talk about, say, domestic violence or something like that? And, people can be run off from these places, and then that's their takeaway. That's, it's either you go to the men's rights subreddit where they tell you, yes, you're right. Or you go to the feminist subreddits that say, we do support, men's issues, but this is a women-centered space, which isn't terribly welcoming if you're, an isolated young man looking for answers.
Mm-hmm. And especially like I mean before, it's like if we have like a young, and I kind of go into this in the video in terms of like responsibility is like, as as men who are like, we have that camaraderie. If a guy is like sort of like on his way to like inceldom, where he's very bitter and very angry at women, I think it's unreasonable to expect a woman to have to sort of like come in and be like, hey, you need to be empathize with this person, even though they're like saying a lot of like really vitriolic shit about you as a woman. And so I think, I mentioned in the video, I think it's the responsibility of men who sort of, like myself, who has been down that path, and I've made mistakes. I sort of have the responsibility to kind of be the one to like reach out and say like, hey man, like this isn't the way, this isn't good. I understand you. I understand why you feel this way, but we can't condone it. And we have to find a better way. This is not the answer. But yeah, it's trying to find that middle ground. And so many guys get caught in the middle. Sometimes guys don't even want to be in either. They're like, there's no option, and they see the MRA things and like the red pill stuff, and they're like, this is too vitriolic for me. And they stay away from it. But then they never fix the issue. They never find a resource. They search and they can't find anything. And then they're so weighed down by loneliness or depression or anxiety, whatever. Eventually they just get so desperate. They're like, you know what? Okay, screw it. I can't live like this. I'm going to go to these guys because at least they're giving me something. Even if it is going to down the line and sort of infect me with this like ridiculous rhetoric, it's at least on the surface, it's giving me something. It's going to help me a little bit.
You crawl through long enough, eventually you're going to be thirsty enough that you start drinking sand.
Precisely. That's it. I think, we probably have to wrap up, but so kind of go back to the beginning. So Mick reached out to me. So I will be doing an AMA on MensLib next Saturday. Again, we'll figure it out. I am such a Reddit noob in terms of an AMA noob and stuff. I've heard of them, but I've never done one, so it should be a lot of fun. But
you'll do good.
Yeah, I'll work with you guys and we'll figure it out. So if you guys are around next Saturday, once we kind of bang out the details, I'll announce it on the channel. And I think that'll be fantastic. And then if Mick and Matt, I know we're running a little bit long, but if you guys wanted to give closing thoughts on our talk before we head out.
Go ahead, Matt.
Oh, geez. Okay. No, what more is there to say? I think I think it's really important. I'm grateful to you for the opportunity for us to come on and kind of pitch MensLib and talk about some of these issues, because I know for sure that we're not alone, because again, like our growth at MensLib was explosive from the beginning, and it's just continued. So obviously there's a need and a desire for this kind of conversation. So I guess I would say, please come over if you're interested in these topics. Please do come over and join us on MensLib. We'll be happy to have you, even if you don't want to wade directly into, like hardcore gender issues or gender abolitionism or any, we talk about that stuff. We also talk about kind of lighthearted things, and sometimes it's just like good articles about how dudes rock. We've got our weekly Free Talk Friday thread. You can drop in and say hi and say what we've been up to this week. It's a really cool community, and yeah, we're always happy for more like-minded people who are looking for this kind of conversation. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you guys. Yeah, and to your point, something I've realized too is that in a lot of these cases with these young men, it really isn't about. Sometimes they fall into these movements that they don't actually believe what they're saying. They're so desperate for a community, just to have someone acknowledge them, even if it's just like, hey, what's up? How's it going? How's your day? That is so. Some men are so deprived of that whoever does that, they'll just tell me what you want me to believe, and I'll do it, and they get sucked into it, and they're down the rabbit hole. So if you could be that person who reaches out to someone and says, hey, what's up, man? Just reaching out, how you doing? That can make it seem small, but it can really make a difference in a young man's life. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on. I truly appreciate it. Again, we'll be doing this next Saturday. I'll announce the details on the channel once we get it. But gentlemen, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. You flattered me so much.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. We can't wait to have you on the sub.
I can't either. Next Saturday is going to be awesome. But guys, thank you so much, and thank you.
Yeah, take care.
Take care.
All right, see you guys. That's very nice. So yes, that was the announcement. So yeah, Mick, reach out to me. We'll be doing the AMA on MensLib next Saturday. Again, we don't really have the time set up yet or all that the details, but it's next Saturday on the 26th, I think. But yeah, I'm super excited for that. I've never done AMA. I have no idea how they work. I hope I don't fuck it up. But no, those two guys, I only spoke. That was my first time chat. I spoke to Mick on Twitter. Those two guys were fantastic. Yeah, MensLib. That was one where I looked around a lot of men's spaces, like mostly on YouTube, like red pill channels. And after the video came out, someone mentioned MensLib, and I was like, again, I was skeptical. Like, you never know. Like, you kind of go in, but everything I've seen from MensLib has been like, yes, this is it. This is what we've been looking for. So if you're a guy, I know a lot of you like guys have, even women commented on the video and just say like, hey, I really needed this. I think that is a very good resource. You should definitely check out. I'll put it in the description I'm probably gonna clip that convo and put it in its own video. But if Matt and Mick are cool with that, but I'll definitely take the subreddit link and I'll put it in the description so you guys that it'll be there for you. Okay, we're running a little bit over. Yeah, a little bit, but not too bad. Let me get the next guest on. Okay. There's my Jimmy John's. I'm gonna take another bite. Am I still in? Oh, I'm still in the general voice chat. Okay. I'm just waiting to hear back from the next guest. I'm gonna eat. Usually you have to sub to my OnlyFans to see this, but I'm giving it to you guys for free tonight. Where's the chat? There it is. What the fuck are Jimmy John's? Jimmy John's is a sandwich company. They make freaky fast sandwiches. I used to work there. I was a delivery driver for like a year. I was in such good shape because I just rode my bike constantly because I would work 10 to 2, and during the weekdays it was like the lunch rush for people like they look in the area. I think they have it in the West Coast. I was in San Fran one time and they had a Jimmy John's there. Maybe it's not as common out there. There's like tons of them here in Chicago. Now you gotta pay extra for that, Maguka. Eat into the mic? No, you gotta pay extra for that. Okay, I'm just waiting for the next guest. I hit him up, but he's not responding, so just give it a few minutes. If not, I'll take in someone who's on standby. Or I'll hit up the next guest and see if I can hit him up. But yeah, I would work from like 10 to 2 every weekday. And then one day I'd work from like the full day from like 10 to 9. I would close. But yeah, 10 to 2. I would get there, ride my bike, and then you would just deliver subs literally just constantly because so many people are like ordering lunch. Really not even from 10 to 2, more like 11 to like 1:30. It was just like they would just start rolling in because people are on lunch. They would want Jimmy John's. It's really the same. Like the sandwich is literally like depending on where you are, and the sandwich is made in like 5 minutes. Like that's how quickly it is. It's like a deli sandwich. And then we don't use some of the Jimmy John's use cars, but we would use bikes in the summer and even the winter too. And we would just grab and go, and we would be there. Sometimes you could have your sandwich in like 10 minutes from the order. Not for me. I was lazy. I would like take my time. Yeah. I mean that's a good point, Justin. I did get in great shape. I got like super skinny. I got down to like 170, 180. I'm at 220 now. And I have like I'm more built, like I have more muscle, but like that back then I was a twig. But it felt good. I actually was like getting exercise in. It didn't feel like exercise because of course you're working. I also was a dog walker for a while. That was a blast. I love that. If I could like actually get paid a decent amount for like dog walking, I would just do it. Because it was a blast. Like it was just like it's still work. Like you have to go up. It's a pain. But like every time you sit, you're just chilling with the dog. It's a lot of fun, and you get to know them. It was really sad when I left because like some of these dogs I think I saw sometimes I saw the dogs more than the owners. Like there was one here in Chicago. There was like a very rich home that had 2 dogs, and they were like never there because I think that because they were rich, they were working for like to pay for like this beautiful place, but they were never there because they're busy. But every day at like 2 p.m. I would show up, or not even 2 p.m., like more like 10, like I don't even remember, like 11 or noon. I would show up and just take the dogs out and just walk around, and they were always excited to see me. That was a blast. Yeah, I think I saw them more than like sometimes their own owners did. Yeah, which is a shame. We've been trying to adopt, but I don't know. What are people's experience with dogs at home? Because I know we would love to get a dog, but we just feel so bad with I don't want to leave it. I don't want to leave him here all day alone. And like maybe some dogs are chill with that. Maybe some dogs are okay. And we were thinking of maybe being able to hire a sitter, or not a sitter, but like a walker, just to come in. Maybe like because my girlfriend works a different schedule, so maybe I've been trying to find work from home options. And so like we can just sort of, but like even so, like I don't want to leave him home, or I don't want to leave the pup here alone. That'd be so sad. That you can put outside. Yeah, well, we're in the city. We don't have like a park or like a backyard or anything. We could find one. Well, that's what I've heard about, like going with like an adult dog, not like a puppy. More of like an adult dog. Also, I'm the kind of person who like every time I'm looking at adoption websites, I'll scroll by like whoever's been there the longest. That's okay. Like that's who I'm like looking for. Like like they always have like little puppies and they're cute, but like the guy who's been there for like 5 years and he's like 8 or 9 years old. Like, come on, this guy needs a home. And hopefully someone will come along, but like maybe they won't. And so, let me hit him up one more time, and we'll give him a couple minutes. And then if he doesn't hit me up, we'll just I'll move on to the next guest and see if he's on. But yeah, that was a blast. That was an awesome convo. Yeah, I'm gonna upload that separately. I'll make sure Mick and Matt are cool with that, of course. But that was awesome. Yeah, it's just so hard because it's like it kind of connects back to the discussion we had about activism, where it's you can do so much, you can build so much, and all it takes is like one little. It's very fickle. It's very easy to take it down. in the video I discussed, the incel communities, how they were originally made as these like fantastic communities for people. Hey, we can actually come together, and they got they got taken over by people who just were they're not even necessarily bad people. They're not people who are just like, haha, like Mickey Mouse said, they're not like trolls. They're just people who just, they almost think they're doing the right thing. Like, hey, I'm trying to teach these guys the truth. Like I'm trying to help them. But yeah, but sadly it's just not, that's just not the case. You're not helping them at all. You might help them in the sense that like you're making them feel better for like, but for a little bit, for maybe like a month or maybe a year, maybe it'll be comforting. But eventually, once the guy realizes he's actually not like nothing's changing, his life isn't improving. Then it becomes you become reliant on it. It's like it's like a drug in the sense of like toxic. It's like a drug, addicting. It's the fact that it makes you feel good, it makes you feel validated, but eventually that if you don't fix the root problem, if you don't actually address it, it's going to crawl back up again. So what do? You find more. You look at more shit. You look at more shit that that exacerbates that. I remember this. I remember I would like watch red pill videos. And it was like back when like kind of like in the middle of my the pickup phase. It wasn't, and I never got to that moment where that point where I was like, women are whore, like fuck bitches, and like none of that stuff. But just like I remember like watching videos and I remember like I was like, why did I look? They're still up on YouTube, and I watch them again, and I'm like, what was I? This is gross. Why was I enjoying this? Why was this comforting to watch? And it was because they were, to some extent, they were validating something in me that I didn't really want to, that looking back, I'm glad I never really kind of embraced this sort of feeling. I actually should have mentioned it to Mick and Matt. I didn't even think. Female dating strategy is another good example of one of these spaces that it's sort of in the midst, I think, of like going somewhere dark the sad thing is that like I saw a tweet the other day. Here, let me see if I can pull it up actually. It's so funny because this is like, where is it? Oh, here it is. 1 second. Let me pull it up. Okay, hang on. I need to get like a third screen or something. Yeah, here we go. This was from Female Dating Strategy. And I like the shit. I should have done that in the video because like fuck this. But it was like, when people compared female dating strategy to like red pill spaces, female dating strategy, if a man does these things, inserts him as a sociopathy, he is likely to abuse you later. Do not have sex with men who watch porn or talk about his crazy ex-girlfriend, and never trust a man who likes lolicon. Anyway, here's a list of women's shelters. Dozens of MGTOW forums. If a woman is past the age of 12, she has had sex with at least 50 men, then it is totally okay to pump and dump her. Bonus points if she gets pregnant, rape her, LMAO. Anyway, here's a list of reasons why women shouldn't be able to vote. Y'all, this is basically the same thing. If you think about it, the former is worse in some ways. So not only is this like stupid whataboutism, like it's like, of course, like you are like dressing yourself up. Like this isn't defending MGTOW. MGTOW is shit too. But the fact that like what is the bar? It's like, well, we're not as toxic as MGTOW. Wow. This sort of thing, and of course, like this sort of stuff is like dressing it up. If you actually, again, I'm hesitant to tell people, but like if you actually go on female dating strategy, the subreddit, it's just trash. It's just, I think they comment scrotes or something, or like they say like stupid shit like that. They say like weird like don't have sex with men who watch porn. That's kind of a weird. Like, I think that there's like, they kind of like go under the guise of this more like, well, the porn industry can be exploitive. Like that's 100% true. And that's something we should like watch out about. But like the same thing in like red pill spaces where they say sort of stuff like, well, like, you know, porn's not good for you, and they kind of say it in this sort of like, hey, this sounds like you're trying to help me. But then you kind of like start hearing weird things about like they start to like moralize it. They start to like, you know, puritanical shit about like, hey, it's actually, if a woman does sex work, it's actually it tells you something about her character. It means that she is immoral and doesn't have like a lot of self-worth. And it's like, that's it's hard because like I agree with it's like, yeah, actually, you know, I'm not, there are a lot of things about the porn industry that are exploitive and that do enable abuse. There are a lot of issues with men relying on porn too much for sexual gratification, even intimacy to some extent. But again, it goes back to what we were talking about. We can dislike things for different reasons. In this case, it's like they're kind of doing it in this way where it's like, yeah, porn's bad for men, but also, you know, if you ever meet a woman who's had an OnlyFans, you shouldn't go near her with a 12-foot pole because she's just a conceited piece of garbage. It's like that's sort of the thing where it's like we agree on like the larger point, but then like the reasons that's motivating that point is different. And it's hard because I don't want to like be associated with these people. I'm like, no, fuck you. That's not like I'm against this, but like not for that reason. But then like what happens is because of these idiots, you say something where it's like, hey, we should address this, and then people sort of have this knee-jerk reaction of, oh, you must be with those people. It's like, no, I am not. And so like, especially like in my videos, I'm sure like you see like I qualify a lot of what I say, and there's a reason for that because you kind of have to, because not only because there are bad actors out there who are just going to tear apart everything you say, but the fact that if there are people watching who don't know exactly what you mean, there's a lot of people ask me like, why was the dating video so long? Well, mainly because, or like, why did you like sort of like explain a lot of stuff? And I should have done better with it. I could have cut that video down at least 15, 20 minutes, at least, like speaking very conservatively. But part of the reason was because I always get paranoid that like, hey, if I don't explain this, if I don't say exactly what I mean, there's a fear that people will take it the wrong way. Like if I critique feminism, in a certain, like we were like, I think that was like a good way that we were talking about it, like with me, Mick, and Matt, in the sense of like, you know, there are feminist circles that I think that can be alienating towards men. That doesn't mean that like feminism is the enemy. It means like, okay, we just need to address like, hey, if you're trying to invite men into these circles, if you want them to like, you know, be more interested in getting involved, you may want to change your approach. Same thing with ACAP. You know, it's if your goal is to bring people over to your side, if to understand these issues, you need to sort of look at how is this, are we doing things that help that, or are we doing things that hurt that? And it sucks because sometimes I think a lot of people feel as though compromising or like sort of like listening to that is sort of like is losing in a way. So for example, if we were to talk about you know, feminism in the sense of, hey, you know, I do think you could be a good resource for a lot of men. I just think some of your rhetoric may not be. I would like you to see like, hey, is some of your rhetoric not welcoming to a lot of young men? Do you see like, you know, stuff like men are trash, or, you know, stuff like that? And like a lot of feminists I actually appreciate because they're actually taking heed. Like I when I was looking it up, there was a lot of feminists who were like, you know what, this whole men is trashing, that's not actually good. Like, I know it's like, oh, well, we don't mean men are actually trash. It's like, but even so, some of the feminists were like, yeah, I know, but if we're trying to like bring people in and people are getting turned off on this, if we are dedicated to this cause, then maybe we have to sort of like take the sort of, you know, be the bigger person here, be the one who sort of like makes the compromise. But we're we're making a compromise, but we're actually benefiting in the long run, because now there's going to be less people who are turned away. However, the problem is that there are a lot of bad actors who, just like raging anti-feminist channels on YouTube who will just say stupid shit about like, oh look, drink male tears, men are trash, they're all misandrous, they all want to destroy men and turn us all into women. And so I think on the feminist side, there's a lot of I should say knee jerk, but there's a sort of hey, if we bow to that, if we sort of like stop saying, men are trashers, or like give up these slogans, are we in a way enabling? Are we sort of like letting these idiots win? And it's hard because, like, to some extent, I guess, like, will those idiots like cheer, like, yeah, like in the moment? Yeah, probably. Like, we did it. Look, we convinced them. But sometimes I think you have to be the person who, again, if you're the one who's fighting for the cause, you need to kind of put your own ego aside and make the best decision for the greater good, for the cause you're fighting for. Even if that means you have to eat shit. Even if that means there's going to be some idiots who think they won. Here's the thing. They think they will for like 5 minutes, but then like down the line, it's going to come back tenfold. But it's very hard to do that, especially in like online spaces where it's incredibly vitriolic and very reactionary. It's difficult. But yeah, Kawita, like you said, what I tend to see is, yeah, we don't mean that. But a lot of them kind of, well, that's the thing. It's like, if I say something like, feminism is cancer, like that was the big slogan. Now there are some people who might say, I don't think that's a very good slogan, because there are people, even if like say someone, what they mean by feminism cancer is like, hey, I think that it actually has some messaging issues that in the movement, the sort of like modern movement, is sort of like drifting away from the principles under the movement and is actually working against its own cause. That's a mouthful. No one likes to say that. So like some people say like feminism cancer, and it's actually like hurting its own cause. And maybe I say that is in that sort of like good sense, as I'm saying that because I want to help the cause, or because we want to improve it. However, that doesn't mean that everyone listening understands that. Same thing with ACAB, same thing with whatever. And this is why semantics can be so important. It's like all cops are bastards. It's like, well, what we actually mean is this. It's more about the institution. Okay, but how many people watching you understand that? How many people are you qualifying that? Are you sure these people are getting that message? Or are they taking something away completely different? And so that's sort of where the whole thing, and that's where the conversation comes from. Okay, if it's getting to a point where this slogan or this method is having diminishing returns, where it's actually bring people in, then should we abandon it? Should we reassess? However, is getting rid of it somehow bowing down to the reactionaries on the other side? And that's sort of like the pickle you find yourself in. When do there's a fine line between like making a stand and sticking to your guns, but when to know it's time to, like, what, for the good of everything, for the good of what I'm fighting for, what we're all fighting for, I didn't like this phrasing, but like to take the L, lose the battle to win the war, in a sense. And that's hard. That's difficult because again, people, if someone does that, people just jump down your throat immediately, like, haha, we won, assholes. Yeah, it's hard. It's difficult, but that's what reactionaries thrive off of. They thrive off of just like the immediate reaction. They don't really care about like the larger picture. They just want to, whatever's right in front of their face. It's like they'll just try to derive as much vitriol and reaction as they can, and that's fleeting. It doesn't really have a large impact in and of itself. However, it can lead to people who are on the side of good maybe reacting in ways that actually have ripple effects that hurt their cause in general. Jordan Peterson was a good example. We didn't really touch upon that with Matt and Mick, but with Jordan Peterson, like what kind of like Matt went over, on the surface, it's like, oh, he's seems like he's a psychologist. He has really good self-help advice. He does, and he does seem to be reaching a lot of young men and actually helping them improve their lives. But then when it comes to some of the more specifics about his stances on issues, whether they be trans issues, gender, pronouns, politics, stuff like that, that's where like the wires become muddied. And Peterson always says, well, I was taking that context. People didn't understand what I was saying. And what I would ask him is like, at what point? And again, there are people out there who are deliberately they'll take the most like they'll Kathy Newman you. They'll take the most like clear statements and just like rip them out of context just because they fucking hate you. And those people aren't good. I think those people actually hurt the cause, because they're actually, by giving bad faith critique of him or like other right-wing fingers, or well, not him, I don't know. People get like really upset when I say like, oh, is he right? I don't know. When people sort of make bad faith critiques against, like, say, Pearson, it's ammo. Hey, look, the BBC or CNN, they were terrible. Like they're being purposely obtuse. They're arguing in bad faith purposely, and they are. The Kathy Newman interview was an embarrassment. And all it did was like, if you're trying to make him look like a fool, like, you really did not do a good job. But on the other hand, it's like, okay, so if you're someone and you talk about a lot of this stuff and a lot of these topics, and you feel like they're being misconstrued by a large portion of people, at what point do you look at yourself and say, hey, maybe I need to, maybe it's something to do with me. Maybe it's something to do with my rhetoric. Even if you don't mean to, even if you're not doing it purposefully, if the message I'm trying to get across isn't getting across, I need to switch things up and change course. And if you don't do that, if it's clear that, like, hey, what you're trying to accomplish isn't being accomplished, and you're not trying to rectify it, what I think a lot of other people will start to suspect is, like, what I will suspect, at least in my view, is like, hey, here's a good example, sort of a weird example, but like, let's say you have a friend who's like really into drama. They have like they get into drama all the time. Actually, sorry, restart. Let's say you have a friend and they're dating someone who is like really toxic and just causes a lot of drama and causes a lot of just like, they're always arguing and they're fighting and they're just like, and they're crying and they're fights and they're blow up, and you have to always like help and like listen to their problems about their significant other. Okay. At the beginning, you want to like, okay, yeah, this person's like making your life hell. Like, I want to help you. If that person continues to see that person, even if you get your friends together, it's like, hey man, you got to break up with this person. They're being toxic. They're making you upset. They're driving you nuts. You need to leave this person. You need to leave this person. And you have all these people telling them this. And that person continuously keeps doing that. They just keep going to this toxic person, and outside of like an abusive relationship, of course, we're talking more like not something like as serious as that, but just someone who causes a lot of drama, a lot of like bickering and fighting. Eventually, I'm going to assume it's like, okay, this is making you upset. Like, you say this is making you upset. You don't like the drama. We have told you, hey, here's how to stop it. And you haven't done anything to rectify it. So eventually what I'm going to surmise is, okay, I think on some level you enjoy this. I think, like, and there are people like that. There are people who actually enjoy toxic relationships. There are people who enjoy the combativeness, the drama. They like it. They like stirring the pot a little bit. I'm someone who's not like that at all. I do not like any conflict in any of my relationships. Of course, if like something needs to be addressed, if there's an issue, of course, but I don't want there to be. I want things to go as smooth as possible. But there are other people who just like to stir up shit in their relationships, and they're attracted to that for one reason or another. But yeah, if you're someone who if your friend keeps coming to you like, hey, I'm in a toxic relationship, and you've told them 15, 20, 50 times, hey, this is what you need to do to get out of it, and they don't, eventually, you're going to be like, well, this is just exhausting because you're not listening to me. And two is, or B, I don't know if I said A or one or whatever. And the second one is that people will, I'm going to start to suspect, I think you kind of like this. I think you're attracted to this to some extent. You say you don't like it. You say it's annoying and you hate it. And yet you keep doing it. So what is it? What is it? Do you like the conflict? Do you like the drama? Do you like feeling like the rush of emotions? Maybe. Do you like the, So yeah, that was sort of a tangent. But basically, it's like if I see someone who is doing something and you communicate to them, and maybe they're not doing, so like, let's say if we go out to Jordan Peterson, maybe he has a lot of rhetoric that is being misconstrued. And maybe he's not doing this again, I can't read the man's mind. Maybe he's doing this non-purposely. Maybe he's just, the messages people are taking away from what he's saying are just completely different than what he's trying to get across. If you bring that to his attention, if you say, hey, I think you need to switch things up because you say you want this and people are taking away this, you need to change things up. And you don't, you're no longer making a mistake, you're making a decision. You're not correcting course. You understand what this effect this is having, but you're not doing anything to quell it. You claim that this isn't what you want, but you're not doing anything to stop it. So, and again, I see this all the time in Red Pill. Oh, I don't promote bitterness in men. It's like, okay, well, your community is chock full of it. So are you taking steps to combat it? No, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Okay, so again, what you say you don't want to you say you don't want to foster this community, and yet when someone tells you, hey, your rhetoric is fostering this community, and the person doesn't do anything to change their rhetoric or change up or change the course or find ways to maybe quell it. Again, one, I'm going to assume you're making a choice now. You understand this is like the situation and you're making a choice not to do something. And over time I'm going to suspect, and this is what I feel about a lot of Red Pill dudes, is that I don't trust you when you say like you don't want this. I don't trust you because if you look at your community and you see how vitriolic it is, and you say it's not what you want, but you're not making any effort to try to quell it, what? Why? Like what? Okay, so what's going on here? Either A, you're just lazy, which I have no respect for, or B, you know exactly what you're doing. And you're probably making a killing off of it. Yeah. But yeah, that was interesting. That actually played nicely into the first question about like sort of like individual responsibility and as a creator, is like whether you're a moderator or creator, if you're for any sort of cause or like look over any, or sort of like run any sort of community, I think that's something to take into mind. It's not like you have like responsibility in the sense of like, hey, if someone in your community does something bad, you are the one to blame. Not really. I don't really like that sort of like fault blame sort of thing. However, if I'm looking from the outside and a lot of people start doing shit and you're let's say you're the runner of that community and you're like, well, I disavow that, but you never look at yourself and say, hey, am I playing a role in this? Is my rhetoric playing a role in this? If you never do that, if you never have that self-awareness, again, eventually I'm just going to suspect, I think this is exactly what you want. People will defend you and people will say, oh, they didn't mean to, but I can't read your mind. All I can read is by your actions. And if you know this is bad, or if you know doing A leads to B and you don't want B, but you don't stop doing A, I'm going to assume you want B. Like, right? Like, I think that's a reasonable deduction. Yeah. Ugh. Okay. Okay, what time is it? Shit. Okay, so I haven't heard back from the other person. It's been their time's almost up anyway. It would have been 10 more minutes. I'm going to see if I can get the next guest on a little bit early. G-Man, I'm coming at you. A little early. But yeah, that's the other thing too, is like once you add and I didn't mention this with Mick and Matt, but like once you add the financial incentive to it, things become very weird. Like with like, hey, maybe I'm not into, maybe I really don't want guys to be bitter, but if the bitter ones are going to pay me like, if they're going to make me like $5,000 on Patreon a month, maybe I should keep going. Okay, so G-Man is up. Let me give him a call. Where are you? Incoming, G-Man. Hello?
Let's see. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I gotcha. What's up, man?
Not much. How you doing?
Not too bad. Oh, yeah, no. Not the... Sorry, people in the not the G-Man. This isn't a Half-Life 3 announcement, unfortunately. But... let me just pull this up. Okay, here, let me bring this over here. Okay. Yeah, so is your volume good? Yeah. So you would hit me up. You kind of wanted to take away, we didn't want to kind of like harp on about like, dating and all that stuff, but you sort of want to discuss sort of like just getting started on YouTube in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to get into that maybe a little bit more so, I mean, that's fine. But I'm thinking you've went over your content a little bit. I've noticed some of your videos. You've talked a little bit about why you got back into YouTube or why you started getting more interest. But I just wanted to hear from you. So yeah, where do you want to start?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we can stick to this. I've tried to, I kind of originally it was like a originally it was just gonna be like male dating Q&A, but then it kind of opened the floor of like, actually, why don't we just like talk about whatever, just talk about a bunch of different stuff, writing, life, whatever. So yeah, so I originally started. I don't even remember why I started YouTube. I don't remember what I did. I made the Tyrion video, and I don't know why. I don't know like what like in. I didn't like expect to be like, hey, maybe I'll be a big YouTuber and like get a lot of. I think I was just bored, and I was like, I need to do something, and I didn't have any video games to play, and I was like, fuck it, this will be fun, and so I made the Tyrion video, and I edited it on a Lenovo laptop, which was every time I pulled the footage, if like I have like the episode footage, like the MP4, I moved it over to like the timeline, and the computer would like seize up for like 30 seconds, and then it would like load, and I had to do that every single time I did something. I can't believe I did that. I must have had no time on my hands, but
Oh, so wait, just real quick. So wait, that was your first YouTube video ever? Or was this
the Tyrion, why the tie shift confession Tyrion? Yes.
Yes. Wow. Okay.
Well,
wow.
Well, because it probably sounds to some people like, wow, because that's got like 1.5 million views. It didn't for an entire year.
Oh yeah.
I made it and I was like, hey, Game of Thrones, this is popular, and it just sat there, and it got like I think like at most like 300 views. I was like, fuck. And
oh yeah.
But
to be clear.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. To be clear, I've been with you since that video. So yeah, I mean, I remember like that video had at first I think around 120,000 within a couple weeks.
Yeah,
or something like that.
It was insane. I was like, I made it, and then I made 2 other videos, the Departed video and the Black Panther video, over the course of maybe like 2 or 3 months. But of course, like they were like very low view. Like no one really saw them. They were like a couple hundred views each. And then I kind of like sat on it. I was like, I mean, like, I think I just got, it wasn't that like I got discouraged that I wanted to be like, I'm discouraged. It was more just, I just had other stuff going on. And it just kind of sat there. And I think at some point I was thinking about making another video eventually, just to like, just to kill time, just to do something creative. And all of a sudden the video just started getting views. It got picked up by the algorithm, and off we went. I was like, it was like surreal. I was like, what the fuck? But that kind of brings it to the first, when, like, I get the question out, like, hey, what's your advice to start a YouTube channel? And the shitty truth is that, the shitty truth is that, unfortunately, there's no path to success with it. I just got lucky. And people will say, it's like, well, but you made a good video. It's like, yes, but the only reason that got exposed, there are plenty of people who make excellent content on YouTube, but the only reason it doesn't get the light of day is because the algorithm, or who's ever running it, they just don't find it. So and like, once you kind of get your start, then you can kind of build your audience. But like that first bump that you need to kind of get in the game, if you will, to kind of get the algorithm to start playing ball, is just a luck of the draw. And that sucks, because it's, but.
I do remember, I think this was around the time where the Game of Thrones sort of backlash was very at its peak. So you could even say that the video really caught on, because that was just the perfect environment for that video to sort of catch on too. So I'm sure that a lot of it.
Well, that was the funny thing, is when I first uploaded it, I remember thinking like, oh, it's Game of Thrones. Like, everyone loves Game of Thrones. So people will, like, this will get a lot of play. And but I didn't realize, oh shit, that's actually, it's more of a negative video. It's like, hey, it's not, because like back in season 7 of Game of Thrones did get its share of backlash, but not nearly. A lot of it was retrospective.
Right.
When season 7 came out, most people were optimistic. There were a lot of hiccups. There were a lot of things we were kind of like about. But for the most, like, the whole White Walker storyline, when they go and get him, and the finale was kind of a letdown. But for the most part, when season 7 came out, most people were optimistic. People were sort of like, okay, it was a little rocky, but we're setting up the finale. We're kind of moving the chess pieces. It's going to be a little awkward because we're moving the chess pieces. We kind of have to get this going. But going into season 8, people were like, okay, this is it. This is what it's for. It's all gonna pay off. And then we saw how that turned out. But and then it was really sort of like retrospective that we look back at season 7 and we were like, I think a lot of us saw season 7 through rose-colored glasses, where there were a lot of problems, and there was a lot of issues with just the character writing and the character arcs and the way it was changing things. But a lot of us, I think, we were still, after season 6, because season 6 ended phenomenally. It has bump. Season 5 was sort of like, season 6 was, oh, and then season 7, I think a lot of fans wanted to believe, hey, no, it's good, we're good, but it's, right. It's like, but these things, like, no, it'll be fine. Season 8 will be great, but.
Well, so okay, I'm gonna try to kind of going back on track, because as much as I think your Game of Thrones videos go really in depth about those sort of flags and going to season 8, and I don't want to ruin that content for others to watch. I kind of want to, if it's okay, you mentioned the Black Panther video, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what I found interesting about that is that it was some of your work in which you sort of brought the issues of the real world out of it. So where your rewritings were focused very specifically, barring, Sansa with the whole situation about Bolton and that stuff. But generally, the Black Panther video was like, okay, here's the themes and here's what's wrong, but also here's how that relates to our real life, right? And with the Oscars, like that. So I was going to ask, because I noticed you sort of started branching out with that quite a bit as of late, not just with the male dating, but also the body transformation video. I would even say with the 13 Reasons Why video. So like, what sort of made you think, let's branch out from film and let's talk about real life?
What was so ironic about that is that it really was sort of a fluke. It was the fact that, and to kind of go back to, like, originally, my original point was like, the number one thing that I would tell people if they want to be a YouTuber is make videos you want to make. Don't worry about what the algorithm wants, because that, whether or not it gets picked up, that's out of your control. Unfortunately, it's sort of out of your control. So right. What you should do is just use it as a creative outlet. Just do fun stuff, share with your friends, have fun, and maybe it'll pick up. But if you go into it thinking, hey, I am going to be a YouTube star, what will inevitably happen is that you'll start to make content not necessarily that you want to make, but that you think the algorithm wants. And then, but it may not be stuff you actually really want to do. And then, and the worst thing is like, if the algorithm doesn't pick you up, then it feels like kind of like a waste because you made all these videos you don't even really like for no reason. If the algorithm does pick you up, then you found that audience of people who want you for this content that you don't even like making. So now you have an audience, but now you feel the pressure to make content that they want to see, not that you want to make. To wrap it around to your question, I actually didn't really feel that way. Originally, I kind of saw that it was originally going to be strictly writing. I really wanted to branch out from Game of Thrones. A lot of people, I think, when the channel was growing, a lot of people were thought I was more of just like a Game of Thrones YouTuber. And I was like, ooh, I don't really want to. Because after the Game of Thrones rewrite, I kind of said all I have to say about Game of Thrones. Like, it's after the finale comes out, which will come out in like 15 years at the pace I'm going. Now it's coming. Don't worry. But I was like, okay, I want to branch out from Game of Thrones. I want to talk about movies and TV. Social issues never really register with my mind. It's funny that you mentioned the Black Panther video because even I, at the time of making it, didn't realize. Oh, that is sort of like more of a. It's not really a writing critique. It's more of a social issues video. It was just kind of something in my head that I wanted to get out, and the same thing happened with the male body video. It wasn't really a. It was I had sort of like I felt like I had successfully gotten away from just being a Game of Thrones rewrite guy, and I was like I had some other essays, and it was like okay, this is cool. The Seinfeld one I really liked. The Last of Us 2 one I really liked. But the male body one, I remember I woke up, I was in bed with my girlfriend. I woke up, I saw my phone. There was that whole thing with Kumail and the steroid controversy. And I don't know what it was. I just like, you know what? I need to say something about this. And I was like, well, my girlfriend doesn't care. She's got other stuff. She has more important stuff to do. I guess I could call my mom, but that'd be kind of weird. It's like, oh, you know what? Fuck it. I'll make a YouTube video. And so I wrote it, put it up, and I didn't really think much of it. It got a decent number of views, and then the same thing with the Taisha one. It just blew the fuck up. So it wasn't, to answer your question, it really wasn't a matter of me thinking, oh, I want to branch out. It was more just, it really was sort of out of my control in the sense where it's just something I wanted to make and it got picked up randomly. So like if that video had never gotten picked up, I probably wouldn't have ever done the male dating video because it just, I would have been like, oh, I'm still doing writing. The male dating video and all this that's happening now was really sort of a, sort of like you led on, sort of a residual from the male body video blowing up. And which it's weird to think it only happened like 5 months ago. I'm like, holy shit. But and sorry to answer your question. I'm rambling. Sorry.
No. By all means, go ahead.
Yeah. So it wasn't, to answer your question, it really wasn't a deliberate, like, hey, I want to like rebrand myself. It was more of just like the algorithm kind of is the one who did it. It picked it up and I was like, oh, wow, people actually really like this. Hey, this is another issue I've been thinking about. How about this one? And people resonated with it. I'm like, oh, okay. And so now the channel's like an identity crisis where I feel like even I don't even know what the hell it's about.
That is pretty interesting too. I do love the fact I'll go through YouTube and I'll see, 3-act structure, and then there's like the male dating stuff, the male transformation, and like personally, I think it's awesome. And then you even go into like probably, what was that one? The Last of Us, the moral problems with fucking Joel, the good and bad side sort of thing going on. So like a lot of passion. I do notice a lot of passion with your work. Would you like maybe you want to talk a little bit about your process, like how do you, like your process of how you actually come to sort of think about what you put down, your writing process, like how do you do you when you make a video?
It's such a good question that you bring up. I have no idea. honestly, like, I try to think of like back when, like you mentioned, I don't remember why I did the Tyrion video. The Game of Thrones rewrite thing was after the Tyrion video. I was like, oh, you guys like Game of Thrones? Hey, why don't we do a Game of Thrones rewrite? This will be fun, and that carried along the channel. The One Fatal Flaw series wasn't like I sat down and like, hey, this is I need an idea for a new series. It was because I fucking hate Prisoners, that movie that like inspired the series, and I needed an excuse to kind of like make it. I mean, I could have just made like a regular essay, but I was like, oh, how can I make like a series out of this? I'm like, oh, One Fatal Flaw, cool. And then it made me and of course, the one episode of that gets the most views was the I Am Legend one, which was really the one that I didn't even feel the most like passionate about. That's what's just so like, I still felt that always bugged me about the movie, but the other ones I feel like I was like have been sitting in my head for like a long time. I need to get out. The I Am Legend one was more of one that was more. It was kind of there, but like wasn't as like that wasn't like, oh, I need to make this. And of course, that's the one that like blew up of all those videos. But yeah, to answer your question, I think really just a matter of I kind of just go with, hey, this is something I want to make. This is something I want to talk about, and I have this creative outlet to do it, and I can make a video on it, and that'll be fun. The one thing that I don't think about, and the one thing I really don't, and I'm kind of glad, in a sense, it's sort of like a pro and a con, in the sense that the channel is not pigeonholed, but the channel I don't really think has a brand, in the sense of, if someone were to ask me, what is your channel? Or if someone were to ask me like, Philosophy Tube. Oh, well, Philosophy Tube. Well, she makes videos about philosophical concepts in this particular style. What about Alan Thrall? Oh, well, he's a weightlifter. He makes videos about weightlifting and things related to it, eating. What is your channel about? I have writing reviews. I have media reviews. I have things about social issues. I have some essays that actually coincide them, like the Seinfeld one, the Black Panther one, that kind of like take media analysis, but then also social issues. And then I just have like, there's a video where I talk to a therapist and a Jehovah's Witness, an ex-Jehovah's Witness, and then there's shit posts about Kevin McAllister doing 9/11, and it's just like, I don't even know.
Yeah, I know that disparity is kind of but I think that if anything, that is kind of a brand, I guess.
Yeah,
I haven't met many YouTubers to do that. Maybe H Bomber Guy is kind of like that.
That's a good example. Yeah, he's someone who I was actually thinking about that the other day. You made a great point when I tried to think about him. Like, I feel like we talk about like a lot of bread tubers, Lindsay Ellis, Contra, Philosophy, they sort of filled their niche. H-Bomb, I feel like, is someone who is very sort of like, he did a pickup video. He did a video taking down climate change. He did a video. His most recent vaccine video was excellent. But then he'll do like his Ruby review, Pathologic review. And to your point, I actually like that. And it's funny because H-Bomb actually wasn't my biggest inspiration. It was mostly Lindsay Ellis. She was the person who I watched a lot of content and sort of felt that was the person whose content really inspired me the most. But I kind of feel like now that you're mentioning it, H-Bomb seems like that way too, where it's just like, you're gonna get something, whatever I'm feeling.
Whatever the fuck I want to do. Like, total off topic, but I gotta ask: are you gonna do music videos? I see the Taylor in your room, and we're all excited for it. Okay.
Oh,
they're all saying in the YouTube chat. I don't know if you knew that.
Well, we'll close the stream with some guitar playing. We did that last time and it was fun. We'll do like 20 minutes of that. That was fun. I got dinged. In my last Q&A, I played The A-Team by Ed Sheeran, and I got copyright claimed. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. I was like, I'm flattered. Like, I don't know how that works in terms of like, did it just like do it automatically? Did it read the song? Or did like a reviewer look at it and saw? I'm like, hey, you can't do that. I'm like, okay. But I was like, what the fuck? Of all the, it's funny because I had a member of my Discord message and we were talking about one of her videos got dinged. And she's like, oh, well, I used the clip from a movie. It's like, is it the clip or is it the audio? And she's like, oh, it's the audio. It's always audio. I have used like so many clips from video games, movies. It's always the audio, especially not even audio, but songs. I don't know why. That will fuck you up, and there's no way to get around it. Even if you're using it for like fair use purposes, like, hey, I'm comparing these two songs, or I'm analyzing it. Doesn't matter. They'll still. Right. We don't care. It's
right, because you're not going to fight it. There's no way. You're like, it's not worth the trouble to fucking fight that. It's like
I've tried it, and they're just like, it's like, hey, I'm making a video about this song. I can't not make it without the song. It's not the full song. I'm just using a little clip. I shifted the pitch. I'm not trying to like pass this off on my own. I'm giving credit. So this seems like it's in fair use. And then they get back to you like in like a month, and they're like, no. And then that's just how it goes. With media, with like movie clips, they don't really care if it's like, as long as it's like muted, they're usually cool with it. But yeah, songs it's just a bitch and a half. But sorry, tangent. Yeah, so like at the end of the stream, we can do like 20 minutes of guitar and just fuck around on it. But yeah, it's weird. I never really thought of it that way, in the sense of I am thankful that the channel isn't pigeonholed at all, so I can basically make whatever I want and people are still receptive to it. But I understand to some extent that does probably hurt my, you're not really finding a niche. Like if you find a niche, you're on like that'll get you. The only danger in that, and I'm even if I did find a niche, maybe the channel would have grown larger. But the reason I am kind of thankful it didn't go in that direction is because I would be afraid if down the line, maybe like in a year or so, what if I became the Game of Thrones guy, and now I'm like getting sick of Game of Thrones? Like I said all I want to say about it, but now people are like, hey, when's the next Game of Thrones video coming out? What are you going to do next? I'm like, okay, I guess I'll find something. But if it's not something I want to do, then now it feels like a job. Now it doesn't feel like a creative outlet. Now it feels like I have to do this because this is for the channel. And you don't want, that's what, a lot of people say that like about writing. It's like once you start getting paid for it, it ruins it. Not in and of itself, but because it kind of, once you get the financial incentive and the audience, then they sort of have a control over your artistic expression. It kind of feels like they have a say. You're not just doing whatever you want. You're kind of being dictated by your audience in a way. Not like straight on pressure, but just sort of like auxiliary in a way. And that can kind of suck the joy out of it. It sort of feels more like work than it is just artistic expression.
It's great that you have like and that's kind of like not having a pigeonhole in it per se, and just doing what you desire. Mm-hmm. It also means that the people that you're going to be keeping around aren't interested in just the topic, but the way that you go about a topic, like the actual channel. And so I think that's a lot more. There's a lot more longevity there, I feel.
That's a good point. Almost like more of like a personality as opposed to a niche topic. The channel is more about the personality as opposed to like whatever topic it's on.
Yeah.
Because like there are some like you come across. Oh, it's funny now that weird segue. Do you know those videos where it'll be like basically people will just like take questions from Reddit and they'll just put them into a YouTube video and they'll like do like a robot voice to read them.
Oh yeah.
And these videos like get hundreds of thousands of views because they are interesting, but like they get like hundreds of thousands of views for doing like very little work. And and it was funny because one of the top comments was on one of the videos was like, hey, I bet you never realized that every time you see one of these, it's from a different account. And I go back and I realize there's like dozens of accounts that do this exact same thing. And it's kind of like, oh, so these people are getting views and they're getting traffic, but not because they're of the personality. There's no one behind the camera. It's because of the product in the way, the niche. It's like, hey, I like these Reddit videos, but the person behind who's doing it, the personality, doesn't really exist. And for some people, it's not really. That's not what they want. They want to do that. They don't want to like be a personality, and that's fine. But I've realized there's like a big difference between people coming for like the personality of the YouTuber and people coming for more of like the topic of the content in a way.
Right. Like there's always that mix, I feel, like that aesthetic to the actual content, right? So like a good weird example, since you brought up the Reddit thing, is I don't know if you ever heard of the YouTuber Zero Lenny.
Zero Lenny. Why does that sound familiar?
You ever heard of maybe the Dark Souls experience, the Bloodborne experience? He uses the Reddit robot voice, right? Which is, it's a staple of a lot of those Reddit accounts, but he's playing like Dark Souls with a broken sword and trying to beat it.
Who do I watch? I watch Democracy. I like him. Who do I watch? What's his who's like the big Dark Souls streamer?
Oh, that video, maybe? Or we're talking about the guy with the glasses, Otstarva, maybe?
Yeah, he's like the big one. Like he's always just doing like different runs.
Squilla Killer.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like, and it's funny. I never realized I've played this game a million times, but like, I don't understand why I continually enjoy watching this dude play it like 5,000, like God knows how many times he does it with like different stipulations and all that. Like, right. This doesn't make sense, but I like it.
Yeah, and that's kind of that sort of mix of like, content. Yeah, it's very popular. And then there's also the personality behind it, like who's behind it, the way they actually go about the topic, things like that. Actually, okay, now we're on that point, because I wanted to ask about this. I know you kind of answered this already, but I kind of wondered if you ever thought about going like debates against people who sort of, about like the whole male dating. That was the only part I wanted to bring up. Like, you ever thought about debating people that are very much like, oh yeah, fucking Neil Strauss was never wrong and everything he said was perfect? Like, ever thought about going against someone like that?
I'll be totally honest, and this is like, I'll admit this, and I hate to admit it, but this is completely true. Part of the reason that I wanted to do the Q&A is when we did the first one, I was like, hey man, if you have any questions, but I think I announced to the Discord, I was like, look, if any of you fuckers disagree with me, please come on, because I don't mean to say that like in a bad way. All the conversations we've had have been fantastic, and they've been great, and they've been positive. But there is a part of me that like wants to like do like, because I actually really got into one of my favorite YouTubers is like Destiny. He was someone who I not only did I love his shit, but he's someone I think really he had a debate with, I think it wasn't Vosh. I like Vosh too. It's funny. I love Vosh, even though I like politically, I don't even think we're probably like a little bit, but like he's probably like way farther left of me. But I still love his shit.
Right. I mean, they're married. They're divorced, but like you still love both of them.
Oh,
right?
The whole Vosh Destiny
yeah.
arc, I'm like obsessed with. Their like relationship and how it all, and like the feuds and everything, and like I've watched their Kyle Rittenhouse debate like 5 times. And I know everything. I know all the positions and like everything that happens, but like I just can't get enough of it. What was funny about that was when I was watching Destiny, who was I talking to? Oh no, it was with Vosh. He was talking about, and this was before I kind of came up with my channel. Destiny was talking about how when he is looking at his audience, he's very conscious of what direction they're going in. If he sees that his audience is ContraPoints actually pointed this out too, where she really pulled a lot of people from the alt-right, but then she realized, oh wait a minute, hang on, am I pulling them from the alt-right, like the far right, and just sending them to the far left? because Contra is more of like a middle road. She's more like a lib, I guess, like just sock
Yeah.
maybe. Like she's more of like, she's not like super like, the serfs or like, thoughts like, she's more, I think, even keeled, like more, I would say, like more line up with me in like sort of like a middle ground.
Right.
However, she was conscious of like, hey, I'm glad I pulled you away from the far right, but am I pushing you? Am I leaving you kind of like out in the wilderness to be picked up by the far left, who I also don't agree with? And maybe
Right.
it's not as bad as like vitriolic, but it's still not good because we're not really,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like swapping out a Nazi flag for a fucking Soviet Union flag.
Yeah,
Like,
and it's like, do tankies have as much like political power or like influence in our nation or like the world? No, but it's still not good because we still want to, like, if people are like, with my people who watch me, another thing I like is that people tend to tell me when I'm wrong. Like they'll I like that I don't just have like mindless followers. Like if like people will like say like, hey, I love these videos, but this one I did not agree with you at all. And sometimes, like, me being the ego idiot I am, I can be like, well, and like I'll try to like defend myself, even if like the next morning I'm like, oh shit, they were correct. I should have just backed off. It's like my ego talking. But in retrospect,
Right.
I'm like, I actually really liked it. I appreciate that a lot of you guys, when you do disagree with me, I like that. Like I like it that the fact that like, hey, it's not just people like whatever this person says, the YouTuber says goes, and I'll just follow you. It's like because it feels like you're actually having a conversation and an actual discourse about media or topics or whatever, and not just, hey, here's a thing I believe, and then everyone's just like, yay, I agree, totally, 100%. And then like, because like the next day you'll say something opposite, and they'll also be like, yes, I agree, also. But to go back to with Destiny, what he sort of I pulled from him was that he was very conscious of the direction my audience is going. Are they going too far right? Are they going too far left? Are they getting a little bit too edgy? Are they making like, because like I'm a fan of edgy jokes, but like, is it getting to a point where it's kind of it's veering off into a weird spot? Is it getting to the point where actually, we're just joking, right? And they're like, yeah, totally, and
right.
and like you don't want that, so you kind of have to like bring them back, like, hey, maybe I should lay off the edginess, like. But then again, if your audience is getting a little bit too maybe stale, maybe a little bit too maybe like bring back some like the fun elements. And I really resonate with that. I was like, I actually want to, I really want to emulate that. I want to be very engaging. I want to sort of have not really a control of my audience, not like to control what they think and like group think, but more if I come across someone who is like totally out of the realm, who is like just like, again, like if on my Last of Us 2 video, I think there were people who were like this is trans agenda being pushed. It's like I'll respond to them and be like, this
Right.
isn't really. I'll try to like reason with them, but eventually I'll just be like, I just don't think this is the place for you because this isn't. I mean, you can watch if you want, but this is not like we are not on the same wavelength, and I don't really think you're gonna really. I'm sure there are channels who you'll fit in with great, but like especially this community, the people here watching what we're talking about, just from my chat, Kawata, control the framing, not the conversation. Perfect. If we come in with like nuance, come in with more of a place of like, hey, let's actually find a solution instead of just stick to your guns and never fold. And that's because that sort of stuff, no matter what side of the aisle you're on, if you're not willing to change your mind on anything or like certain things, then why even have the discussion? What are we trying to do here?
Yeah. And sort of, okay, kind of going around that, kind of like talking about that, right? You mentioned it just a little bit ago about how, give me a second here. One of the things that you were talking about was how Destiny will sort of like look over his crowd and sort of have that understanding of like where they're going, left or right, having that sort of awareness. And I think that like one thing I love about him, which I could imagine with you, is that Destiny is an asshole, but in a really fun and engaging way. And what I mean by that is that he absolutely will try reasoning with someone being fair, but then like when you're a Nazi and you try going jazz as a bastardization of the waltz, I feel like you're the type of person that's like, whoa, that's some stupid shit, and I'm going to call it out right now. That's why I've always been interested, sort of like wanted to ask you about that, because I think that you're very upfront. I've noticed that. And so like just wondered, like, do you think you'd ever, like, how would you imagine doing debates if you could do it in any dream, any way you could have it? What type of debates would you want to have?
Oh, basically just tearing apart red pill shit.
Okay,
like,
perfect.
Almost primarily. Like, who was it? I might actually hit him up. I've been considering this. I might do it. That idiot entrepreneurs in cars, Ricky, whatever the fuck. He's like, it sucks. So like his channel's kind of cool. Like he talks about like cars and like financial tips. Like okay, and then he'll just have like 5 videos that just like rag on single mothers, and it's like okay. And there was a TikToker. I saw a video. I forget what it was. Here, actually, let me see if I can find it. There was a TikToker, who started kind of like shitting on his videos because they are trash. Most of his shit about single moms, and I literally put in entrepreneurs in cars, and the auto population was entrepreneurs in cars, single moms. So yeah, I think we can kind of tell that he has a little bit of a chip.
Well, they're just using him for his.
Yeah, that's a little. It kind of reminds me of Kevin Samuels. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but
oh, we've been talking about him in my Discord a little bit. He's just he's ridiculous. He's just he's like entertaining, but like at the same time, it's like, oh yeah, right. Undead Chronic, that little pussy. He commented on my dating video and was like, oh, another person doesn't understand dating dynamics, and I was like, hey man, do you want to like chat sometime? We can talk. And then he ran away. He was cowardly. Me and my mod Mountie, we were like having a ball, just like fucking with him, because his channel is like, that's just straight up vitriol. It's just like feminism is like cancer, women are whores. That's like one of the more like what's the word I'm looking for?
Extreme, maybe?
Or like I differentiate between like more like pleasant like red pill, where it's like, oh no, it's just self-improvement. It's just like we're trying to help guys, but also kind of like under the radar, we're like giving them some like very stupid ideas. Undead Chronic's just a piece of shit. Like he's just like his channel is just like women are whores. Never like it's just straight up vitriol. Okay, here it is. Hang on. I'm on the wrong screen. Let me put it over here. Where is it?
Oh, you trying to send me this right now?
Oh no, not send you, but this is the video I was talking about. Okay. Here it is. You can't really see him. Here, if I can move it over. Yeah, the Sam Eagle from the Muppet Show looking motherfucker. Basically this dude on TikTok apparently was like shitting on him because like, you know, he just tearing apart his like shitty rhetoric. And then he like defended and was like, he said something like, hey, if anyone ever wants to come on my show on Mondays, do it. And I was like, okay, I want to talk to you about single mothers, because I'm more just like dude, it's like, I know you want to like be like you say you're level headed, but like you understand like you come off like super unhinged when it comes to like some of this shit, and like the logical fallacies, it's just kind of pathetic. But actually, hang on, let me see if I can find it. Because like I'm serious though, this is like 100%. Like look at this shit. 1 second, let me get it up online. But yeah, no, I would just love to do that, because a lot of it, and again, it's not even that like some of the stuff is like, it more just like pisses me off how I feel like I kind of have that like vibe of Destiny, in the sense of like, it's like, oh, you're fighting for this cause. It's like, it's not really that. It's like every time I hear stupid shit, I just want to like, no, that's not. Like,
back up. Like, can we go over what you just said here? Like,
yeah, this is not correct. You understand that, right? Like, it's just like whenever I hear like bad arguments, that kind of bugs me. Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at this. Like, I'm not just making fun. I'm serious. But yeah, I was like, oh, hey, if you want someone to come on, I'll reach out. Fuck it. I'll reach out to him. Let's see if he wants to do it on a Monday, one of his shows. Yeah, this entrepreneurs and cars idiot. Yeah, 100%. He looks exactly like Sam Eagle from the Muppet Show. I think it's the glasses. It makes it look like he has like the unibrow. And that's all I can see now. And I can't take anything. I didn't take anything he said seriously before, but now I just can't. Now it's impossible. If he did end up accidentally saying something that was like not stupid. But yeah, maybe I'll hit him up. But yeah, no, it's funny because when it first started, I was like, please, someone. I begged. I was like, please, someone come on and try to defend, because there's a lot of people in my comments, during the male dating video who were like, hey, you misrepresented Jordan Peterson on, in regard to enforced monogamy. And I tried to be like, so like, even if like I understand enforced monogamy doesn't mean like, hey, you like round people up and force them to marry. I understand that. It's socially enforced. That's stupid too. That's really bad, and that's only going to lead to bad things. And every time I press someone on it, I'm like, hey, do you want to come on and we can talk about it? And they never do. And I'm like, please, I want to like destroy the whole argument around enforced monogamy, because I feel like it's just, ugh. It's such a stupid argument.
I don't think you're gonna see, unfortunately, the people who make like really shitty comments like that on YouTube tend to be not the best people to argue those points anyways. That's what sucks about that. I mean, not that I'm saying like a Mike PA version would be any better, but at least like over like a streamer that does it, at least you can like have some fun. Like, that's going to be an hour and a half conversation. Like, you get like some random YouTube or 4chan commenter about like why I think single mothers don't deserve a guy. You're not going to get any quality conversation, I don't think.
Well, the funny thing is that I almost get angry at that too. I think Destiny has done this before, and I get angry at it too. Is when I'm like arguing with someone or like about a certain topic, and it's like, you ever get that feeling in your head? It's like, you're so bad at this. I could make a better case for your position than you can.
Oh, 100%.
And it's like, why is that the case? I think this is stupid, and yet I could defend it better than you. Like, what are you doing? Why are you even here? What are you even trying? Like, it's like you're almost hurting your cause, because you're like fighting for this cause, whether it's like enforced monogamy or like red pill, but you come off it like such a lunatic that you're actually hurting your cause, because you're making them look. I see this a lot with like this actually happened a lot with like feminism, where the sense of like, hey, I actually agree with it, but like you should not be the spokesperson, because you're making us all look insane.
Right. Yeah, and I'll admit, like, 5 or 6 years ago when that was a big thing, I definitely was against feminism, but in like retrospect, like looking back, had nothing to do with like the basic ideas or like the reasonable arguments. It's just that the only time I heard it was like people screeching over Twitter about it, and it was, or Tumblr, and the points there just were completely left field.
Oh, so here we. Oh, sorry, I didn't interrupt you, but I have someone in my comments who's, again, big brain take, is the argument that all social enforcement is bad. That's just plain stupid. I mean, come on, man. We'll talk about it, and I can tell you how. Like, that's what I mean. It's like they hear, like, is all social enforcement stupid? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
That sounds good. I'll be like an impromptu moderator. I am so down to hear this shit.
It's just like, enforced monogamy is one of those things where it's like, again, it kind of goes back to that discussion. If you were here earlier when we were talking female dating strategy or red pill, I think porn is bad in many ways. It can be very destructive for people's like perception of sex and like intimacy and stuff like that. The industry does have a lot of avenues for abuse and exploitation, and it makes it very easy given the nature of the work and sort of people's perception of it. I think those are like valid reasons to critique it. However, then there are people who will sort of argue at a weird point. They'll be like, it's like, well, porn is immoral. And it's like, okay, now we're kind of, and they'll never actually like say it outright. They'll kind of dance around it. They'll say it's like, well, it's immoral. It's not. it's like, okay, can we like, let's break this down. Like, tell me how you really feel about it. Like, do you think it's just like disgusting? Do you think people who engage in it are disgusting? Because then we can actually discuss that. But you don't want to lock yourself down to a position, because if you do, then you have to defend it. If you never lock yourself down to a position, you can always duck and weave and sidestep and whatnot.
Right. Like this is weird, right? Because a lot of like college work I did was actually on like porn, its effects, and things like that. And so a lot of the things that people find attractive in porn, long story short, are right now kind of socially enforced. And so when you say that something's immoral about porn, most people, if you actually pin them down in a position, they have to start generalizing huge parts of our social construct if you're trying to say that porn is immoral, because it's in many ways it's almost like an insult to what you find interesting in dating. When you actually break it down and shit.
It's so funny you mentioned that, because that's actually one of the arguments I run into, the tactics I run into all the time if I'm talking to someone and YouTube comments about enforced monogamy. It always goes like this. I understand that enforced monogamy is not about forcing people to marry. It's about social enforcement of monogamy, to sort of like socially encourage it. However, the issue there is that inevitably, and we've seen this happen, it's still happening today, that will inevitably lead to the shaming of alternative lifestyles. So now it's like we're in a situation where people, like, if a woman isn't married or a man isn't married by like their mid-30s, it's sort of seen as, oh, what's wrong with you? Like, that's not good, even though there's nothing wrong with that. Or this is why people like really are sort of like grossed out by like open relationships, polygamous relationships. And so I say this, I'm like, yeah, it's like, there's nothing wrong with monogamy. Monogamy has a lot of benefits. We can preach monogamy. It's like, hey, these are the benefits of it. And if you want to do it, that's fine. That's not socially enforcing it. It's just, hey, this is a good option. You should do it if you want. We're letting people have some control. When we talk about social enforcement, that will inevitably come with some sort of shaming of the opposition, of polygamy, or like, having children out of wedlock. Now, there are downsides to it, but those aren't things I think we should necessarily shame. I think that can actually be very bad. The number one thing I always hear when people say this, always, shame isn't inherently bad either. I think I was just getting to you, Offbeat Rock, because I'm about to destroy your position. Yes, shaming is a social tool. It depends on what you shame. If we're shaming, so to Offbeat Rock, because you're about to throw this out, I'm going to tell you your position, because, again, I can actually debate it better than you can. The thing I always hear is like, well, I mean, yeah, we should enforce monogamy. Like, we shame cheating, don't we? We shame infidelity, right? You don't think we shouldn't shame cheating? And this is like the number one thing. The reason we shame cheating is not because you're fucking someone else. It's because you're betraying the trust of your partner.
Right. It's manipulation and lying to somebody.
Exactly.
And I feel that can actually hurt like in a society much larger than whether you want to fuck one or two people.
Exactly.
Those are completely different, black and white.
Cheating is something we shame, but it's because of the betrayal. It's because of the mistrust. It's not because of the sex. You can be in an open marriage and fuck other people, and everyone, and like your wife and everyone's on board, and it's cool. Like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone's consenting. Everyone's chill with it. Great. However, it's when people say, yeah, we should shame things like cheating or promiscuity. And then I that's the point where I'm like, oh, hang on. The fact that you're wrapping in cheating with promiscuity is very, very telling.
Right.
Because you're combining, because now, and this is like, it's very under the radar. It's like they're why is betraying trust shameworthy? Thank you, Offbeat Rock, for showing everyone just how stupid you are. Why is betraying trust shameworthy? I don't know, Offbeat Rock. Can you think in your head? Sorry, I shouldn't respond to them. I don't want to take my time.
No. Honestly, this is it's truly enjoyable. So like one thing that I kind of consider this, and I haven't always used this argument when it comes to this shit, but something you should always consider is that when someone talks about, hey, shame isn't always bad in society, right? The question you can ask them is like, okay, is shaming somebody for things like murder, is that more important than shaming someone for like having promiscuity, open consent, stuff like that, right? Because the reason that question's important is because either A, they go, no, you should shame both, okay? I think if they say shame both at the same level, you're showing their ignorance just with that answer. You can
That's
say
a
right?
that's a bad faith. It's the person knowing you're right, not wanting to concede the point, because if they do, you're going to like lock them into the
Right.
inconsistency in their position. And you're offbeat rock. You're cornered, and so resort to ad hominem. Yeah, and then of course
Right.
then they get butthurt, and then they give up. Offbeat rock.
Right.
The invitation's still open. I'll stay on. Mountie and I were gonna hop on as the last caller. I'm sure Mountie would be willing to push his spot back if you want to come on and debate. I have a feeling you're not going to do that though. It's open. Come on the Discord. Sorry, but yeah. So
No.
it's so people try to do that. They are like, hey, cheating and promiscuity. It's like, you understand that like there's an element here with cheating that we're not shaming the sex, we're shaming the mistrust. With promiscuity, if you're a single person, you're fucking a lot of people, and everyone's consenting. There's nothing. What are we shaming about that? And so the underlying, like sort of like sneaking in there, is that if you do that, that is shameworthy. And it's like, okay, we need to break down why you think fucking a lot of people is shameworthy, and like that's when you get to the root of the issue. But no one wants to just come out and say, yeah, I think people who sleep around a lot are terrible people, because then they sound like they're nuts. And like, well, yeah, totally. And
Yeah, no, and then that's where it is. You hit like their insecurity, because that's what that really is at the end of the day. They're just like, that's how maybe I'm an asshole, but I feel like when somebody is not willing to admit that promiscuity cheating's the same thing, it's because it's so associated in their head from probably some bad experience with a girlfriend who like cheated on someone who was like, I don't know, more attractive or some shit. And they're just like, okay, anyone who sleeps around is just someone who's cheating and terrible and all that. And then that's where you're like, again, I feel like it's one of those things where if you just let them talk, holy shit, they show themselves.
It was so funny because I actually had someone on the chat a couple of weeks ago, but it was something recently that Destiny said, and it was one of his more recent videos, and he said, "Hey, no, we weren't talking about forced monogamy. We're talking about enforced monogamy." Or maybe you're right. Maybe I'm not listening. My apologies. Destiny said, the way I can tell if someone is bad faith is if I'm trying to like set up an analogy and they just are they are immediately combative. So like, hey, so we agree that the sky is blue. And then the person will say, well, for some people, if they're blind, it's like, okay, well, this person clearly is. It seems like we're not like you're like with the most bare assumptions. Now you're already being combative. It doesn't seem like you actually want to find common ground here. It seems like you just want to. You're never going to concede any point if you're not going to concede something silly like, hey, the sky is blue, right? It's like, well, actually, let's break that down. And it's like,
they're either bad faith or their viewpoint is so disanalogous to yours, or maybe that's not the word for it, but their viewpoint is such a different perspective than yours that there's really no hope in a conversation anyways.
Exactly. But yeah, to answer your better question, I would love to do like just bring people on. It's hard to find. Like, I think maybe I have to like actually reach out to like bigger like YouTubers, creators who actually like can actually, because like you get someone on from like the comments and they come on, they start making stupid points, and it's almost like, okay, this isn't even fun. This is just boring. Like your argument's so bad that it's just like you're hurting your own position because you sound like a lunatic. But yeah, I would love to do that. Yeah, you know what? You've inspired me. I'm gonna hit up Entrepreneurs in Cars and see if I can go on a show and then ask him up. I'll ask him about his like weird things about like single. If a woman is raising a single child, it's like, well, she should have known that the guy was gonna leave her. Like, it's her fault for marrying a dirtbag. It's like, well, we'll just find any way to blame the woman, won't we? And that's sort of
sounds like Offbeat Rocks.
Yeah.
Maybe he's gonna support him. I don't know.
But yeah, man, that would be I'm a huge fan of like Destiny and Vosh. Like, that'd be a blast. So hopefully we can find some people. You've inspired me. I can't wait.
Yeah. Okay, good. Well, I mean, shit. I think we went over quite a bit everything I wanted to.
Yeah, I think we gotta wrap up. But come on, sometime, dude. This is a blast, man. That was fun.
Yeah. No. I appreciate the time. Thanks for start going over that stuff. And yeah. Have fun with the red pill.
Yeah. Oh, it's already been a blast. It's been fun.
All right. Take care, man.
All right. Thanks, man. You too. Yeah, it's fun. Destiny was like one of the big guys that I sort of started watching before I really was even like political. It was more I just kind of like seeing him just like roast idiots. But yeah, Offbeat Rock. If you really want to debate the point, come on Discord. I mean, you see me. I'm pretty like I'm like shitting on you in chat because you're doing it in chat. If you come on Discord and we talk, like I'm far more charitable. So, oh yes, perfect. Nope, Ultra Black. Was just about to hit you up. You good to go? Perfect. We got the next guy. I was about to hit up Ultra Black. This one I'm very excited about because this is something that I want to talk about, or I wanted to. It was something that was kind of missing from the video that I really want to touch on. All right, here you go, Ultra Black. Ultra? Hello, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. I know that you were scheduled for an earlier slot. It was Mick and Matt. They had hit me back and they were like, "Oh, we could do it earlier," and so and I really wanted to get them in so we could announce the.
Nah, you're
thing.
good, man.
But
You're
thank you so much.
100% good. Yeah, I was listening to all the conversations for sure. Yeah. So no, I was listening to your other conversation on Kevin Samuels and the red pill and stuff like that. And I would like to say I do appreciate your work because I think escaping the red pill is kind of like it was kind of life changing because it's something you think that's for you and that's for your betterment, but you realize it's kind of very toxic and manipulative. And I was, and on the black side of things, I don't know if you heard many things about it, but would you like to hear a different perspective on Kevin Samuels and, being a black person looking at Kevin Samuels and how the black community responds to Kevin Samuels, basically?
Well, yeah, actually, the reason I had brought up before, one of the comments I got from the video was that, like, hey, you kind of came at it from a, you didn't really touch upon, like, hey, how race can play into dating dynamics, whether it's if you're black or Asian, and how it can change a lot of the dynamics, or even outside of heterosexual relationships. I stuck to mostly my own experience. But the reason I really did that was because I didn't have a frame of reference. Like, I could say, like, hey, it's harder for, Asian men or black men, but like it wasn't personal. It would be like a white dude just like it felt like I felt like I was a white dude lecturing, as opposed to, hey, I like to leave this for someone who can actually give an actual perspective so it's more personal, so it's more authentic.
For sure, man. Yeah, it is all about that, basically, the kind of perspective of, you might not know what's on the other side, basically. And that's okay. Like, some things you just don't know. There's like an infinite amount of knowledge out there, and you only can deal with so much. What I'm saying, and being educated about, black dating is, not exactly going to be your forte if you're white. What I'm saying? So, on that note, black dating is kind of like, it's the struggle right now in the black community, as far as like men are claiming that the black women are strong-headed, basically, and that they act like men, and basically, it's kind of like the same kind of argument that the white community is having, that women want to be like men and be aggressive, be dominant, that sort of thing. But black women, as you know, are very very strong-minded individuals, and they're not up for debates. They're more about action, for for sure. But I came here to say I would beg to differ, and the black community kind of black men idolize Kevin Samuels and thought he was correct. Basically, they thought that he was that kind of, old school conservative black man. Basically, he wants to unify the black family, but not all things were, peaches and cream like, he said it was. And one thing that, I was looking at Kevin Samuels for is that, oh yeah, okay, cool. He's putting, black women in their place, and that was my thought process at the time because, I was getting kind of frustrated with dating black women at the time. But I had to realize that he's an idiot and he's really a clout chaser. So like he was telling I don't know if you saw the video, but he was telling one woman that because she was looking for a six-figure man that she needs to stop looking for six-figure men and not look for somebody that's a low-level worker or something like that, because if she doesn't, then she's gonna die alone.
Hmm.
Yeah, and I was like, wow, that's kind of a really strong argument. And he's also on that kind of enforced monogamy, kind of thing, where it was just like not just enforced monogamy, but he also promoted polygamy if you're a six-figure man or above. He was also on the notion of like, if you make a certain amount of money, then you can't expect your man to stay single, basically, because he has so many options. And and I was looking at it, I was like, oh yeah, that sounds about right. Like if you have this amount of money, then yeah, you could support this many different women and they shouldn't have no say so about it. And that was like my thought process. And I was just like, wow, it's crazy in these communities how like a kind of radical idea would be, seen as cool or seen as regular when, we had a lot more wholesome things going on back in the day, in the 50s, 60s, 70s, with black families, because, black families are, fairly unified back in the day, but they also had like, they had a lot of abuse. They left women without anything to leave for. These are the same arguments that, they played after World War II, basically, that women didn't have any income to basically stand up for themselves. So with the black family, we stayed a lot more unified than white families back then, because of feminism, and women were kind of taking hold. So with so he kind of goes back into that and was like, men are supposed to be the center focus of the family and nothing else, and that's how it should be. And women should bow down to that, basically. And as a young black man, I was like, oh yeah, yeah, he's really giving it to her. And even older black men were like, yeah, he's awesome. And then I had to come to my senses, man, like, cause I had to realize it was very toxic, and I wasn't gonna get any pussy that way, man. Like it's not cool at all. And of course it's misogynistic, that's obvious. But like when you go into like a woman should be submissive no matter what, like that, what if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? What if you're leading them in the wrong direction and they actually have knowledge about a given topic or a given situation?
It's
Um,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
go
just
ahead.
to touch on that point. It's funny because you mentioned that like you were I'm not gonna get laid this way, but also that's misogynistic. That's actually what I try to tell some guys, where it's like, look, you shouldn't believe in this stuff because it's like just bad, like it's just like toxic, and like you shouldn't do it. However, if that's like not convincing enough, let's say I'm just trying to talk to you like, hey, you're just trying to get laid. It turns out that going on a date with a woman and just opening with like, yeah, I think men should be in charge of the household, that women should keep their mouth shut and just like follow my lead. That's actually not the best way to start a conversation with a woman, which is and saying that like some guys like don't really register that, and it's like did you actually like there's we had some people on our Discord who would like they would like they would say like, yeah, I'm having trouble with women, and it's like, okay, let's talk about it. It's like, let's discuss and like let's figure it out, like how'd your dates go. And very quickly, not with all of them, like some of them we actually like did a great job and like they got confidence and got tips, but then others, they started talking about like their general opinion of women, and like how they felt about like the roles of like of the home and like the man's role in the relationship. And it was like, oh, okay, so we should fix this first. We should, I mean, like, hit the gym, get a good outfit, and like we'll work on your conversation and confidence. But like maybe we should like change your entire outlook on how relationships are supposed to work before you try to get in one, because
Right.
that's just not a
Right.
good
No,
idea.
yeah, no, that's 100% correct. I had to get my mind out of the gutter, because women aren't just a piece of meat. You know what I'm saying? Like it kind of stems from that kind of, and I would say this is kind of toxic masculinity as like young men. You know, as young men, we're like, oh yeah, let's, fuck, this bitch, and it's like the cool thing to do. You know, we move out of that kind of like rom-com style of things to, oh, let's actually, do nasty things with these girls, and they're our playground to play in, basically. And that's the idea that we have like since high school, and that kind of mentality, still carries on. And you have to realize that women have feelings, they have emotions, they have a wide variety of emotions that men can't even comprehend. So it just takes some leveling to actually try to comprehend and actually try really actually speak to a woman, and don't act like they're just speaking nonsense, like actually have, true communication, because either party can be wrong. While I agree, like, I think some feminism is actually really good. I am actually more, a little bit more for feminism, but not the hardcore feminism where it's like we hate men, because I feel like that's also the same problem, like you said, with like the female dating strategies. When you take the whole thing of men suck, or women suck, it just becomes toxic, and it just makes it a toxic environment. And you brought up a great point where it's like it's the framing and not the conversation that kind of carries the thing. Just true understanding and empathy could carry a long way, from good talking points, because I feel like a lot of these people, they just stay in their bubbles, and don't actually try to look outside and look for different perspectives. And where I came to my senses is that I asked many different perspectives, and I asked many different women about their takes on it, about like polygamy, that sort of thing, like what it would be like to be a man with six figures and just take care of a woman that doesn't make that type of money. I had to, I took all those questions into consideration. Would I actually, find like love, that sort of thing? And that's where, we kind of, I kind of started to wane a little bit against the, kind of red pill situation. But, it goes even deeper than that, because there's even deeper communities within the black community, because Kevin Samuels is kind of just the forefront. He's like the popular guy
Mhm.
as far as like kind of, pushing that narrative. But there are other guys, and I would like to, and you can look him up. His name is Marquette, and he has a channel called Saints and Sinners. And he has a whole debate, and I went from kind of Kevin Samuels. I didn't really like him all too much. I couldn't dig into him. It's like, he wasn't my niche. But with Marquette, I finally found my niche. And this guy, man, like he's a beast. Like he's a whole other dimension of red pill ideology.
Wait,
Like he,
sorry,
yeah,
Saints
go
and
ahead.
Sinners on YouTube.
Yeah, Saints and
I
Sinners.
I
He's
just
a whole other beast.
I just put it in. I didn't find anything. Let me see.
Yeah,
Is it like
Saints and Sinners.
is it like
Yeah, you
Saints
can look up Marquette.
ampersand or
No, no, it's just Saints and Sinners, just all one word.
oh Saints Saints. Damn, I can't Saints and I can't type for shit. And I don't know why I'm so bad at this today. Saints and Sinners. Oh, is it the Saint and the Sinner?
Yeah, Saint and the
Oh,
Sinner.
okay.
Black guy with bald head.
Yes. Hang on, let me find.
Yeah.
Let me pull this up, just because I'm a little curious. Um. So you would say this guy is good, or
Ah man, like no, this guy is the worst. Like he's the worst type of guy. And like the thing is, I know I have fell in love with his ideologies. Like I was really convinced by what he was selling. Like he was so good at selling snake oil. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he was so good at selling that idea that he had me actually believing, like me believing it. I actually follow, like I even subscribed to him on Patreon, that sort of thing. And one video I think you should definitely check out is he has an argument with a feminist from Canada, and it's probably one of the most interesting videos I've ever seen in my life, because they have a back and forth about the whole like kind of there's a big thing in the black community where they say like in the 90s, you know, the crack epidemic, right? I know, you know, you live in Chicago and stuff like that. That caused the forefront of single mothers in the black community, a whole bunch of them. And so they kind of blamed that and said like women terribly led our young men into incarceration basically, and in stupid places basically. And he blamed the whole foundation on that on women basically.
Idiots like this, like it's so funny because they like to like pretend like they're like these like scientific gods. Ironically, all of their arguments are almost completely unscientific. So for example, I've heard this a lot on I've heard this before a lot too. It's like, hey, did you know that children who grow up with single mothers do worse in school than children who don't, or who don't who have two parents households? It's like, okay, so why do you think that is? And then like a lot of these idiots will be like, well, it's because obviously single mothers, they must be bad, they must be doing something wrong. It's like, or maybe the fact that kids are growing up in a single income household as wages are stagnating and the cost of living is going up.
Yes.
We know that like poverty can like have extreme effects on people, on
Exactly.
kids, not just in terms of in grades, personal development, just in
Morality.
terms of stress. It can just like if like you're always have this weight on your shoulder of like living paycheck to paycheck, that can even if like you're not getting evicted, like you're actually like making rent and stuff, just like that sort of like that little weight on your shoulder of like living paycheck to paycheck can have a tremendous effect on you, as opposed to someone who's like got a very large safety net of like a lot in savings and stuff like that. And yet these guys, they never talk about that. Oh yeah, all those things are like the mass incarceration, putting black men in jail for like like a 3 grams of weed, and they give them like a 5-year sentence. Like, yeah, I'm sure that had nothing to do with the situation. They just take a single thing, they take a single statistic. No scientist does that. No scientist takes a single statistic and then extrapolates it into a conclusion. That is the most unscientific thing I've ever heard in my life. They take one statistic, they put it side by side with like 50, 100 other statistics, and then it creates an entire picture about what's happening in society. But these guys, and they come from this, it's like, we're just talking about statistics. No, you're citing one statistic and then attributing to it a ridiculous ideology that is based on nothing.
See, but the thing is that what makes this story interesting is that he's speaking from experience, because he was from like California while this was going on. His mom was on crack, that sort of thing. So he's speaking from experience. So he's basically saying that I've seen it happen with my own eyes, but that still doesn't gain the bigger picture, right? And
yeah, it's the fallacy. It's hey,
right.
I've known. I think someone in my Discord said this. It's like, all the women I've met in my life have been whores and bitches. It's like, that's because you know probably like 3 women, because like you're 17 and like you're really angry and bitter and you have no friends. Like, it's like I'm not saying this is like a bad thing. I'm just saying that like if you're going to form your entire worldview and make massive generalizations about an entire gender based on your extremely limited. I tell that and I it's hard because I don't like to say this because people do find it disingenuous, and I don't mean it to be. Sometimes I do if I'm trying to like fuck with someone, but if they're like being a dick. But there are some people who come to me and they say, it's like, in my experience, all women I've met are just, they're just, I'm basing my view on women from experience. And I'll always ask them, and I'm not asking them like, oh, you're a virgin, you can't get laid. I'm just simply asking them, what is your dating experience? And they say, Well, I've never really been on a date, and it's like, okay, so one of the things, at
Right.
least for me, was getting out of the red pill was because or pickup artistry was when I started going on dates with women, I realized that everything they taught me outside, like all the good stuff, like the confidence, conversation skills, learn how to dress, learn how to present yourself, be confident, that was all good. Everything else about female nature was BTFO'd within like a month of like dating women and like seeing and meeting them and talking to them, having conversations. I realized that like everything I thought I knew about women was completely ridiculous, or it wasn't uniform. It wasn't like this. All women are like, no. There was like, like I had one girlfriend who actually broke up with me because I was too. I tried to do that thing where I'm like, hey, the pickup artists and red pill guys tell me I have to be like a strong man and like hide my feelings. And I had a girlfriend of like a couple months like break up with me. She was like, yeah, I just can't do this. Like, it's very clear that like you're not confident enough to like open up to me, and like you're putting on this act, and it's very transparent, and it's just not attractive. And like that was like, wait, but you guys told me that women don't like men who are empathetic or like discuss like their emotions or are self-reflective. And it just got everything that got me out of it was just talking to women and realizing, oh, it turns out that the reason they're able to spread this is because the vast majority of their audience don't really know that many women or don't really have that much experience like personally, and they'll just
Right,
and
right.
they're
Just
easy
blind,
targets.
just blind followers. Yeah,
Yeah.
just blind followers, man. Like, and the thing is, like, I never had real trouble with girls. Like, I've always like, I've dabbled and stuff like that. I wasn't, I'm not a bad looking guy, and I'm not like even bragging either. Like, I've gotten a lot of compliments from like many different girls throughout my lifetime and stuff like that. But I didn't have any luck as far as like getting a lot of, girlfriends and stuff like that. I maybe had like one, two, or three, and that was like really maximum, right?
Mhm.
When I was young. But I had to realize that, of course your pool is going to be limited, when you're that young. It's not like I was some alpha Chad, star athlete, what I'm saying, walking around the school, what I'm saying. It's like a whole different perspective. And in the real world, that shit doesn't really matter unless you're like some NFL player or something like that. But it doesn't exactly, it's not as easy to come. It comes naturally for some people sometimes, and you just have to work with that, man. Like, so, and guys will actually get lucky. What I'm saying, if they just put some confidence in yourself, in themselves, like you were talking about. What I'm saying, because confidence goes a long way, and not being insecure about like who you are, and just becoming a better person overall. Women will pick up on that, and you're not just going, if you put yourself in a situation where you're insecure, you're gonna also get insecure women that like to pick up on that shit. But if you actually get confident women, now not to say that once you build up confidence, you won't have some shady women that won't come your way. Don't get me wrong, but you also get a more collaborative effort. Like, you'll actually get women that are actually nice and genuine, that sort of thing. And I hate it in America, but we have this whole like notion of that we have to have this 10 out of 10 like woman or whatever like that. But there's many different varieties of women, man. Like, it's all free game, and like they outnumber us in so many ways. But what the one thing, in talking about abundance, right? This Marquette guy, of course, he promotes polygamy, but not only that, he promotes pimping. And I don't know why I believe this shit. He believed in pimping, not exactly like beating on his women, but he believed that his women should be giving him money, basically. He's like, and that's what he called love, basically. They were just his tools to succeed, basically. And
That
this guy, he makes
that
millions
tracks.
of dollars.
That
Yeah.
tracks. I could probably like I should be disgusted and surprised, but it makes a lot of sense. It just kind of
Yeah.
like goes, well, if that's like your initial worldview, it only makes sense that that's what it extrapolates into.
Right. I never really came into, even contact with that kind of concept of like, I know about pimping, like, I'm not like brain dead to it. It's just that when you're talking about kind of like pimping on a certain level where, you're manipulating the woman's mind and having them be like obedient, like fully obedient to you. And he would say that, oh yeah, my women, all of them, I could tell them to just empty out their bank accounts and then like, here you go.
Oh, so
You
like
know,
they're like simps.
yeah, exactly,
Okay, yeah,
exactly.
they're like
Simp
female
for
simps.
him.
Yeah.
But the thing is, he's also a simp though. Like, and that's the crazy part about it. And I know you're the debating type when you said that. Yeah, if a person debates me, but if I were to debate you right now, it'll be like kind of like just more like political discourse, or just having a more, not a heated discussion, right? Like not something that you're going to carry on your shoulders. This guy, whenever he came into a conflicting ideology, say a liberal ideology, because he was heavily conservative, he would attack them and berate them, and he would tell them like they're a waste of life, basically, instead of coming up with very good defenses. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, the guy is smart, but whenever it came down to if somebody, actually came with some sense, it's like he would get angry and say that they're the enemy. And I feel like that if you're a human being, like you shouldn't really consider anybody a human being, an enemy, unless they're literally like, threatening your life. You know what I'm saying? I don't call anybody my enemy. Like I feel like, everybody is neutral, you know what I'm saying? And we can become friends, or, we can become associates, or, I just don't know you. And if you don't like me, then I'm not going to get into it with you, because that's just the type of person I am. We're adults. We're not kids. We're not here to, prove nothing to each other. There's billions of people in this world. We can move on with our lives. But he was just like, he's the enemy and that sort of thing, because he promotes capitalism to the highest degree. I'm pretty sure you've seen a lot of capitalist takes on red pill channels, and they'll be like, yeah, you got to make that money, you gotta hustle, you gotta hustle hard, that sort of thing. But this guy, he believes that, like, fuck the little guys. He was basically saying, like, say in the black community, they're all stupid basically if they don't, make it out of the streets or whatever like that, because he did. He made it out of the streets. He feels like that.
Yes, my
I don't.
my individual experience is indicative of the entire black population, and that is like that's such like, and I've dealt with people like this before. It's like, well, I was poor and I got rich, and so like, why can't literally everyone be poor?
Yourself up by the bootstraps. Yeah.
It's like when people say, it's like, well, I started a business, why can't everyone? It's like, because literally, if everyone started a business, like the most, like that's, you understand, like that's literally impossible. Unless
Right.
everyone was like an entrepreneur for themselves, but like that's not how, like, it. In order to like pull yourself out of poverty, you had to like, and not to say like people think of like when I say that, like, you got lucky in the sense of like, oh, you're downplaying hard work. No, you worked hard, but just
Hmm.
understand that there were 100, 1,000, 10,000 other people who worked just as hard as you, if not harder, and did not make it a quarter of the way. And it had nothing to do with because they didn't have the drive or because they weren't disciplined. It's like they
Hmm.
may have had more discipline than you,
Or
and it's
or they
just
didn't have the proper education, or even the tools necessary, or even examples at that, because
exactly.
I read even part of his book, because he even wrote a book. Like, he's such, oh my God, he's such a prick. Like, he wrote a book, and like, he was talking about his life that he went through his past, but he had good examples, and that's what I noticed. I was like, wait, like, that's when the synapses started firing in my brain. And I was like, wait, hold on. Like, you make it seem like that you were just in this, like, just nothing but chaos. But it doesn't make any sense when you're like, it's nothing but chaos, but you literally have good examples sitting right in front of you. Now, there's people that have no good examples at all. Like, everybody's a fucking asshole. Their mom hates them. Their dad hates them. Their family doesn't contact them, and it's like so horrible for them. It's like, why even bother with trying to grow or develop, basically? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of kids running the streets that I know that don't care because they have no good examples in their life to really show them like what it is to be a man without being a thug or a criminal.
I
Um,
it's funny you bring that up because I always use this example to illustrate what you're talking about. I always use this example. We have two 16-year-old girls. One grew up in a with a loving family with supportive parents, people, teachers, supportive people. When she went to school, she had like very thorough sex ed. She had full access to condoms, to contraceptives, stuff like that. We have another girl. She grew up in some like bumfuck town. Her like parents were like hyper religious nuts. She was given abstinence only education. Um,
mhm.
Contraceptives were like banned in like her town, or if like you got caught with it, you would be like shamed. If these two girls both got pregnant like at 16, it would be fool that's it's not saying that like we should like be like we should hate one and like not the other, but like if I tell it to someone, like you understand that like there's a difference here, that there's when we're talking about like people always talking about personal responsibility, you understand there's like a difference here, right? That it's
Right.
just treating these people the same, or like looking at these situations the same is not good, right? Because it's not just, oh well, they made the same decision and and the same thing happened, so they're the same. Well, no. Okay, so let's look at like under the underlying issues. If you're, I use this example too. Two men. Let's say you and me. We grew up in the same neighborhood, had all the exact same, opportunities. I grow up. I work. I go to work. I do my job. I work my way up the ladder, and I slowly make my way up until I'm a millionaire, and I have a great home and everything. And then I get a cancer diagnosis, or like a brain hemorrhage, and I go bankrupt, um, paying for the surgery and the hospital care. I end up on the street. You're a
Mhm.
person, you couldn't hold a job. You spent all your money on like, booze or bars and just like frivolous things, and you were constantly in debt. You had tons of credit card debt. And then one day you buy a lottery ticket, win $10 million, and now you own 5 yachts. If someone were to come in and say, "Oh, well, clearly you must have been the more responsible person in your life because look at where you are. And this person, this homeless
Mhm.
person, must have been irresponsible because look at where they are." That is so dumb. Like that is just
Right. Actually,
exactly.
your boy Vosh, like that you're talking about earlier, he actually had a money argument, basically saying that like if poor people were to make bad financial decisions, they would be fucked. But rich people make stupid decisions all the time with their money, also. But they're not fucked behind it. They can make these mistakes, but like and you even made a lottery ticket example. He used the exact same thing. I'm not gonna lie, y'all are kind of like a little bit one and the same because he actually kind of made a lottery ticket argument. Like if a poor person buys a bunch of lottery tickets and tries to get rich, then they would literally be fucked. And I agree with that sentiment, and that also applies to this situation with just dating, and well, not just dating but like just growing up in a certain environment and thinking that, yeah, I can get up out of here, and y'all can't. I'm gonna leave y'all in the dust, and they were trying to, kind of, and he was like, and I'm here to help y'all, basically. It's like he was like trying to be the second coming of Jesus Christ. He was like, hey, if you want to get out of this, follow me. And he was like, follow me, I'm gonna teach you. He's like, I'm gonna show you, you can invest money, and I will tell you exactly what you need to do to prop up a business. He would give financial advice. He was like, if your wife is getting divorced from you, then we'll make sure she can't take your money. We can, transfer it to foreign bank accounts and stuff like that. And he was just talking about a lot of stuff as far as like getting men and upbuilding men, that
Mhm.
sort of thing. And the thing is, it sounds convincing when you learn that he doesn't really care about you if you're not making a big financial contribution. Because all of his lackeys make big, spend money on him, that type of thing. And it's just like everybody, follows in his example. And it's like, to me, he's like kind of like a cult leader. And I try to wrap my head around it, but it was like he was literally a cult leader, and I haven't seen it, like it like that before. And I never thought I was, kind of being swayed to it, like where it's kind of a cult like environment, but they make it seem like it's like this cool and fun place to be. And you can be with all the alpha chaz, and we make all this money, we get all these bitches, that sort of thing. But you gotta realize that he has to make money some way. And he made it seem like that YouTube wasn't his main source of income. And yeah, he does have different businesses, but it's like if not that, you're looking for clout. You're
I
looking for
always
clout.
I always wonder, and like I always see this too. Like I see a lot of like red pill dudes who are like entrepreneurs, and like they say like, yeah, I have a lot of income, other like this stuff. I wonder how much of that is true, and how much of that is because you read stories of like Instagram people, like they'll like take pictures in like their house and like their beautiful house, and it turns out they like rented the house, like just for the pictures. And I wonder how much of like this stuff of like when people say it's like, yeah, I'm making 6-7 figures, how much of it is like real? How much of it is just like, oh hey, look at this car I'm driving? Oh, you mean that car that like
Oh yeah,
maybe
you know
you
about
rented?
You know about Dave Bazillion, I think that's his name. He was actually
Oh yeah,
famous for
I
catfishing like his positions.
oh, he's the whoops, I almost slipped. He's the guy whose pictures I use in all the thumbnails for the videos. It's like that really like, who like pays women to hang out with him. Like, yeah, you're a Chad.
Right.
Oh, so was he lying
Right.
about his like wealth?
No, well, yeah, he was, but Marquette, he wasn't actually. He actually does make the money that he talks about.
Hmm.
But the thing is that he acts like that can happen for everybody, and that's not true. He actually, like I said, the guy's smart. He learned how to code. He learned how to, have different skills and stuff like that, and that I won't knock. But like when it comes down to these positions on, just extreme capitalism, it's like it becomes political, to the point where he's just ultra conservative and he doesn't even realize it. And I would even go to say that, he probably was a Trump supporter and just didn't put it out in the forefront.
Hmm.
That type of thing. And, and he did have Trump supporters that did were like, okay, I'm ready to follow you. But yeah, with Dave, man, like, yeah, he was a whole nother case. Like, I knew he was bullshit even when I was into red pill stuff. Like, I already knew it was bullshit. But it's all a catch 22 with most of it anyway. I think that if you take positions and actually like think about what you're watching instead of consuming content, because I think we can all get stuck in a loop on YouTube where it's like it gets addicting to watch like so many videos. You have access to all this content, but some content is just not meant for your eyes, basically. And I
Well,
think getting it. Go ahead.
oh, sorry. Well, just to expand on that, I didn't realize this. I actually didn't. No, I didn't realize this recently. So cognitive dissonance, it's the
For
term
sure.
it's the term used for like when people, um, uh, like they seem to like have two conflicting thoughts in their head at once. It turns out that I didn't realize this. I feel like maybe read about it. I don't know, but I read something and they're like, no, you understand. It's not just that like someone holding like being contradictive or like being hypocritical. It's literally if you have a very ingrained belief and then you are given evidence that contradicts that, apparently it causes you some level of like in terms of dissonance, like it causes you some level of like mental stress, like
Yes, I
actual
have.
physically. Yeah.
Yes, I've actually went through that. Actually, these past few months, I went through a cognitive dissonance, and I've actually looked at that terminology, and I was like, I think that's what I'm going through, because it's like I kind of separated my ideologies within my brain, and I started to become more conservative, and I didn't even realize it. I was mostly apolitical, and that's the stance I really took. But now I'm pushing myself more to the liberal side, and I don't mind. But yeah, I've been going through that these past few months, and I've been going through it for sure, and it's been nothing but pain and anguish. That's why I really, felt a connection with your video, because like it's like once you go down that like dark, that hole, it's like hard to get out of. Because it's like you're stuck in a loop basically where you feel like that you're actually getting what you know they're saying you're getting, and it goes against the ideas that you previously have, and it's like you're betraying the person that you originally grew up to be.
Hmm. It's funny too because back to our example of like the lottery, um it's just yeah again it's not that argument always bugs me because it's not about saying that like hey I'm not like discouraging your hard work. I'm not saying you should have a defeatist mindset. I'm not saying that you should just give up. I'm saying you should always work hard, have a work ethic. But if you're in a place of privilege, if you're in a place where like you did the hard work and you got somewhere well, just understand that that like there are areas where like you got certain privileges or you got lucky where other people didn't. And that's not and again, that's not like I'm not saying that you should like not enjoy like your wealth or like enjoy the fruits of your labor or
Right.
like
At
have
least,
to
yeah, humble yourself.
it's just understand that like hey this isn't just a well I did it. It's like again like if a poor person like buys a million lottery tickets and wins, are they gonna tell people? It's like well if y'all just
Yes.
buy a million lottery tickets and win, it's like that's the sort of it's a very conceited mindset. It's not even I don't know if I want to say ignorant. It's just a very self-centered mindset. It's just very
Yeah, it's pretentious. It's
yeah.
pretentious as fuck. That's why I said he's a fucking prick. Like I realize how pretentious he is, and like he's like one of the most pretentious pricks on YouTube that I've seen. Like within my eyes, I'm pretty sure there's some bad people out there on YouTube, but he's really bad, and I think he's probably a very good case study because I had to realize I had to snap out my senses because this guy he was saying that if I had a choice in the matter in the eyes of America. If I had the choice, I would have my enemies' heads on pikes and I would place them in my front yard so I can stare at their heads when I'm walking out my front yard.
Yeah, that tracks.
And yeah, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
It's
Like,
a
what the hell is going on here?
it's we have to wrap up soon, but like it's just to close. That's a very interesting point that I see in a lot of not even red pill, but just like in a lot of like self-help stuff. There's this sort of emphasis on not necessarily revenge, but sort of like kind of what's the word I'm looking for? The sort of attitude of like we'll show them, you know.
Mad King vibes.
Yeah,
Vibes,
and
like Game of Thrones.
yeah, and it's like that isn't like we all agree that like if someone was like, "Hey, you'll never be a star," and then you grow up and like you're rich and wealthy, like we understand like the satisfaction that could come from like going back to that person being like, "Fuck you, dude." We understand that, but that is not a good mentality to carry through your life because then
Really
you're
isn't.
it's just like do those people were they assholes? Yes. Is wasting your energy is sort of like dictating your actions in life off of proving yourself to these people who don't really matter. That's not a very like so and again spite can be a very big motivator, but if you that is a very it's not a good thing to hold on to. That'll eat away at your soul. That'll fuck you
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, it's toxic, and you can also spread that toxicity to other people. And I was definitely an example of that. And I've also spread that kind of like energy towards other dudes, and I hope they don't like carry on, with that mentality and thinking what I was thinking at the time. I hope not,
Well,
because it's a very destructive place. And you can see by incels, once you take an ideology and you carry it to the extreme, you get some pretty nasty things that happen.
yeah, it's like it's like I was gonna say like if you ever like do question that, just send them this talk because I think you were very fantastic here. You were very I really like I really there's a lot of people who do come on and like we talk about like this sucks, but I think I have a lot of respect for people such as yourself who who kind of come on and admit like I was in a bad I like even for me like I hated to admit that like yeah I was one of these people. I had these beliefs. But by doing so, I think that you're reaching like if someone just comes on and is like, "Hey, this shit's toxic. This is bad," and the person who's in that position, whether an incel, red pill, whatever, there's not really it's like, okay, well, of course you would say that. You don't understand. But if someone such as yourself comes on, it's like, no. I understand. I know.
I literally
100%
study
understand.
this shit. I consume the content like daily, like it was my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Like I was really trying to gain this knowledge that they were so-called talking about. And, I was ready to see what was the example of it. And it was all like pretty much lies. And I'm not just saying like I didn't try, but I'm a college student. I try to do my best, that sort of thing. And I feel like eventually I'll get there. And now I truly believe in monogamy, just like honest and fair monogamy and just pure communication. As simple as that. And that's where it broke me down to. I think it helped me become a better person.
Well,
Just because,
well, yeah, man. I mean, like this conversation was fantastic, and I think that like you're even people listening. Again, I think you coming from a place of like, hey, I was in your shoes, and I realized that was not the answer. I think that is far more powerful than just telling than like someone who doesn't understand, because they can relate to you. That you can really speak to people. So I thank you for coming on. And if you ever
Yeah,
want to
no,
come
I
on,
appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, man. I definitely wouldn't mind coming to talk again. I actually, like Homeboy before, I actually do want to start my own YouTube channel also.
do it, man.
Yeah, I would like to give it a shot.
Yeah, do it. And again, like just stick. My only advice would just be to stick to stuff that you like. Don't think about like,
Oh yeah,
what does the algorithm
for
want? Like,
sure.
fuck that. Just do you, and you'll find an audience.
Dude, I'm starting on what I want to do. I just want to do black TV shows, stuff like that, and just do something wholesome. And just do reviews on black TV shows. And I don't care if it becomes popular or not. I just want more recognition on certain black TV shows, and that's it. Like, I'm not trying to become some big YouTube star.
Hell yeah, man. Well, when your first video comes out, let me know. I'd love to check it out.
All right, awesome, man. Hey, yeah, everyone, y'all have a good night. All right.
All right, thanks, man. Thanks so much for coming on.
All right, man. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, that's again, I really appreciate that and respect that. It's like it's a lot easier to like, and it kind of goes back to like the whole virtual assistant thing. It's a lot easier for someone to come up and say like, it's like, well, I would never do that. I am a good person. Why would you think that? I should have a lot more respect for someone like such as Ultra, like I've been that way. I thought like that, and I'm ashamed to admit it, but like the reason I'm telling you this is because you need to know that I understand where you are, how you feel. This is not going to help. You think it's going to help. It might help for a little bit, but it's going to fuck you up. And me and him, we were two people who were lucky enough to sort of like, come to our senses. And that's not obviously like, that is not to like to put down like that we did help ourselves in a sense, but like, at least in my case, like I had a lot of friends, I had a lot of family who were very supportive. And so that was part of the reason that I was able to kind of crawl myself out and have the help, and hopefully Ultra the same if you have a very strong support network. But there are people out there, there are young men out there who don't, and they're just kind of on their own. And if they leave this community, if they leave behind this thing that they find comfort in, what do they have? And sometimes it's just one person like Ultra coming on and just like, again, going back to our question, our talk about doing just like the small things you can, just Ultra coming on saying like, this is not the way. Don't like, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but not this fucking guy, not the Saint Sinners guy, like not Kevin Sam. No, not these guys. Just, I don't know. I'm not telling you who to listen to. Just don't listen to these guys. And I think that actually have a large effect once they realize that like there's people out there who are in your shoes, and they're not just telling you to like feel superior or to feel good about themselves. They're really desperately trying to help you because they see themselves in you, and they really want to help you out genuinely. Okay, Onyx, here we go. I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna take a bite of this because I'm hungry. I need to eat something. I haven't even eaten the sub because I don't want to like you guys like watch me eat. I ordered this like 5 hours ago. I put it away in my mouth. All right. Sorry, Onyx, I'm coming. The mic's not picking it up, is it? Good. Enjoy the show, everyone. Perverts. Okay. Yeah, big bite. I know. I don't fuck around. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hello?
Hey. Hi.
Hey, what's up, man? Thank you. Yeah, sorry. You had the... I think I got you right on time, 6 p.m. Central. Okay, good. I actually had good time management this time. Last time was a fucking shit
seriously.
show.
Oh man, last time was a blast though, for real.
But yeah, man, thanks for coming on. So here, let me pull it up. You wanted to discuss your experience with yours, or maybe I wasn't sure, but it was like you struggling to, not really struggling to get therapy, but more like to muster yourself to seek it out.
Oh, definitely, yeah. So, mental health is definitely the topic, and kind of like the last Q&A, like vulnerability plays a big part in that. I'll be like the person admit that therapy wasn't anything I grew up in my in my family life at all. Like, it was something that was definitely frowned upon. And I'll also something. I'll confess something else. I was that comment on the Sopranos video that you recently came out with. Great video, by the way. But
Thank you. Which comment?
The comment about having a family member that watches it every year.
Oh, your
an artificial
father
season.
or your grandfather, uncle?
I said uncle, but it is actually my dad.
Oh,
yeah.
your dad.
Yeah, I want to be kind to him. But yeah. So definitely like the main person in my immediate family, and also my extended family, like kind of like almost like he's like the protagonist, and
Yeah, right.
why it's speaking the story. And watches Sopranos a lot, especially when I was growing up. But the funny thing is, I was raised, and by him most of all, with the idea that therapy wasn't right. And I made that comment on the Sopranos video. I don't know if anyone has seen that comment, but it's a long ass one, probably too long. But
I feel like
yeah,
you
I
were
mean,
towards. I feel like it was one of the reason because when you said it, I was like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about because I feel like it was towards the top. Hang on. Hang on, I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, it's yeah, man, Sopranos. I didn't even. It was funny because when I first started watching it, I know I talk about it a lot and like I like sucked its dick on the video and like, but it's just there's something I don't know what it is. It's just like it's the way that it was able to, especially in the later seasons. So like the first couple seasons, the comedy was very obvious. I feel it was very showing like the juxtaposition between like mob life and like domestic life, and it was very on the nose. As the show went on, something I never, and I can't even wrap my head around. There were some scenes, and this was the writers kind of getting better at their craft, or kind of figuring out in the show. There were some scenes where like, am I supposed to be laughing or am I horrified right now? And that wasn't a consequence of the writers not having control over the tone. They knew what they were doing. There's the great scene in season 5 where the whole plot with Chris and Polly over like treating dinner, and then the waiter comes out like, hey, you didn't leave me a tip, and they're like, you're not involved in this, and then spoilers for Chris, I think Chris throws the rock and the waiter has a seizure, and then Polly shoots him, and then the next day they get on the phone like, hey man, that was some crazy shit, we good? And they're like, yeah man. And then like it's like this friendship drama about like these two guys like, oh hey look, they came to they reconciled their differences. All it took was like an innocent family man getting murdered. And it's like, wait, hang on, what is what is happening? It's like in the show, but the show knew this. The show was like highlighting this. The show blended satire, drama, comedy so well. It was almost absurd. It was almost like this is like a miracle. Like, how did you do this?
Definitely, yeah. No, it creeps into the light too. I'll put my camera here. I have to because like like how Polly's always pointing like this, how they point like that on the show all the time with like the two fingers.
Oh yeah, with the what is that
yeah, like
the
it's not. I still remember that scene where he's like his chunky little fingers and they're like stubby little fingers, just like like no, like I like Chris is telling him like wasn't the one that ordered the potatoes, the mayonnaise, or something like that, and yeah, that scene's just horrifying, like really horrifying. But
it's like this
part of the charm.
You almost don't even realize that like, oh, they just like it's like the horror of it almost like goes over your head. But as the show goes on, they draw more and more attention to it. Like purposely, they sort of like in the first season, like you don't really think about the crime aspect of it. Like, oh, they're just like funny gangsters. But then as the show goes on, it's sort of like it almost like resensitizes you in the sense of like it almost instead of just like not thinking about the crime aspects and like the actual harm these men are doing, it starts to seep it in. It starts to like it almost like starts to shove it in your face, where it's like these are the guys you've been rooting for this whole time. These are not like quirky like mobs. They're quirky guys and family men. Like no, these are fucking pieces of shit. And like, and the show like really wanted to drive the home.
A messed up scene. I mean, I think one of the most messed up scenes, at least with Polly, is the one where he like suffocates with a pillow his mom's like enemy at the long-term care facility. Like,
when he wanted to steal the money under the mattress. Yeah.
Yeah. And like he takes the pillow off and her eyes are all like glossy and like sad, and you're like, oh, like cruelty, like really. Like yeah, she was totally like just an old bag, like really cruel too. But like he's a killer, like a regular killer.
Have you seen Goodfellas?
Yeah.
So I'm sure most people have seen Goodfellas, but this is relevant because I think David Chase said that Goodfellas was like the Quran for The Sopranos, because they really are sort of like it's like Goodfellas the series in a way, but with like Jersey. The same sort of like dressing down of the lifestyle. What's so ironic about it is that in Goodfellas, about halfway through the movie, there's a scene where they're all playing cards, and Spider, played by Michael Imperioli, who plays Christopher Moltisanti in The Sopranos, he was a no one back then. He was just a small role, and he's like the waiter, and he's bringing Joe Pesci drinks. And Joe Pesci shoots him in the foot. And it's like, oh, geez. And then, like, a couple scenes later, it's the same scene. They're playing cards, and Spider is walking around with a cast. And Tommy, like, gives him shit. Like, Joe Pesci gives him shit. And Spider's like, go fuck yourself, Tommy. And all the guys are laughing. And then all of a sudden, Joe Pesci pulls out a gun and just kills this. Like, he just murders him in cold blood and kills this kid. Scorsese said, throughout the first half of the movie, I kind of wanted you to like kind of get these guys. I kind of wanted you to think this was cool. I wanted you to kind of think this was fun. That scene was when I wanted you to stop to remember that no, these are not cool guys. This guy, like Tommy, just killed this kid for telling him to go fuck himself. Like these guys are sociopaths. They murder people for the stupidest reasons. They're not good people. They're cowards. And that was sort of Scorsese's way of, at least in his mind, hey, let's have some fun. But then when it comes time to like get you back to reality, now it's time. And I felt like The Sopranos really, like you mentioned, like it kind of went with that mantra of like the first few seasons. It's like, oh, okay, Tony. I mean, he's a gangster, but he's like they're good guys, right? And then as the show went on, they're like, no, they aren't at all.
No, definitely. I'll agree with just going back to like talking about the video itself. The video's great at, I just be sucking dick, but I mean, it kind of does the show's brilliance, and just going over how it changes over time. It's like the the video that you made about comparing the ending of Breaking Bad to the Sopranos, and yeah, I totally agree with that stuff. The way it relates to mental health is that you know, I think I had a family member who was very much in charge of family life when I was growing up, and they watched that show a lot, but just would miss these signs. They thought it was a brilliant show too, but they didn't know exactly the reasons, and they would see these therapy scenes, let's say, and get into the mode of, oh no, like, yeah, like therapy just can't work, or therapy is only for crazy people and things like that. They've missed the whole point of, no, the therapy didn't work because of who the person was and what they wanted. It was choice, and but choosing crime, the life of this thing of ours instead of actual family, and how therapy could work for probably everyone else around the main character, but the main character just chooses for it not to work at all.
It's funny because you don't realize that until the end of the series, where you like in the penultimate episode, the second last episode, you learn about Melfi learns about the study that says like, hey, sociopaths use therapy to become better criminals. And what's funny is that rewatching the show, you realize that this was present in everything. Every session, Melfi would give Tony like some decent advice, like she would try to help him, and he would just take it the completely wrong way. Like he would just like in his like warped sociopathic mind, he would just take it completely the wrong way. He would like take the completely different message. One of the favorites was in season 5 when he's like gonna make a move on Adriana, and he decides not to, and he goes to therapy, and Melfi's like, this is fantastic. This, like, you showed self-restraint. This is a huge step. But then, of course, later in the episode, the rumor that they ended up sleeping together gets spread around, and there's a whole fallout with Chris, and they resolve it. But the funniest thing ever is there's a 5-second scene at the very end where he's in therapy, and he's just sitting there, and he just goes, you know what? I should have just fucked her, and then it just cuts away. Like that's the entire scene, and like that's to your point about like therapy helping people. That's Tony. Like he just didn't get it. Like all the signs were there. He had everything. Melfi was telling him exactly what to do to improve his life, and he just never got it, or he purposely like ignored it. And it's funny because you rewatch the show and it's all there. It's so evident when you watch his therapy sessions. The way he internalizes what Melfi tells him sometimes. The show is just so damn good.
It's almost like Tony and some of the characters too, but not nearly as much. We get insight to Tony being almost like in this cave, like the allegory of the cave. You see the shadows dancing on the wall, and he decides to play with them inside the cave instead of ever.
That's a great point. It's like oh, this couldn't mean that my lifestyle is bad. Or like that my lifestyle is poison and I should walk away. It means that I should try to sort of like, just make my lifestyle better, be a better boss. Like
make it work.
Yeah. Season 6 is another great example when he's struggling with not being respected by his crew after his surgery, and he feels weak and powerless. And in his mind, he's like, how can I get... Oh, I know what I'll do, as I'll viciously beat Perry, my driver, in front of them, and that'll show them. And ironically, it backfires because it just makes him look far more unstable to everyone around him, which is completely what he didn't want. But that's sort of the thing. It's like he's almost, like you said, he's trying to improve his life, but he's doing it. He does everything wrong. It's like through his like warped mind, he just never knows what is the right thing, and it's just ugh.
Yeah, it's really heavy too for me to watch this show with this person that I do love, but who has also benefited from, let's say, helping myself in life, who doesn't realize the way the show is really working. And I find myself, we watched it again recently, together, and I found myself almost explaining certain parts in episodes to them. This is before I'd ever even found your channel, really, I gotta be honest. When I started being like, because I only recently started going to therapy, so not explaining the method of therapy, I'm not in any way qualified to do that. I did start explaining, this is how the show's moving. This is what it's trying to evoke in you, the audience. And, we've watched the show like more than 10 times. Like, we can look for the telltale signs and everything happening in the future. We don't have to just follow the red herrings now. Like that, Tony will change by the end of no, it just doesn't work like that. We analyze this not too much and ruin the show, but analyze it the way someone who's rereading a good book would, and enjoy it even more. And their eyes are open to a little bit more stuff too, because this time I remember my dad would watch the show and almost like become let the Tony Soprano in him come out a little bit. I know how bad that sounds. My dad's not a killer, but he for certain he was for sure that kind of person who's kind of like, as has been talked about this Q&A and a couple other Q&As, pick yourself up by your bootstraps, clean your own room first before you go on to do anything else, and sometimes keep issues hush hush, or let me fix an issue with violence. Violence to me isn't always, and as I've learned myself, I'm not teaching anyone else, telling anyone else to see it this way, but to me, violence isn't just physical; it can also be emotional, and it can just really get in your head and get kind of stuck. Instead of looking towards someone, I need to whip my head back that way. And instead of talking to someone the right way, I should throw a calzone at them. Something that's happened to me. I've had a calzone thrown at me. I've dealt with people in my own family saying things like, "Hey, like you can tell how bad therapy is," and I've actually had the Sopranos thrown at me as in like therapy is bullshit. And I'm kind of nowadays it's like,
wow,
that was not
you
the
really
message.
you really missed the point of the show, didn't you?
Exactly. So yeah, that's happened. And I love the show. I'm a little bit sentimental towards it now. It's almost like an old monster in the closet. And just seeing it now, I like how I was able to kind of share with my own dad recently, like, hey, this is how the show is really working on the inside. And then when your video came out, I was like, man, this just happened. How relevant. But yeah, I also want to ask you if interact with any viewers of not just the Sopranos, the show, but any um, audience, like an audience of any other type of media. It's kind of seen it the flipped way. It's gotten totally confused by what they're watching and been like, oh no, Goodfellas is like a badass movie, and those guys are badasses, and I should be like them. Or like what they do in Reservoir Dogs is awesome, and
yeah, right.
I guess, yeah, just
a perfect example of that, I think, is, and this isn't. I mean, the movie I talk about a lot. I actually really love the movie, kind of for this reason, because I actually think it is to some extent I'm fascinated by the different intentions or the different interpretations of it. And it's a pretty cliche one, given talking about red pill and men's issues, but it's Fight Club. In the sense where, yeah, that's the movie where, like, when you're a kid growing up, Tyler Durden is the coolest person you've ever met. Like, he is the coolest dude. Like, oh man, this dude's awesome. He just does what he wants and uses and owns people, and like, look at all the people who think he's cool. And it's funny because a lot of people, it's funny. RSD Tyler, like, he was one of the main guys for Real Social Dynamics, which was one of the he was actually so for people, Mystery, the pickup artist, he was part of Project Hollywood. I think RSD Tyler, and he used to go by Tyler Durden. He actually named himself after Tyler Durden from Fight Club. Like, holy fuck. And then he sprouted, after Project Hollywood broke up, he went on to be a large member of RSD, Real Social Dynamics, which was like one of the main, a very large pickup sort of like network, channel network. And then it ended up dissolving for the same reason. People got egos, people want to take it different directions. And I think he's doing his own thing now on YouTube. But yeah, that's sort of like the phase out you were in. Like, every guy goes in that phase. Like, isn't Tyler awesome?
Yeah.
He's anti-conformity. He does what he wants. And yet you get older and you rewatch the film and you realize that the entire joke of the film is that all these guys were like, yeah, fuck establishment, fuck conformity. So what do? they join Project Mayhem, which tells them how to dress, how to look, what to do, and they have a single leader who they follow unquestionably. And that's sort of like, and again, it's weird because like when I was a kid, I never got that, or not a kid, but like when I was like in like my teens, I thought like, yeah, these guys are the guys who know it. These are the nonconformists. These are the guys who like know what they're doing. And I rewatch it now. I'm like, oh my god, like how did I miss this entire It's so on the nose too, of just like, hey, let's rebel against conformity by conforming to this ideology, and that sort of stands for so much stuff. Like people who are like, hey, I'm one of the I always talk about is like, hey, we're anti-feminists, so let's become red pill guys, which are basically the exact same thing as feminists, just on the other side of the coin. And it's just there's no self-awareness. It's like, no, we're different. Like, no, you're not. It's all the same shit, just on the other side of the aisle.
I mean, I like how you even talked in earlier like session today, like about how especially with the leaders of that subreddit, what's it called, MensLib, something like that. Yeah, just looking at your audience, seeing what they're doing. You have to interact almost a little bit and kind of steer them back in the right direction, because sometimes the audience can get very confused, or it can take years for them to get out of this mode that you've set them if they don't understand how something's actually supposed to work. Like with Fight Club, I feel like I've met people who actually really, that's a great movie to bring up, people who are like, yeah, like anarchism is the way to go. The only way you fix society is by breaking it down. I'm like, are you like Ra's al Ghul from like like Batman? Like, do you think it's really how it all works?
I mean, that is
kind
of like true. Like there are a lot of, and it kind of goes to the point of like not really having a lot of like strong male role models. There are a lot of guys who I see emulate characters like online. You see them emulate like Tyler Durden, Walter White, Tony Soprano, Don Draper. Don Draper is someone who like,
oh, Don Draper, yeah.
Isn't he badass? It's like, did you watch the show? He's a fucking mess, dude. Like
miserable too, miserable all the time.
He hates his life. Oh, but he like bangs chicks. It's like, yeah, all who like he doesn't like and who hate him, and like, and he goes home to an empty office and just sleeps there. Like his life sucks, dude. It's just, and then like you see those moments, and it's a shame because you rewatch the show, and then you see those moments, like with the bartender, like, you know, the moments where like his true self comes out, and of course, like, not really spoilers for Mad Men. I'm sure most have watched it, but like when you find out that, like, you know, who Don really is, his true identity, and like he sort of co-opted someone else's identity. I don't really want to, you know, spoil it. You should watch it, Mad Men, but
yeah.
It's so symbolic for his character. He's the entire series, he's pretending to be this person that he's constructed. That's not really him. And by the end of the series, it just runs out of gas. He's broken down. He doesn't even know who he is. But all people see is they're almost like seduced by this image that he creates of, oh, this like badass salesman who's like got it under control and fucks hot chicks and like is like really confident and sure of himself. No, you watch the show, he is none of those things. And I don't know if it's because they just missed it, like missed that entire part of it, or is it that they just like they're just emulating the wrong things? Like our society like sort of dresses these things up, like being stoic and like fucking a lot of chicks and like being really badass and like sigma male. And I wonder if that's just our society doesn't. It kind of conditions guys to like, yeah, that's cool, and like, no, it's not at all.
Yeah, like someone watching Ryan Gosling and Drive and being like, oh yeah, I want to be just like how he is in those badass scenes. And you're like, he looks so punished, like as a person, like completely a slave to the job that he works in, the relation, like his relationships are just held back so much, potential wise, because of this behavior that he's expected to uphold constantly, like to just be a quiet guy, but still be in the driver's seat. You know, it kind of sucks. I think some people watch, let's say, media, even online to this day, like more than Sopranos, people are watching things like TikTok, and they get some really weird ideas in their head. You have some people's brains, some really bad seeds of information, really bad remedies for social issues. The red pilling is a great thing to bring up.
Just from
But one thing I will.
Oh, sorry, just to touch on that with TikTok, just from a body image perspective, people are like,
Oh yeah.
it's like, oh, look at all these, like, why are like, and I was telling my girlfriend the other day, I was like, and I don't mean to like say this weirdly, but it's like, why are like, I go on TikTok, I'm like, wow, like look at this chick, and she's like, yeah, this girl's like 15 or something. I'm like, what, why, what is happening? Like, what is happening here? Why are like these like young girls or like even guys, like they're all like, they look like they're all like in their mid 20s and they're like in their like mid teens, and it's like they're like ripped and like jacked, or like the women have like their hair done and wearing like a $500 dress. It's like, what happened? I wore a Pokemon, like it had like Blastoise, War Turtle, and Squirtle on it, and I had like a gray t-shirt, and like I feel like I wore that like every other day for my, like when I was 12 to like 14. Like, what is going on? And it
And
warps
that
your
was
perception.
cool back then. That was like perfectly fine, cool. You had people go like, "Oh, dude, like you like Pokemon, like awesome, like."
And it creates this perception of like, oh, this is like the normal teenage experience. Like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's even teen shows like Riverdale. It's like, yeah, you didn't have like have to solve a murder drug mystery when you were in 11th grade. Like, no, what?
Yeah, like you didn't sell drugs for like high school or something like that.
You didn't
like,
have 8 relationships before you were in the 10th grade. Like, it seems like every other like in Skins and Degrassi. Like, what the fuck? I didn't get laid until I was like 19. What the fuck, man? You're making me feel so down on myself.
No, it really is like that. I remember once I went to a high school counselor when I was growing up, and I just remember like them telling me like, hey, like, why don't you like go work out or like find a clique that does this and this. I was like, can I just be normal and just be myself? And they're like, it sounds like you're starting to conflict with people. I'm like, I just don't like conform. I thought I could just like be myself, and stuff started like flipping that way as soon as I was in high school. Like stuff like Vine started coming out, and these influencers started coming out and just changing people's like perspective on themselves totally. And I didn't like fall too much into that. I fell more into the whole of, oh crap, like I must be an outcast now that I'm not doing all this different stuff. And yeah, it still is like that. I don't know what it's like being in high school now or going through your first years of college or something. I know a lot of people who watch your videos or who are on the Q&As, like they are in that age group too. And it's like, it must be difficult, seriously. Possibly a lot of guys being like, if I'm not 6 foot tall, if I'm not like jacked and like 185 to like 220 pounds, like if I can't lift 10 women, then I'm like nothing.
It's I think I used the sort of like the idiom. Oh, I used that word right. I didn't know what that word meant on the Powerpuff Girls stream, and people made fun of me for it. I shouldn't really run a Ryan channel. I don't know shit. I use words wrong all the time. But there was I put it like this when it comes to like red pill guys. Red pill guys convince you that if you're not a 10, you have no chance. So guys, instead of putting the work in and maybe becoming like a 6 or 7 or even 8 out of 10, they just stay at a 4 because they're like, well, if I can't become a 10, then why even try? Because I'm not going to be successful. Even though these guys have a lot of potential, they could, there are some dudes like who, they call themselves like incels or like they're hopeless, and I'm like, dude, like you look like you're like not bad looking like at all. Like if we we'll just like get you a decent haircut, we'll get you some clothes, we'll just work on your social skills. maybe take your hobbies. Like, let's find ways to, if you play guitar, is there like an open mic night? Can you find some people to jam with? Maybe start a YouTube channel, or like just find ways to take those passions you love and share them with people, and that's going to get you attention and validation and confidence. And so yeah, like you can take a dude who like maybe is sitting here, maybe like at home, like you're sitting there, like, you know, a bit overweight, haven't showered, you know, not the best like style. Maybe you're like a 4. You could become, yeah, but it's like,
Seriously.
yeah, if you just optimize yourself, you could become a 7 or 8. But they just, well, if I'm not 6 foot, if I'm only 5'10", if I don't make $800,000 a year, if I only make like $80,000, which is a great salary, if my dick is only 6.5 inches and not 8, like I'm gonna be a loser for the rest of my life. And it's like, this is.
Man. Is that one wrong? That one's so wrong too.
It's like,
Dang.
do you think like that was always the funny thing too when guys said it's like the reason that girl went home with him is because he's got a 9-inch dick. It's like, from the club. It's like, well, you know that she doesn't know that until they're already home, and like he whips it out, right? So
Carrying
like,
the ruler in her purse. Yeah.
yeah, just go
Like
to the.
on the front of the pocket, she has like measuring tools.
It's like, that's the sort of shit that like these guys get convinced of, and you're trying to tell them like, dude, what do you? Stop it! Like, this is not healthy. This is just like, not to like be dismissive, but like, it's like delusional. Like, you're like making this shit up in your head.
It isn't just delusional. I'll give you a great example of something too. And this goes again really personal, but I have an older sister, and actually I remember when she started hearing about the way guys were thinking about themselves, it almost like it started having the reverse effect, rather than her being like, oh my God, you know, these poor guys think of themselves like that. She was like, well, I guess the standard's half risen. And so suddenly, these delusions, the whole red pilling thing, the whole if I'm not a 10, then I'm a loser kind of thing, started getting to her head and kind of started getting to like, oh, well, if he isn't 6 foot tall, then it must not be good. Guys know that too. Or guys say the same thing. Like, guys would agree with me. And she's gotten away from that. But it's like, these delusions don't just affect males too. They can actually ruin the entire playing field. It becomes harder to actually like see things clearly. I don't know if anyone ever really considers that too, the opposite effect happening. Like, you can work out a lot. I've started working out a lot recently. I've noticed, hey, like, it's not a bunch of women that are, you know, like commenting on me. It's a bunch of older dudes, really.
Yeah. Only
So
no chick cares about the peak of your bicep. Only like Randy from like Gold's Gym cares. Like, a chick's not gonna be like, wow, the peak of your bicep, or like the horseshoe of your tricep. Like, chicks do not give a shit, dude. Like, they do not give a fuck.
they're like, what are you talking about?
They're
The horseshoe of the tricep.
like, I just
There's
like
three on the tricep?
I just like a guy who has curly hair and like sushi. It's like well, and to your point, funny enough, I actually did kind of go over that in the male dating video, how, and the thing is like, red pill dudes actually do discuss what you're talking about, but it goes back to the framing. So they do discuss like, hey, society has kind of told women like, hey, you deserve everything, like slay queen, like you need a man who's 6'2", who makes this much money, who's like got a big ass dick, like this is like what you're worth and that you deserve. Never mind that like a man who is over 6'2", makes $100K a year, and is like super Chad, like square jawline. Finding a person in the dating world is like, the odds of that are like, and also, and not even just that, is like a very low chance. On top of like, hey, do you actually like the person? Is he cool? Do you have similar interests? Like, it just kind of, it really like gives women like these terrible expectations, and it kind of fucks up, like you said, it fucks up their perception of the dating market in the opposite way. And a lot of red pill guys do mention this. However, they don't come from it like the way you're coming from it, which is like an empathetic of like, hey, I'm seeing how this is kind of fucking things over for everybody. Red pill guys say, hey, women are doing this, they're fucking it over for men. They're kind of like putting it, it's like, well, if women just lowered their standards, then men could get laid better, or they could get girlfriends better. Not realizing that, like, to your point, if men heighten their standards, if they didn't just want a chick because she was cute and actually, you know, actually had self-confidence and and expected more from a relationship, not just sex or just getting laid or just having a cute girl in your arm, that this would actually, we would have people who were actually trying to find each other, not just for like social status or because they're desperate or because they want to look good, but because they actually want to be together. But they don't frame it like that. They frame it as like, this is, women are doing this and are oppressing men, instead of realizing, like you said astutely, it's the same problem, but it's just affecting the genders different ways, but it's not good for anyone. And we should just stop it.
Definitely. I'll even give, I don't know how much time is left, but I'll give like a good example of this. I have a girlfriend, and I've actually dealt with like a lot of that whole male ideals thing a lot. And I started dating her in college. We both started dating each other when we were, I'm not going to rate it on a scale, but if someone were rated on a scale, I'd probably have been like, maybe a 5, maybe 4 or something like that. She started pretty high. But I gotta tell you, like, people fluctuate. If anyone here is like in the Q&A, like thinking about, hey, well, I can't get after this person, you can say all you want, but he's like way hotter than I am. I'm just gonna say this. The connection really does matter more. It's honestly so much fun to be in a relationship where, let's say, my girlfriend gained weight like near the beginning of our relationship, and it's now since lost it. Where things can fluctuate and you can still be into each other. You can still find the things in common and all that. You don't have to worry all the time about, oh my God, does she look like this model on Instagram and all that? If she doesn't, then I'm gonna dump her immediately. Or unless she gives me like head 3 times a week, then I'm gonna dump her. And it's the same thing for her. Like, hey, if my guy, doesn't have like what's it called, like wash rack abs all the time and all that, then I'm gonna like dump him immediately, or his roommate or something like that. Things maybe would be healthier. We could fluctuate a little bit and still be into each other.
And to your point, what's so funny is that you touch on something really like perfect, in the sense that red pill dudes will often say, hey, you need to, here's how to, they'll simultaneously say, you shouldn't chase women. You shouldn't use women to validate yourself. You should have self-confidence. But at the same time, they'll say, hey, if you want the hottest women, you have to do this. And to your point, it's like, hey, if this woman lets herself go, or like doesn't look like an Instagram model, like she's not worth your time, and you should move on. They never talk about like the actual connection there, because they don't see the woman as a partner. They don't see her as someone who, hey, you're like a friend, like a lover, someone who can like actually, we can be a team and like improve our lives together. They see her as a status symbol. They see her, it's kind of weird. They don't like dating hot women because they're dating a hot woman. They like dating hot women because other people see they're dating hot women and think they're cool, because look at this hot chick I have. When you do that, you are literally putting all of your validation into the woman you're dating. You're literally they'll simultaneously say you shouldn't depend on women for validation, and then say like, if you're not dating a 9 or a 10, you're a loser. And it's like, you understand these are like contradicting statements, right? You understand like you're just like crossing wires here. And it's just like dripping with like insecurity and just and like you said, like the fact that like if you're in a relationship and like one of you, like obviously like if like one of you like begins like doing like picking up some like incredibly unhealthy habits or something like that, like okay, yeah, like, if they completely change, like absolutely. But if like like you said, like you're gonna, as you get older, you're gonna gain weight, you're gonna have bad stints, you're gonna, like, some things will change, but like that's why the connection is important, because while the other stuff changes, what doesn't change is your connection, and that's what keeps you together and makes you want to actually stay with each other. Like, and again, if you said, oh, if she gets a little fat, if she gains 10 pounds, I'm dumping her. Like, what sort of existence is that? Like, that just sounds like hell.
Yeah. No, I mean, honestly, I'll even say when we started dating each other, I was going through therapy for the first time. I had mad anger issues. I totally acted the stoic part and all that. The stoic tough guy and all that. And, we just totally broke each other down. and that was really good. Going back to the last Q&A guy, being vulnerable is something that can be taken for granted by some, and that some others can deny themselves. So you can deny yourself vulnerability, but vulnerability is something that's very precious. And you can even care about how long the relationship lasts, but just really maybe care about making the most of the time, and allowing yourself to be new. If you've ever hated being put on a shelf or being put on a pedestal, then just don't repeat that. Don't be part of that cycle. It is vicious. It's hard to get out of. And I don't think anyone wants to be there. Or else you're just, I don't know. I do have some friends, who are just barely getting out of it. That's really hard. Really hard.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, man, that's a good note to end on. Hopefully that they see this and, people say this stuff and actually see, again, they're like, hey, man, this is not the answer. Like, you had like a bunch of dudes on, and we've all been, it's like, oh, it's just me. I'm alone. I have to do this because otherwise I'll be alone, and no one thinks this way. And it's like, and here you have all these dudes like, dude, no, this is not, look at it. Like, we're all telling you, like, this is not how it has to be. It can be better. But you can't, like you said, you can't play into it. We have to push against it. If you just play into the system, you're not fixing the problem. You're just playing into it. And you're not going to make it. Maybe things will get better a little bit for you, maybe a little bit, but you're going to fuck over the guys. You're going to make all those men feel exactly how you did. You want to feel better. We want to feel better, but we also want to help dudes who are coming up not have to go through the shit we did, not have to go through the insecurity and the crisis of masculinity and make all the mistakes we made. The whole point is that we can like show them like, hey, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. You'll make mistakes, but like at least we can help give you some direction, I guess.
No, I mean, yeah, the baby steps, they matter, and taking time matters. And if you feel like you can't go forward, there are people around to help. People who will listen, not intervene, not like overwhelming with advice. There are people, at least I've noticed in this community, who will listen instead of just telling you what to do all the time, giving you remedies, rather than listening and kind of, you having your own unique solutions to everything.
Yeah. Well, a good way to put it, we'll give you the map, but you're the one who has to follow it. We're not going to force you to. We'll give you all of what we know. We'll give you all our tips, but you're the one at the end of the day who has to get up and and that's sort of like the intersection of personal responsibility and sort of like social reform. We can work to sort of like change the systems and change how things are and like how men are perceived. But at the end of the day, as an individual, it is your responsibility. We can't make you help yourself. We'll give you all the tools, but you're the one who has to get up and take action. So, and hopefully your call, I think this was fantastic. Your call and many others like the other guys today are helping dudes get that confidence to do so. So, but thank you so much for coming on, man.
Hey, no problem. Enjoy that sandwich. Take a big bite.
I'm going to.
I'll see you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, man. It's a pleasure. Take care.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was a good note to end on. It's we're not like of all the like incredible dudes who came on today and like gave their experience. We'll share our experiences, but we can't. If you're a guy out there and you're struggling and you're lonely and you need to improve your life, we'll give you what we know. We'll give you the mistakes we made. But it's your responsibility. We're not your parents. We're not going to make you do anything. We're not going to force you to do anything. It's your responsibility to improve your life. It's your responsibility to take this information and take heed of it. And we'll all be here, man. If you ever need someone, it seemed like like whether between MensLib or just chats like this, I think there are people who are willing to help you if you're willing to help or if you're willing to accept the help and you have the motivation to help yourself. It's like with rehab, they say we can't help people who don't want to. We can't help people who don't want to get better. And that's sort of what this is all about. There are some people who just are in such bad shape that we can't even reach, and hopefully they'll come out of it. And we can try, but they won't get out of it. But it's the people who are like, you know what, I don't want to feel like this. This isn't helping me. I want to be better. That's, I think, those are the people that we can help and really pull out of that bad place, and hopefully prevent young men from ever getting into that bad place in the first place. Yes, Mountie, you are next. I'm calling you in right now. All right, so that's it for today. We got one more guest, Mr. Mountie. Let's go. Are you ready, Mountie?
I am ready.
Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be a little change of pace. We've had a really nice day of talking about social issues and activism and men's issues, and we announced the AMA, and we had a great talk with the guys from MensLib, and we talked about TV shows and fun stuff. But yeah, now we're gonna do this on a little different. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna roast the shit out of this idiot. We're gonna watch Think Before You Sleep. We're gonna watch a video.
Oh yeah.
And we're just gonna fucking destroy it. Like, oh my god, I fucking hate this dude. His videos are so shit.
We all do.
It was funny. I felt bad because like I kept blaming Mountie for this. Oh, this is Mountie, one of the mods of YouTube and the server, and we just love shitting on red pill stuff. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. It's hilarious. It's like how pathetic these guys are actually.
It's like, so this is Think Before You Sleep, and this is someone. So we had someone. So who was it? Well, we shouldn't name drop anyone, but there was someone in the Discord who kept like posting Think Before You Sleep videos, and I felt bad because I felt like they kind of wanted us to, like, hey, this guy makes some good points, and we just we watched it, and we just destroyed it, and I felt bad. but I was like, hey man, I mean, this stuff this dude's saying is just not good. Like, women are title of entitled men. That was a video we watched, that I watched, that person linked, and it was it's the Fresh and Fit podcast where they just bring on like very like clueless women and just like yell at them for like 3 hours, and they're like, yeah man, we own feminism. And they're not very good. Okay, so which one should we roast, Mountie? Should we watch the?
Well, first you have to share your screen because the stream is delayed, so I won't be.
Oh, you're right. Up. You're right. I forgot. I have it on normal latency still. How do I share my screen?
Let's do the whole men. No, hold on. Let's do his.
Damn it, Cactus. No, he's not.
He's not. He's really not. We're going to show you why.
Here, Cactus, we don't want to tell you. We'll just give our opinions on his one of his videos, and then you can decide for yourself. Wait, so which one did you? Do we want to do the reason one? The reason why men aren't getting married? Okay,
this one is terrible.
All right, hang on. Let's make sure. Let's play it.
19-month-old Cuba fish.
Okay, I gotta turn it up a little bit.
From Cardiff is a fast food baby.
Okay, I think they can hear it. Okay, good. All right, we ready?
Yeah.
Right, let's go.
I'm ready.
Wait, have you seen this one yet? Because I've seen it.
I've seen clips of it, but from when I saw it, I wanted to die.
Yeah, let me know if you want me to pause it so you can comment. But like, oh my god. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
This one, basically, Think Before You Sleep is a good example of a YouTuber who, he has a certain worldview, and it's like, I have disagreements with your worldview, of course, and we can discuss that, but, it's like, the way you go about, what's the word I'm looking for? The way he goes about sort of, demonstrating it through, the clips and videos he uses is, ridiculous. We'll show you in this one, but he'll take weird examples of this family, this woman is not she's not a good cook, so she feeds her kids fast food, and he spins it into this is why. Oh, Cactus, I'm sorry. Mountie, look at the chat.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
okay,
Cactus.
Sorry, Cactus.
I was so disappointed, Cactus. I was like, no, please tell me no. You don't like this dude. I feel that way, Cactus, too. I'm tired.
Yeah.
So basically, like,
boys,
what? Yeah, sorry, Cactus. So basically, like, what this dude does is he takes like he'll take like little things that like, hey, a mother like feeding her kids fast food isn't good, right? And we're like, well, yeah. I mean, she should feed them like, healthier foods. He's like, yeah, this is why traditionalism is good, and this is why feminism is destroying the country. And it's like, what the fuck? How do we get from A to like Y? Like, what? I feel like you skipped like many steps, man. Looks like you like.
How do you even get from A to B?
Yeah.
Forget why. How do we get from A to B?
Like, this is like a huge leap. And again, if you have a certain worldview, like traditionalism, like, more, certain gender roles, like, I mean, like, we might disagree. That's fine. But it's like, it's the fact that like the mind, like the mental gymnastics, I'm like, what the fuck? So, okay. So I want you to keep this in mind too, as we begin. And Mountie knows we've seen it, but
some of it.
It's, the title of this video is The Reason Why Men Aren't Getting Married. I want you to just keep that in your head as we watch it. Okay. Oh, so actually, sorry, you can't even see it. See? The Reason Why Men Aren't Getting Married. I'm going to keep it on screen because it's very important. I just want you to keep that in mind as we watch it, because I feel like it's very indicative of the larger problem here, in terms of like just like taking like just like very like agreeable statements and then just like flipping them into like ridiculous conclusions or extrapolations. So let's start. It's 26 minutes. Fuck. Do you mind if we play it on 2 times the speed, Mountie?
Might not be able. Well, the guy. All right, whatever. It's fine. I'll tell you whether or not I like it or not.
Wait, 2 times. Oh, here, let's do this. Let's do 1.5 times the speed. It probably
that's much better.
I feel like my ADD brain doesn't like. I actually like. Sometimes I can't watch videos like that are like regular speed. I'm like, come on, but I watch them on 2 times the speed. And I'm like, okay, good. So this is 1.5 times speed, just so we're not here for like, because I have a feeling we're gonna have to stop this video like 50 times. Okay, let's brace ourselves, and we'll do this. And actually, we'll probably do this as a recurring segment, Mountie. Every Q&A will just roast the Red Pill video.
Yeah, or PragerU video. That'd be interesting.
Well, those are short. We can do one of those after too. But the problem,
sure.
The problem with the PragerU videos is like they're like 4 minutes long, and it's gonna take us an hour to get through it because they say so much stupid shit over the course of 4 minutes that it's like, dude, like that Robert E. Lee video. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that was an embarrassment. That was just the biggest embarrassment I've ever seen.
That one or what was the one we watched? Oh, why the 3/5 compromise was anti-slavery. Woo,
oh my
that
god.
like that was just they just don't care.
Total like, how can you call yourself a university after making a video like that? It's like, how can you call yourself a university?
It's someone I think saw the EFAP logo on the side, and they're like, every frame a red pill. That's basically what we're gonna become. Full screen it? Can I? No, because it's not. Oh, actually, hang on. I have to full screen it, but then I have to, because I have my screen bigger. Hang on. I'm gonna see. I think you're. Yeah.
Hold on.
You got it. Oh, let's do this. I'm so excited.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, here we go. Oh, hang on, let me get my chat up. All right.
19-month-old Cuba fish from Cardiff is a fast food baby.
He likes McDonald's, he likes KFC, he likes Mountie.
His whole family are takeaway addicts.
Most people have a Friday night takeaway, but we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night takeaway.
Sam works 2 days a week as a banking consultant. The other 5 are spent cleaning her home.
Wait, okay, let's just set the stage. Okay, this is a family. The mother is, I think she said she works 2 days a week and she stays home and she just feeds her kids crap. She just feeds them fast food. Okay, that's the premise. That is That is the sort of like the premise of what this documentary that he's hosting is, the clip. Just keep that in mind again. And again, remember the title of this is The Reason Why Men Aren't Getting Married. Just keep this in mind as we go forward.
I don't think the 2 times speed is working here. I think like it's gonna be very incoherent. Like the 1.5 speed, I think you just have to keep it at normal speed.
Well, this is 1.5. Do you want me to put it down to normal?
Yeah, put it down to normal because this is
Okay.
not working, at least for me.
Is there too much lag?
No, it's just very like it's just like some words just come out very incoherent.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so this is the regular speed. All right, so let's go. And let me back it up a bit because he started talking. So here we go.
Her home.
Wait, she only works 2 days a week but feeds her kids fast food 5 days a week? I need to hear that again because I don't believe it.
How many?
I mean, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
She has the time. She should feed her kids better food. So maybe actually, Mountie, maybe we're actually going to agree with him.
Maybe we will.
Do you think this is gonna stay like that? Do you think he's just gonna say it's like, hey, this woman should feed her kids better food? I hope so.
Why do I have this suspicious feeling it's going to go into something completely off topic?
We're just gonna detour and just. I think we both have a feeling.
Takeaways
Yeah, we already know.
in a week.
At least 5.
At least 5 days a week. For those of you who aren't British, takeaway is fast food. So basically you eat fast food every day. Think of how much money that costs. If you aren't going to take care of your kids, then why are you home? Work full-time and pay a maid because at least the maid won't give your 1-year-old a heart attack.
The takeaways are soaked in harmful saturated fat. Cuba's consuming half a
little
litre
abrasive,
of
but we're
oil
on the
a
right
week.
track.
So what do you have in it?
The toddler knocks all the fast food
Kind of.
back with an unbelievable amount of cola. Up to 6
Jesus.
cans a day. Cuba is consuming 3,200 calories a day, 700 more than is healthy for a grown man.
Oh my god, that is...
I feel like that's bullshit. Like that's just ridiculous. Like, how does the kid how does it even fit in his stomach? Like, I'm sure he eats like shit, but I have a feeling like that, it's like, what is it, like a TLC documentary or something? Like, probably they're like over exaggerating it. 3,200.
Probably.
I don't eat 3,200 calories a day.
Yeah, that seems like if you had 3,200 calories a day, like that's a wee bit ridiculous. Like I feel like the baby would vomit a lot.
Yeah, that's
know what I mean?
probably just like corner store TLC, just like over exaggerating. That seems
Probably.
dumb, but maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, let's keep watching. Maybe he'll bring it up.
700 more than is healthy for a grown man.
Oh my god, that is a crapload of food. Well, this insane story comes from a BBC 3 documentary called Fast Food Baby that aired back in 2011. It follows 3 families and their children who eat an incredible amount of fast food. Let's get into it, but first, if you like the content...
Oh god. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, we don't care.
Also, keep in mind just that this is another. This is how. Just okay. So, again, take the subject. Take the subject of the video about this family who doesn't eat cat food. The title, the reason why men aren't getting married, and keep in mind that this clip is from 2011. I don't know why. This is 10 years old. This video came out like what, like a week ago. So, okay, he went back to 2011 for it. Maybe there's a reason why. Let's keep going.
There are 3 families in this documentary, and the original script for this video included all 3. However, the problem is that the 3 families each have separate issues, so I would have to tell 3 separate narratives for this video to get it right, and that made the original script nightmarishly long. But before I get strawmanned by critics who think I'm saying that all women are like Sam and that's why we have problems, understand, I'm not saying that. I never...
Okay. He's already. Yeah. Okay, let's.
I like it.
You say it.
It's funny. Well, yeah, no, it's just like, and I kind of feel like a hypocrite because like I kind of like you have to qualify stuff and stuff like that. Here's the thing: front end qualifying like this is a little weird. So what I mean by that is like I back end qualify stuff. So like what I mean by that is like I'll say a statement and then I'll say something like, oh, so hey, like, you know, this, and this. But then I'll say, however, just because I say that doesn't mean this, and this. Have you ever heard the, I'm trying to think of, I don't know what it's called, but there's a certain it's like a psychological principle, I think, where depending on how you, depending on how you phrase a sentence, if you're doing a this but this, depending on what order you put them in, it can completely change the tone of something. For example, I'm trying to think of this way. It's like, if I were to say something like, "Hey, women nowadays many women nowadays seem to be really conceited, and they just are really like selfish and like just like, not good people. However, I understand that there are many, you know, not all women are like this. We're just talking about a very small minority of people." Okay, so that's how I would do it. What he's doing is front loading, which is where you go like this. He goes, "Look, I'm not saying that all women are like conceited and whores and selfish, but we have a very large problem with like very conceited women in our country. Like it's kind of this is I don't know exactly how to describe it. There's like a weird dynamic to it. It really changes the tone of like what you're talking about. I don't exactly know why. There's probably like a psychological principle. I don't know. The fact that he's like front loading it when we're like 2 minutes into the video, like that's a huge red flag. I don't know why.
Huge. When I got up to this point when I first saw it, I was just like, bro, like.
It's like the I'm not racist, but it's like, ooh, you're just like getting your chair ready. But what?
But what?
All right, here we go.
Never say that all women are one particular way. That is statistically unlikely. So when I use some...
Oh my god.
Oh, he didn't even try. He didn't even like... he didn't even like go for the... he didn't even like just say it. He didn't even say, look, I'm not saying all women are like this. Like obviously not all women are like this, but I'm just going to critique these women. He said, I'm not saying all women are like this. I don't have the statistical evidence to prove that. But...
What?
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Okay, here we go.
This is gonna be a ride. I can just tell.
Oh, Montel, yeah, because it sounds like you're contradicting yourself. You're kind of like you're front loading it. Like, look, I'm not saying this, but I'm saying this, and it's like people feel like, oh, if I front load it, it makes it like, no, it doesn't, because that's just why would you? Because if you actually didn't think there was anything wrong with the second statement, you wouldn't have front loaded it. You know, like if what you're saying is reasonable, you shouldn't have to qualify it. But okay, that was funny. I forgot that he did that. He just went, that's statistically unlikely.
Understand, I'm not saying that. I never say that all women are one particular way. That is statistically unlikely. So when I use someone as an example to describe a larger problem, I am saying that represents a segment of society. In the fast food documentary, Sam represents one segment of women in society, Kara represents a different segment, and Taylor, the 19-year-old single mother with 2 kids.
Oh,
3 minutes in, we already got some single mother critiques.
Yeah, we've already got it. It was bound to happen.
It'd be fun. It would have been funny. I know they're not, but it would have been funny if they were twins. Oh, she has 2 kids. Like, well, they were twins. She's got pregnant once. It's like
that was funny. That was funny.
When people use academic. Oh, sorry. Just a comment from Blong. Oh, Blong. Hey, what's up, man? When people use academic words, it encourages people to think they have researched or looked into this. These videos are just personal opinions, but they don't want to take personal responsibility. Boom.
Speaking of personal responsibility, I love how he's already pushing the personal responsibility thing with the whole, like, go back for a second, go back, 5 seconds.
Oh, with the, yeah.
Larger problem, I am saying that represents a segment of society. In the fast food documentary, Sam represents one segment of women in society, Kara represents a different segment, and Taylor, the 19-year-old single mother with 2 kids...
Pause. So you see that which flash up there? Seriously, 2 teen pregnancies, already giving serious personal responsibility vibes. Already giving that off.
Again, it goes back to what we were talking about like, oh, this woman has 2. She's a single mother with 2 kids. This must have been due to poor choices. Like, or I mean, we don't know anything about this woman's story. Like,
Exactly.
I wouldn't advise anyone having kids in your teens. I don't think that's a good idea. But
Exactly.
maybe she had, maybe there was the father in the life, and he was like, yeah, I'll support you. We'll look at this, and then maybe he bailed. I'm not saying this is the case, but I'm saying there's always this sort of like knee-jerk reaction in this community to be like, oh, a single mother. This must have been because you did really, really stupid things, and you were just dumb, and you made like very irresponsible decisions. Not completely ignoring any sort of societal, her upbringing, where the father is in this, just that all doesn't really matter. It's all
just so ridiculous.
All that societal bullshit. How dare they? All right, let's keep going. Yeah, Belong, we'll have you on when we do Alexander Grace's female therapist video. That's gonna be a trip.
Oh my god.
That's gonna be a fun one.
Presents yet another segment of women in society. The reason I picked Sam's family is because I've already talked about how unhealthy single motherhood is for children like a million times, and Kara, the other woman I'm skipping over, has a problem that is adequately solved in the documentary, and I agree with the method used to resolve it, so I have nothing to add. Kara's family problems aren't caused by feminism or modern values, so her and her fiancé's parenting issues aren't really relevant to this channel. However, Sam's family has a problem that is very relevant to what we are experiencing today, outside of single motherhood. Sam's family shows the negative consequences of modern relationships.
Wait.
What? How do we? I mean, I know he's gonna go into it, but already I'm seeing like a mother feeds her kids fast food and doesn't cook for them, and somehow that is a problem in modern relationships. And we're gonna get into all the nitty gritty, of course, because we can't wait. But
really can't wait.
It's our, but also, and just to rewind a little bit back, I've already talked about these. Belong commented, these guys groups believe a single mother is a failed person in a relationship. Success isn't always staying married, and leaving, divorcing isn't always a failure of a relationship. Belong, that is objectively false, and I know this because the guy on YouTube with the YouTube channel said so. And he said that he doesn't chase validation from women, but also that he's had sex with 8,000 women. So, I mean, am I gonna take your opinion as a licensed therapist or that guy's opinion? You know?
Exactly. It's like, are you going to it's actually no, I was gonna give as a dumb example, but I was like going to say, like, are you going to take wrestling advice from a trained pro who's done it for like 30 years or a random idiot on the internet? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that guy's on the internet, Mountie.
Exactly. You know what I mean?
Also, the way
how do I know he's not the reincarnated version of Ric Flair? How do I know that?
It's also, the funny thing is, like, he slipped it underneath there. I've already talked about how single mothers is unhealthy for children. I'm sure you have. It's interesting that he said single mothers and not single parents. You know,
you know what I mean?
That's always an interesting thing too. When you actually, like, I've actually even seen, I think, Rollo Tomasi. He said something like, he made a claim like, well, single fathers raise better kids than single mothers. And it's like, oh, okay. He's actually right, though. You might want to look stats on single mothers. Okay, knowledgeable bro. So we already went over this. It's not that single motherhood isn't, like, you have... When people talk about single motherhood, what they usually do is they'll say something like, well, if children who are raised in single motherhood homes don't do as well in school, don't do as well here, they act out more. That is correct. These are true statistics. But those are just statistics. We have to understand, okay, so why is this happening? Well, first of all, we talked about this earlier. if you grow up in a single motherhood home, and again, not a single motherhood home, a single parent home, you are only operating with one income, right? So already that is cutting your resources, or I should say the median average of your home resources by a lot, right? You probably don't see your mother you probably don't see your parent, whether it's a mother or father, that much, because they have to work. And if you have to have childcare, that costs a lot. So now you're working with, because you don't have a second parent to stay home. So now you're working with even a lower income. And if I should show you this, if I need to show you this is the statistics of how low income can affect children's performance and even health, anxiety throughout their life, I mean, that's a massive factor there. If you just say, oh, well, single mothers result in kids doing worse in school, or acting out more, that is a fundamentally unscientific assertion, because you're not really saying anything. Like, you're drawing a correlation, okay, so let's dig into it. Let's actually talk about this and why. The reason these guys don't go into that correlation is because they want to insinuate there is something inherently wrong with single motherhood. That's what they're doing. But they're too cowardly to just come out and say it. They just kind of want to imply it, so everyone kind of gets the message. And then if you actually push them on it and tell them, like, hey, actually statistics don't actually pan out, there's actually a lot more factors we have to discuss here, then they'll say, well, I never said that. I just said single mothers aren't healthy for children, which they aren't. But they know what they're doing. They're not very astute in it. They're not very nuanced in it. They know exactly what they're doing. I'm sure there are some people who are just stupid and don't understand how statistics work. But with these guys, given their content, they know what they're doing.
Yep, pretty much. It's all calculated.
Mm-hmm.
Just change the way everything has been done for a very long time and expect to not have problems. Most new ideas suck, so it takes years and lots of trial and error to vet the ones that are actually good. One of the many consequences of not having a parent dedicated to the house for a very long time and expect to not have problems.
I like this little...
Most new ideas suck.
Okay.
So it takes years and lots of trial and error to vet the ones that are actually good.
How do you know if they suck if you need years to find out if they're good or not?
Exactly. You know what I mean? That's actually a really good point. I didn't even think of that.
I'm not. It's it's just. It's like this sort of traditionalist mindset. It's and again, I'm not doubting that there might actually be value in certain traditionalist views, but the fact that it's not just that hey, deviating from this isn't a good idea because we actually have evidence proving it. It's, this is new. I don't like it. We shouldn't do it. Even if down the road we actually find out that it actually is a good idea, because it's all reactionary. Yeah, I personally find single mothers to be well, of course, Jed. That's how it always is. There are some single mothers who are terrible mothers, and there are others like my own who are fantastic mothers and very supportive. But this idea that and if there's a correlation between hey, single parenthood and lower academic performance, we should take note of that. Okay, why? But we need to, after we take note of it, we need to actually dig in. It's okay, why is this happening?
And it's not even that. It's just the fact that they focus so much on single mothers specifically. It's why not single fathers? Huh? Are you saying that single fathers are much better than single mothers? It's what are the implications behind that?
Roly Polioli did. He actually said that in one of his videos. Single fathers raise better kids than single mothers. I'm sure he had a statistic that he didn't understand or didn't actually read the study on, but it just fit his narrative, so he picked it up. I'll bring it up to
spell his name for me. Spell his name for me.
Rollo Tomasi. ROLLO TOMASSI. I feel bad because he stole his name from LA Confidential, and I love that movie. So he kind of ruined that for me. Thanks, dickhead.
Okay, the first video I see is Rollo Tomasi explains how females think. No, thank you. Nah.
But you should listen to him, Mountie. All right, let's keep going.
One of the many consequences of not having a parent dedicated to the household is that the children suffer. Why? It's because either you have parents who have no time to cook, so they shovel a bunch of processed foods down their kid's mouth, or, in Sam's case, you have a woman who is mostly a housewife who wasn't taught how to cook and cannot inspire her kids to eat her food.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, she's like, this is fine. She should learn how to cook for her kids. I think that's reasonable. Yeah. Mountie, I think he's gonna make a good point.
Yeah, maybe.
If Cuba's mum Sam does cook a home meal, the reception is lukewarm.
Sam, your pasta.
Nice.
It's half cooked.
Nobody eats it, and then they all run off, and I'm left with just mess. Does anybody want this pasta?
No, thank you.
Oh.
Okay, so the problem is that you created something and you are not getting the response that you want. But instead of fixing it, Sam makes excuses. My husband and kids so rudely didn't like my food after I worked really hard, and now I have a mess.
Wait. Whoa. Where did she say that?
I think he's just projecting. But in any case, I think he's just projecting in any case, wait, sorry. But you also have to consider single mothers who are that way by choice and have money. Obviously, they're going to be fine. Yeah, there are plenty of women who are like, if you, like, here's like, what Red Pill do is bring up like the women initiate divorces. They never really talk about like, hey, who caused the divorce? If a woman is with her, like let's say a mother, father, and a kid are living in a house, the father is never there. He cheats on the wife constantly. And when he gets home, he doesn't actually like interact with her or the baby. He just yells and it's like a drag on the whole family. If the mother decides like, hey, this is not a good environment for the baby, this is not healthy for me, we yell at each other. If that woman decides to divorce that man, who is at fault here? Who is at fault in the marriage breaking up? So you can just say, oh, well, women are the ones who initiate the divorce. Okay. What are the issues causing the divorces? But they never dive into that. They just say, well, women initiate divorces. Okay. And again, this is like 15-year-old like edgy Ben Shapiro shit. Like where you take like one study that fits your narrative and like you extrapolate a point. But like that's not what scientists do. It's not what data analysts do. They take like 50 different statistics, put them all together, and that's science. And then you get the full picture. But these guys don't do that. They take one statistic and they run with it.
Yeah.
Again, I have to say to Mountie, he is correct though. I mean, like this woman does seem kind of obnoxious. She really should cook food for her family. Why this video is called "The Reason Why Men Aren't Getting Married," I don't know yet. I'm sure he'll explain it and make coherent points. It seems like he's sort of implying something. I don't really know what yet. But let's keep going, and maybe we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm lost at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, there's probably a reasons. There's probably a reason.
But 5 minutes in, and it's just like this video hasn't gone to the point as yet. Then again, it's an almost 30-minute video, but it's still like by 5 minutes in or 10 minutes in, you'd probably be like, okay, like what's your larger point here in this video? That's 30 minutes long.
HB, will lesbians divorce at a higher rate than straight couples, and gay men divorce less than straight couples? HB, can you kind of like form the point? Like, what do you are throwing out things that I don't have a statistics for, so I don't know. Can you maybe elaborate on what those two things have to do? I'll come back to this. Don't worry. Also, a lot of domestic. Yeah, go ahead. Also, a lot of domestic violence in lesbian relationships. Okay.
Yeah, like elaborate on that.
I mean, like, yeah, I actually know like why that's the case. It's like not really that. It's actually not really that complicated. But like, what is the reason? Are you just gonna say it and leave it there? Okay, we'll come back. Let's get back to the video.
Let's wait for them. Comments. I mean, they're probably to go. Let's just get back to this dumb video.
Let's get back.
So I'll just give up. No, that's not how creative ventures work. If I work really hard on a YouTube video and no one watches it, I don't blame the audience or make excuses. I blame myself. there have been plenty of projects I've done that were an incredible amount of work
bullshit,
that
bullshit.
resulted
I
in
call
no one.
so much bullshit. I call so much bullshit on that. I guarantee you, if your views started to go down, you'd probably blame the algorithm or say YouTube is trying to censor you. I guarantee. I know how you fucking red pill people work. I know how you people work. You will always. That's their main defense. Whenever their views or like a video gets shut down, they're always like like YouTube is trying to censor me. They don't want people to hear the truth. They don't want people to like I'm saying the truth and I'm being censored. This is literally George Orwell's 1984. It happens all the time with conservatives. You see it all the time with red pill people. You're not fooling anybody, mate. I know the moment your views go down, YouTube is to blame.
Let me see. Hang on. I'm sorry, I'm just going through something.
What happened?
Hold on. Ready? I'm gonna put it on screen.
Whoa.
This was from a month ago. Praise the Lord. Steven Crowder is suing YouTube for unfairly enforcing their policies.
Okay.
Come on, dude.
Of course. No, why am I surprised?
Man.
Are we even surprised, Mac? Are we even surprised?
Oh man. Damn it. See, he makes good points. Amber Heard might go to jail for perjury. Sweet. Good. She deserves it. Praise the Lord. Steven Crowder is suing YouTube for unfairly enforcing their policies. Oh my god. I wonder, a month ago, was that before the George Floyd reenactment?
I have no idea, to be honest. And I think it was probably after. Like, dude, for people who preach personal responsibility, the moment your content gets struck down, you guys sure do like to blame other people other than yourselves. Just saying.
Okay, here's just to answer chat. HP, then explain why gay men divorce less frequently than straight couples. Can you tell me that? Why? Can you answer that?
Tell us. I'd love to know the factors behind that. That'd be interesting too.
Because I have when you actually put the numbers of married couples versus straight couples. Also, the divorce. A lot of these divorce rates actually aren't really that accurate because they're usually factoring in multiple marriages. So, for example, if someone was married once and stay together, that's just a successful marriage. If someone gets divorced 5 times to 5 different people, that counts 5 times. But that's not 5. Do you see maybe why you shouldn't actually put those back and back together? Are those statistics factoring in Vegas drunk weddings too? I don't know. Well, no, it's not. And Francois, it's not that you're a debate nerd. It's just you're just throwing out stuff that you don't actually understand. You're just saying things and it seems like you're you HB you guys are trying to draw conclusions. And you're this is sort of what we're critiquing is if you just throw out statistics and then extrapolate conclusions from them, that's not science. That's ideology because you have a
no. It's not even that. It's not even that. It's again, I'll use this example of I don't know if you guys watch Anne Reid and How to Cook That. She gave a great example of this. I don't know if you guys know content from channels 5 Minute Crafts. Basically, Anne Reid is a baking YouTuber, and she's making videos exposing fake baking hacks and content farms who are just mass producing all these videos just for the sake of profit on YouTube. And it's these channels are actually pretty damaging. They're spreading dangerous misinformation to kids. And she was saying that let's say I told you that the more firefighters are present at a fire, the higher the damage cost. Therefore, firefighters cause more damage. What have I done there? I've taken a true fact, I've taken it into and I've led you to the wrong conclusion.
Maybe because, and I would, a reasonable person would say, well, if the fire is really massive, they obviously need to call more firefighters to come and try to put it out. If there's just a tiny little kitchen fire, they're probably only going to send 1 or 2 guys, because why would you send the entire department? If an entire shopping center is just engulfed in flames, you're going to send every firefighter you have. But because there is a larger it's a larger fire, it's going to cause more damage. Yeah, that's sort of...
Or you could say that the more firefighters are present, like due to the more firefighters being present because of it being a very large fire, that means that like those firefighters need to have a larger paycheck. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Amongst all the firefighters, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's almost like that 1350 thing. I can't remember the exact.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact details of it. Maybe it'll come to me later. But, anyways, like Go said, we're only 5 minutes into the video. We should keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, we're legit like 5 minutes in, and I'm already like just going off.
Seething.
One liking the video.
Seething.
Nobody cares. People don't care how hard you worked. They care if the product is good. So if I were to make a dinner and my hypothetical partner tells me that my pasta is undercooked and my kids don't want to finish their food, then I would immediately assume it's because I didn't do a good job.
Really? My mom used to do that when I was a kid. Like, my sister wouldn't eat anything but chicken nuggets, and like my mother would make her like great meals. And
Kids are just like that, to be honest, where it's like they only want because it's like there's like this thing in frozen foods and fast foods, like the actual science behind it is that like it makes it so addicting that you want more of it. So it's like if you ever eaten a Big Mac and you eat it, even though you just had 2 beef patties, 3 burger buns, you still feel very hungry. Even with all the fries and the drink, you still feel very hungry. That's a scientific thing that they put in fast food that makes you want more, even though you've just eaten a very large portion of food.
well, not even that. I mean, when I was a kid, my sister was a brat. Like, she was just stubborn. And my mom was like, no, I made you baked chicken. You're going to eat the baked chicken. And if you don't eat the baked chicken, you're not getting dinner. And then my sister would just suck it up and eat it.
Like, eat the baked chicken. It's good for you.
Yeah, if it's undercooked, just put it. Yeah. See, okay, he's not making bad points yet.
Kinda. He's
yeah, some of them. But like the overall, like this woman, this woman should really keep her act up. I'm sure that we'll just stay. I'm sure we'll stay in the pocket.
Insinuating that they are disrespectful or implying that they are rude doesn't solve the problem. They're still not going to like your food. Learning how to cook does solve the problem. If you want to have people impressed with your cooking, then stop making excuses and get to work.
Whatever.
Sam is home 5 days a week. If she's not spending time cooking or developing her other skills, then what exactly does she do outside of cleaning? Simon is busy working and bearing most of the financial load, which means that she should be doing most of the housework. But a major portion of that is outsourced because she can't properly cook a beginner recipe like pasta or even just look up how to do it. Instead, she feeds her kids junk food and ruins their health.
You don't know what's in those takeaways.
So far, so good. I agree.
And generally speaking, they're going to be high in fats and salt and sugar. And basically, they are a recipe for heart disease, diabetes, cancer.
If you can't cook, do you know what makes a dry piece of chicken edible? Put a boatload of barbecue sauce on it. The pasta sucks? Load it up with hundreds of calories of cheese. That's what fast food and junk food companies do. They know the quality of the food isn't that great, so they add a bunch of addictive chemicals like salt, sugar, and fat to make you like it.
Monty,
However,
you got your point.
If you actually know what you were doing, then you...
Well, he referenced your point. Like, yeah, fast food creates the food that's addictive. Like, absolutely. That's not what you should do. Okay. Hey, man.
But wait. That's a kind of a weird point that he kind of just made. Like, if the chicken is undercooked, you put a shitload of sauce on it. No, if the chicken is undercooked, you put it back in the pan and cook it again.
Well, no, that's that he was like mocking that. He was saying like that's what fast food companies do, and that's like why that's why it's unhealthy for kids. So that's actually a good point. All right, TBYS, you're good.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Yeah, he's getting there. I'm sure this isn't gonna go off the rails soon.
You don't need to drug your kids with addictive substances to make them like your cooking. Here's the thing. When you go into a relationship, you should have certain expectations. Women certainly do.
Wait, okay, wait.
I just love that little. That little nugget. This is like, remember when I was like telling you guys like, you know, like a lot of Red Bull shit is like generally like decent points, and then there's just like little nuggets of like weird shit. This is what I'm talking about right here. Just listen.
To make you like it. However, if you actually know what you are doing, then you don't need to drug your kids with addictive substances to make them like your cooking. Here's the thing. When you go into a relationship, you should have certain expectations. Women certainly do.
Like that, it's like that shit. like, oh, you have expecting a relationship. Women sure do. Like, it's just like, dude.
Yeah, women sure do. It's like, what the hell does that mean, huh?
Dude.
I'm feeling this is leading into a certain thing. I'm feeling like this word begins with an H. I just can't put my finger on it.
It's just weird, like why would let's see if he elaborates for a good reason.
If you are a guy and you are a pushover who makes no money, then most women will dump you. Women in general do not marry guys who make less money than they do. Sam has what she wants. She has a guy who makes enough money to allow her to not work full time. But what does he get? He gets 3 kids who are addicted to junk food and will very likely have future health problems. This is a major issue with feminist ideology that
Okay.
There it was.
Oh God.
Also, can I also say something? And like, this is like what I felt the first time I saw this video. Why is like it? I think he actually goes into it, but it's kind of like, it's weird that like he's putting all the onus on her. Like, shouldn't he have like, shouldn't he
some
have
responsibility too?
Like, yeah, like why did you marry this woman if you didn't like? Obviously, if like you're getting into it, that's like kind of like that's like the sort of thing with like when like if you're a deadbeat with no job and a loser, women will dump you. It's like, well, yeah, because you're not bringing anything to the relationship. It doesn't mean you have to like bring money, but you have to bring something. Like you have to bring something to a relationship. You have to show like you have your act together. There's nothing. Like, no one disagrees with that. It's just weird how like it's just all on her, but then on the other end of the spectrum, like with a lot of rebel dudes, they'll always put the onus on the women, but not so much the man. I think he actually does go into it, which is decent, but then I think he wraps it up into like, oh, it's because he was feminized by feminism. We're already on feminism. Let's keep going and see what he says.
He gets 3 kids who are addicted to junk food and will very likely have future health problems. This is a major issue with feminist ideology that even affects women who do want to be more traditional. Back in the past, women were trained to be housewives from childhood. By the time they got married, they already had all of the necessary skills to run a household. That's not to say there was never a bad cook, but none of them was so bad or so out of time that they preferred to dump garbage down their kids' throats.
Bullshit.
And here's what happens.
You
want a guy to make six
I'm
figures.
calling bullshit.
Well,
I'm calling bullshit.
Well, I'm just wait. Hang on. Let's keep going. What is he what is he talking about?
He's getting in the old days. But
well, let's keep going. Let's just see what he is getting to. I don't understand how this connects to feminist ideology. Maybe he'll make a point. Maybe he'll make a coherent point.
So bad or so out of time that they prefer to dump garbage down their kids' throats. And here's what happens. You want a guy to make 6 figures so you can stay at home, but your housewife skills are barely worth minimum wage because you are essentially walking in as unskilled labor. How is that fair? I have to be one of the top...
Is this economics class?
It's not. But why did he marry her then?
Unskilled labor? Dude, it sounded like my economics teacher. Like, shut up. You even know what you're talking about?
It's like, why did he marry her then? Like, it seems like you're just putting it all on her. Of course you are,
but your housewife skills are barely worth minimum wage because you are essentially walking in as unskilled labor. How is that fair? I have to be one of the top earners in America. I have to have a 6-pack, and I have to be over 6 foot, but in return, I get a wife who is so bad at cooking that she can't even make spaghetti. Now
he's flying off the rails. Now he's completely flying off the rails.
Like, what is he even talking about? What do you mean? Like,
you know what I mean?
What do you mean? Like, I don't think that like the husband. Also, it's funny. It's also funny how like he says
she can't even make spaghetti. I have to be one of the top earners in America. I have to have a 6-pack, and I have to be over 6 foot.
Okay. So this is the husband. Like, what do you like? He's not a bad looking dude, but like, what do you?
I mean,
I doubt
he's not Chad.
I doubt this dude has a. Why is your friend getting so agitated? Mountie has a very short fuse when it comes to red pill shit.
Dude, this guy is just insane. Like, oh my god. The reason I'm getting so agitated is because like I used to believe this shit. You know what I mean? Like this is what makes me so angry when I see these in retrospect when I see these guys now. It's just like, oh my god, like, shut up, dude.
Like, where did he? I'm just so confused. Like, where he got this? Like, well, I have to be 6 foot and make 6 figures. It's like, what are you talking about?
6
This
foot
dude.
and makes.
This
I
dude.
mean, granted, I mean the husband does look like he could be an MMA fighter,
Yeah,
like a heavyweight champion.
Yeah, I don't know what he does, but like, he doesn't look like he has a 6-pack. He probably doesn't make. Maybe he makes 6 figures. I don't think they mentioned that. It just seems like we're kind of going off the rails here. I think before.
Yeah.
And why?
TBYS.
All these. I'm just like fucking. Now I'm like fucking starving.
It's like, by the way, can I just say, like, what thing about he just now, like, you have to be 6 foot, have a 6-pack. You literally just described Chad. That's what you literally just described.
It's just Chad. It's just Chad Thundercock coming to fuck your girlfriend.
Yeah.
So you can stay at home, but your housewife skills are barely worked in as unskilled labor. How is that fair? I have to be one of the top earners in America. I have to have a 6-pack, and I have to be over 6 foot. But in return, I get a wife who is so bad at cooking that she can't even make spaghetti. Now do you see why men don't want to get married?
No, I don't, because you just completely went off the rails and didn't connect whatever the fuck this was to whatever the fuck you were just talking about. You made like a weird connection between. You brought up this like one woman who is like really bad at cooking and like really needs to fix that so it's good for her kids, and extrapolate it into this is because feminist ideology didn't allow her to be taught how to cook when she was a kid, and now she is and this guy married her because she had high standards, and now this is feminism's fault. Like, what? No, I don't know why men don't want to get married. Also, this is such a cope. I hate when people say this. You need to be 6 foot, 6-pack, and make all this money. Like, fun fact, only 9% of men make more than 6 figures in America. Yeah, and there are plenty of people, like, thank you, Hojo. There are plenty of people who get married and have, like, successful marriages. So, like, where are these, like, what is this idea of, like, oh, if you don't have a 6-pack and don't make 6 figures, then you'll never get a woman. Like, what? Like, well, there are plenty of men who don't and do. So it's almost like they might have something else that you don't have. Maybe, like, you know, like respect for their partner and like a personality and like skills and humor. Like, I don't know, man. This is like, yeah, Jed, this is like the entire channel. It's just that he takes like weird ass clips and then he'll just like extrapolate it. It's like, this is why feminism is destroying America. And he does it in like but he does it in an intellectual way. Has he even
quote unquote intellectual?
Has he even like mentioned statistics so far?
I don't even know.
I don't think so.
I just got so heated. I was just like no, I don't think he has actually.
Yeah, Mountie, I don't want your blood pressure to go up too much.
Jesus, this guy is just annoying the hell out of me.
Women aren't being taught this stuff anymore. Women are being taught to be men because feminists have deemed the female role as useless and oppressive.
What?
What? Hang on.
Wait, what are we talking about?
I need to go back. I lost. Did we like skip like 5 minutes?
Essentially walking in as unskilled labor. How is that fair? I have to be one of the same but in return, I get a wife who is so bad at cooking that she can't even make spaghetti. Now do you see why men don't want to get married? Women aren't being taught this stuff anymore. Women are being taught to be men because feminists have deemed the female role as useless and oppressive. Are women not offended by that? Having feminists say for years that they are useless unless they act like a man, totally ignoring the fact that the traditional female role serves a very important purpose?
Okay.
Hang on. No, he is correct. The traditional female role of like looking after kids and cooking and like and doing that for kids is fine. However, that's just the role. It doesn't have to be the woman doing it. Why are we like what? Why are we talking? I can't even mock this idiot because I don't even know what point he's trying to make. He's like saying like, so because women aren't trained to be housewives anymore, because God forbid they go out and want like a career, like to do other things and be a housewife. This one particular woman doesn't. Again, he's like kind of making like this large leap of like, and he had to go all the way back to. This is like why I mentioned before, like he had to go back to all the 2011. Like, did you really need, if like this is so common nowadays, did you really need to find a documentary from 10 years ago to make your point? So he's saying
this is ridiculous.
So he's saying trying to even like, maybe I'm just like tired, but like I'm trying to like put his theory into. So he's saying that because women were not treated to be housewives, they don't know how to cook. And again, it's not. I don't like. Why didn't their mother or dad teach them how to? I don't know. They grow up and they don't know how to cook, and all these women are just they're out there and they don't know how to cook. They're all these like these feminist bitches who don't know how to cook. It's a huge epidemic of women who don't know how to cook, even though statistics show that women continue to do the vast majority of housework and cooking and cleaning and all that shit. But whatever, don't listen to that. And because of that, men don't want to get married because when they go out and make all the money, their wife won't be at home and she won't know how to cook. And so the kid will starve or like he'll get fat because he's only eating McDonald's. However, also, I don't want that because I don't want to have to make money. It's not fair that I have to make all this money to allow her to just stay home and not cook for my kid. And yeah, I lost it. Somehow this has to do with feminism destroying America.
It's like we started out with a random ass documentary from like 10 years ago. We were talking all of a sudden. They started talking about feeding fast food to a baby, right? Which isn't a good thing. You shouldn't be feeding fast food to a baby. But then all of a sudden, it started to go into feminism, and now it's starting to go into why men aren't getting married anymore. It's like,
I thought he was at least going to try to like. I feel like I thought like he was at least going to try to like connect them, and then he just kind of went, "This is why feminism." It's like I feel like we've missed a couple steps in your rhetoric. Like, did you skip some pages? And like he talked about before, like, oh, I wrote a long script. Like, I think you cut out some like pages that you needed to make all of this make sense, because I am so lost right now.
I would love to see what Grady got in English in English class.
I think yeah, the point, I think the larger point he is making, that the reason this woman doesn't know how to cook is because feminism. And because feminism taught women that they shouldn't learn how to cook, which I don't really understand, because I thought feminism like taught women how to like be men, and like, do men not know how to cook? I know how to cook. I'm a grown man.
I know how to cook.
We're grown men. We know how to cook our own meals. We don't need a woman to do that. Our mom did that when I was like 4. And then I got older and I realized that, I have to cook. Yeah. Do women find Forrest Gump attractive or just a big dummy? Asking the real question, Jackie Chan.
Well, you're telling me. Life is like a box of chocolates.
Tom Hanks isn't bad looking. His fashion wasn't very good in Forrest Gump, but he was successful.
Oh, come on. What are you talking about? His suit that he's wearing on the bench was awesome.
Say for years that they are useless unless they act like a man, totally ignoring the fact that the traditional female role serves a very important purpose. So what happens is that women get the provider that they want, but when it comes to men, we either get a modern woman who wants a minimum wage daycare employee to raise her kids, or we get a woman who has no skills in keeping a home.
So I'm sure that if we point out the point that stagnating wages have basically made a lot of 2-parent households basically need to both work. I'm sure he understands that. He probably just forgot that entire socioeconomic issue that's actually having a large impact on society at whole. It's not just like women are like just like deciding to like, hey, no, I should just go. I want to work because I'm Barbie. Like, no, they have to work because like nowadays, like, it's very difficult to raise a child on a single home income. You need 2 parents to work, and then childcare on top of it. That's a pain in the ass because now you have to pay that person, so you're like sucking the income. But you can't just do that because you might be making more from both incomes than you are from just the daycare. That's not even
factoring in like all the entertainment shit the kids want. Like for a fact, like that little kid, he's going to want all the Little Tykes toys. Wait, are Little Tykes even a thing anymore?
Little Tykes, I don't know. What are those like idiot Legos?
Mega
Blocks?
Those baby Legos.
Yeah.
Mega. Yeah, those.
They're the Legos they give babies because the babies are too stupid because then they'll eat the Legos. So that's my that's my. I don't like babies. They're dumb. They don't know shit.
She gets a traditional man, but we don't get a traditional woman. And honestly, after listening to tons of women, I don't think they understand how difficult this stuff is to learn.
Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. So this is. Okay. Now, I'm seeing red. He's already contradicting himself because earlier he said some shit about like, what was it?
Response that you want, but instead of
Does anybody want this pass?
you are not getting the response that you want.
Or was it?
But instead of fixing it, Sam makes excuses. My husband and kids self. There have been plenty of projects I've done that were in my then stop making.
I can't find it. But basically, he said something earlier about she can't just learn how to cook, like make simple recipes like pasta. He's about to go fucking off the rails and say the stupid, like of all the stupid shit he says, he's about to say the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Wait for it.
Or we get a woman who has no skills. And honestly, after listening to tons of women, I don't think they understand how difficult this stuff is to learn. You can't just learn it on the weekend. To make desirable meals, you have to train really hard for a minimum of 3 to 4 years.
Wait. Go back. What did he say? I want to make sure I just heard what I just heard.
Of all the shit.
No, go back. Quick. Because I want to make sure I just heard what I just heard.
She gets a traditional man, but we don't get a traditional woman. And honestly, after listening to tons of women, I don't think they understand how difficult this stuff is to learn. You can't just learn it on the weekend. To make desirable meals, you have to train really hard for a minimum of 3 to 4 years.
Bullshit. No. It does not. Let me tell you something, chat. It does not take 3 years to learn how to boil rice in a pot. It does not. It does not take you 3 years to learn how to cook chili. Oh my god, it does not take you 3 to 4 years to master chili con carne. It does not take you 3 to 4 years to master pancakes. It does not take you 3 to 4 years to cook eggs.
Does he think like you have to be like, in order to be like to cook meals for your kids, you need to be like a sous chef at like a Michelin star restaurant? Like, yeah, what do you?
It takes 3 years to become a sous chef.
No, you
don't even think it does,
dude. Like, go to Aldi, pick up like a thing of like baked chicken, bring it home, take the chicken out, rinse it, pat it dry, put it in like a pan, season it with whatever, put it in the oven at 400 for 45 minutes, and then you have baked chicken. It tastes delicious, and it was super easy. What the heck? What do you mean train really hard for 3 to 4 years? Why do you want your what are your kids like fucking eating it? Like, who's that food critic for Ratatouille? Like the tall, lanky one? I don't know his name.
I forgot his name.
Yeah,
Linguini.
Or something. I don't know. What the fuck?
I don't know. I haven't watched Ratatouille in a while.
Of all, yeah. To be his wife, you need to have at least 4 Michelin stars.
4 Michelin stars.
It's like, this is what I mean. It's like, of all the shit he says in this, that was the most like staggering. And I feel like that's probably on me. Like, that's probably weird. Like, I should be more concerned about like, you know, the traditionalism and like low latent misogyny. But like, that's like where it's like that senator who was like, they were like, how much does a gallon of milk cost? And he's like, what, like $7? And like, it just showed that like he had no grasp on like what the average person like goes through or something. This is like that. It's like, where are you? What do you fucking live in like the Upper East Side, where like all your food is just like gourmet meals? I don't even know what this is. This yogurt?
Yeah, it's like okay. Yeah, it probably is yogurt. It actually does look kind of good.
It takes like a year in trade school to become a professional chef. That's not. But that's not up to snuff, Kakura. If we're making chicken nuggets for my 4-year-old. We gotta, you know, it's gotta be fucking gourmet, man.
One of the essential homemaking skills. You still have cleaning, childcare, social event planning, interior design, and you can't just learn it on the weekend.
I like this too.
To make desirable meals, you have to train really hard for a minimum of 3 to 4 years.
This is funny.
That is only one of the essential homemaking skills. You still have cleaning.
Cleaning is really easy. Just get a vacuum.
It is so easy. No,
Childcare
it's
so-
like
Childcare is a big
no,
one.
I'm telling you.
Childcare is a big one. Like, yeah, of course. Like that one takes
Okay,
a
yeah,
while.
sure.
But you, how do you learn that until like you're a parent? Like you supposed like shouldn't like the men learn that too? Like if we want to teach that to kids, sure. But like, why is this only restricted to women? Okay, and this is my favorite though.
social event planning, interior design, and small money saving skills like sewing. However,
It's just
Sewing? Where the hell did that come from?
like if your kid, if like your dumbass kid like rips his shirt, you can sew it. I guess. I guess, but like.
Like, okay, but
What I laughed about was like the social event planning and interior design. I have a feeling this dude was like, was he like raised on like the Upper East Side? Was like in like the Gossip Girl universe?
he
Like,
probably
what?
came from Long Island, to be honest.
Like I think I had a rip in my shirt one time. I was like, "Mom," and she's like, "Deal with it." You have to rip in your shirt. Like, okay, like wear another one. You have like 4 of them. Shut up. Like, damn. I wish this dude was my dad, man. This like childhood sounds fucking dope, man. Like fucking like gourmet chef meals every night.
Like, seriously, like, who... Like, even Gordon Ramsay would be very impressed by this.
Oh god, here we go again. Knowledgeable bro. A child is better off with both his biological parents according to multivariable studies. Okay.
That is... Okay, yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Okay,
Fair enough,
knowledgeable.
but...
Knowledgeable, can you elaborate and tell us why? Because there's a lot of already implicit answers that are very clear. But anyways, we'll keep going.
what's frequently happening is that the new air quote traditional women spend all of their lives learning workplace skills, but have no skills in the home. Then they decide they don't want a career and instead want to stay at home, but they expect a man with high-level skills and high-level pay to accept them as housewives who are equal to them, when the reality is that their skills as a housewife are worth nothing.
So why don't men learn house making skills? And so they can
if men... the thing is, though, is that, like, if you're really big on men here. If men are so awesome and so great, why don't they just go their own way? I don't know. Why don't they, huh?
I don't... It's like...
It's...
Like, what is he...
It's like this is how like people wonder like how MGTOW and Red Pill are connected. This is how right here. Like, and it's like we're seeing it in real time.
I can't even be indoctrinated because like my mind hurts. Like he's like jumping all over the place.
Like
Okay,
it's like Where Is My Mind by Pixies. Like, where is your mind playing before you sleep? Like, you clearly aren't thinking here.
Here, let's see. God damn it. Please
They
make
want
a point.
on-the-job training as a housewife because they have potential or because they are a fast learner, and you should just accept them on love. They don't accept men on love. No matter how much they try to play word games, women do have expectations.
You should. You should have
Right.
expectations about a relationship. Why didn't the husband
Do
have?
men not have expectations? Like,
He even said that before. I don't really understand what the point he's making. It's like
exactly. It's like you're kind of running around in circles here a little
oh my
bit.
god.
Just ask and watch how many of them will say they will not date long-term or marry a guy who makes less money than they do. So I don't care if you have potential or you're a fast learner. You are expecting to get a guy who is all trained up and well into his career, but you haven't even taken your first stay-at-home mom 101 class. That's not a fair deal, and at this point, if you are a man who puts up with this stuff, then you get what you deserve. Half the problem is all of the men out there who are accepting these terms and telling women that this isn't even trade. So back to the fast food documentary. Clearly,
Back to the fast food documentary.
He
Yeah, I
goes up-
forgot about that for a sec.
Yeah, I literally forgot that was like the subject because like we tangented so much. Like I don't even know where we are right now. I don't even know where we left
Yeah,
off.
like back to the fast food documentary. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I wish we could go back to the fast food documentary.
So what
like,
is he? So what exactly is he saying? Is he saying like so? This is what's so annoying about it. It's like okay, men and women have incompatible expectations about relationships. Okay, so maybe we should try to get rid of those expectations and just sort of like if a couple is if they're together and they're raising a family, it's okay. people need to do these certain things like cleaning and working and money and cooking, but we can divvy them up, and we can divvy them up. The father can do the cleaning and and the wife can do and we can do them all together, and we can work as a team. But no, women just need to do the thing that women have done back in the 50s because that's what they're supposed to do because they're women.
Sam knows
let's keep going.
how to assemble a meal, but she doesn't know the ins and outs of how to make a meal great. This is why you don't hire on potential, where she's majority won't.
Wait, did we jump?
And that's one of the reasons why kids are eating way. That is only one to accept. They don't accept men are trained up and well into his career, but then you get what you deserve. Half the problem is all of the men out there who are accepting these terms and telling women that this isn't even trade. So back to the fast food documentary.
Okay.
Clearly, Sam knows how to assemble a meal, but she doesn't know the ins and outs of how to make a meal great.
Mm-hmm.
This is why you don't hire on potential when you're looking for skilled labor. Actually, that's not even an accurate metaphor.
Pause.
What is he even? Why is he referring? Why is he like referring to like a mom cooking for her kids as like labor? That's weird.
Hold on. Exactly. It's like, that is so weird. It's like, what? You're talking as if like she's an employee. Like, what?
I mean, yeah, they are. That's all women are good for. They have to do the job, Mountie. Come on.
God, this is like, seriously, no, and like, no, in all seriousness, like, that is so weird. Like, skilled labor. It's like, you know who you sound like right now? You sound like a fucking plantation owner from the 1800s. I'm not even joking. You legit sound like a plantation owner. Like, just instead of black person, you replace with women. That's what you sound like right now. Before you sleep. That's legit what you think we sound like right now.
Cactus, you make a good point. He's just putting up this delicious food just to like make you like horned up, so like you forget the stupid shit he says.
Because it's worse than that. If you don't know these skills by the time you have your first kid, then it's going to be exponentially more difficult to learn this stuff, because instead of having tons of free time or a decade to learn while you are growing up, you have to learn everything right now while a child takes up all of your time. Sure, some women will make it in that environment, but the vast majority won't.
Okay, so we should teach men and women like home ec skills while they're in school. Like, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's like that's like what I mean about like the more like decent like arguments, and then like he kind of wraps them up, like people wrap them up in like really weird arguments. Like, are you saying that like we should teach men and women like how to cook and clean and like raise kids like while they're like growing up before they have kids? And yeah, that's fine. Like, I guess that's cool.
And that's one of the reasons why kids are eating way more processed foods than they did in the past. And it's one of the reasons why there is an obesity crisis with children. It very much has to do with the fact that there are largely no housewives anymore who know how to cook everything from scratch.
Why?
Okay, hold on. Let me put some perspective on this before you say anything. Let me just put a little perspective on this.
Why is it just the housewives? Like, why isn't the dad cooking? I don't understand it. Like, if the parents,
why isn't the dad cooking? And the second thing is that you have to understand, back in the now before the 50s and even during the 50s, fast food restaurants weren't as popular as they are today. And let me just say that right now, because most restaurants came more, like, I mean, a lot of them came around like before the 50s, but also during the 50s as well. But still, you have to understand that fast food was not as popular as it is today. Around the around the 80s, I could be wrong here. Around the 80s.
When did processed food even come to be? Hang on, real quick. Knowledgeable bro. I think we're talking about. You mentioned it's better for kids to be with their biological parents. Your answer was it's a higher risk of poor incomes and affect the child psychologically negatively. Okay, well, the higher risk of poor income, like, yeah, we've already talked about that. 2 incomes is better than 1. That's obvious. Why is it better for them to be biologically the parents? You said it affects the child psychologically. Why? Negatively. Just I want an answer to that if you have it.
Now, hold on. I just want to give a little perspective again. Think about this, right? Even in the 50s, TV dinners started to become very, very popular in the 50s, okay? Like, don't think that, oh, like, in the 50s, they were all cooking homemade meals. No. Okay? Yes, they did cook homemade meals, probably a lot more than some households generally cook today. But you have to understand, processed foods are also involved, even in housewife house. You have to understand that.
Yeah, I don't think he's.
Like,
I don't think he's understanding what. I don't think he understands like what processed means. I think he means more like he think like a lot of foods are processed. Like it's not like I think he means like. I think he means like like TV dinners and shit. Like, well, yeah, it's not good. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, like you have to understand. Like, you have to understand. Like, he's saying that going back to the 50s. In the 50s, people were eating TV dinners. Like, that's not necessarily home cooked meals. I mean, yeah, sure, you're putting it in a microwave. That's not home cooking.
Yeah, it's not good, but it's like.
Yeah, it's not good either.
Again, like it's. There's nothing wrong with what he's saying. Like, hey, if you have kids, you should like cook them good food. Like, yeah, that's fine. I just don't understand why he keeps harping on about like it's the woman's role. Like, this is like what I mean about like this like weird traditionalism. It's like,
yeah, it's like it's so weird.
In the next scene,
yeah,
Sam and Simon get a psychologist to assess Cuba's eating habits and provide solutions. However, when Simon makes a joke about Sam having to cook more, she gets indignant.
Right now, Jane lays down the ground rules for the whole family.
We need to start cooking in this household. I want him on 3 meals a day.
Sam, cooking?
It's not all about me, no. It's not all about Sam. I need you to back Sam up. When you're looking after the children, I need you to cook for them. And maybe...
Are you listening to this?
Yes, you. Maybe given during the week.
You can cook, Sam. You can cook.
It's just getting the time with myself.
I understand where she's coming from, but Sam, this is your domain. You're the one who is home most of the time, therefore, it's your responsibility. Simon doesn't get to be lazy at his work, he still has to pay the bills, so why should you be allowed to neglect your responsibility by not only feeding your kids unhealthy junk, but spending way more money by having other people cook your food? Getting takeout every day is expensive. Talk to a financial advisor and they will tell you not to do that. I will give her one thing, though, because she does work a job that apparently pays well on the 2 days a week she's at work. So I will say that if Simon is watching the kids while she isn't there, then he should cook. But since he is the assistant and not the expert in that area of their relationship, he should be given all of the easy recipes. This is something they actually...
What? What? Hey, Matt, are you here? Where are you?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm just.
What did he say?
But Sam.
Okay, well, I'm assuming you were too busy
eating
your Jimmy
home
John's.
most of the time.
I was, but hang on.
Therefore, it's your responsibility. Simon doesn't get to be lazy at his work. He still has to pay the bills. So why should you be allowed to neglect your responsibility by not only feeding your kids unhealthy junk, but spending way more money by having other people cook your food? Getting takeout every day is expensive. Talk to a financial advisor and they will tell you not to do that.
You don't need to do that.
I will give her one thing, though, because she does work a job that apparently pays well on the 2 days a week she's at work. So I will say that if Simon is watching the kids while she isn't there, then he should cook.
Cool.
But since he is the assistant and not the expert in that area of their relationship, he should be given all of the easy recipes. This is something they actually did in the past.
What? Like, what does he mean by that? What,
go back. I didn't catch that.
He said...
watching the kids while she isn't there.
So he's basically saying it's like, well, hey, she works 2 days a week, so if he's watching the kids, he should cook too. Oh, great. So who's ever at home should feed the kids, not shit. Like, that's a fine, okay, that's a good message.
Okay.
But then he says this.
Then he should cook. But since he is the assistant and not the expert in that area of their relationship, he should be given all of the easy recipes. This is something they...
Whoa. Slow down.
So as a man, as the father, he should be given the easy recipes to feed his kids, I guess. I don't know. It's he said like
that is so weird.
I don't know what he means. Like she's the expert and he's the assistant. That was like a weird. What if she's making more
very
money
weird.
than? What if she's making more money than him? She only works 2 days a week. But what if she's like making like fucking bank?
And it's like he has to be the assistant. It's like, okay, like don't most of you red pill channels preach that men are like the stronger ones? Like, I mean, you don't directly say it, but that's pretty much what you're preaching, right? If men are supposed to be the stronger ones, shouldn't he be cooking the harder recipes by definition then? Just asking a question. Just asking a question, a serious question, because like I'm really confused as to what you mean. Like he should have the easier meals. Like what? I'm so confused.
It'll make sense. I'm assuming.
They actually did in the past. Mom cuts all the vegetables, does all the baking, and does the meal preparation, while Dad flips the burgers or cooks the steaks. Flipping a burger doesn't require a ton of cooking skill or culinary practice, and these recipes can be easily repeated, so Dad only has to learn a few things while Mom does all the heavy lifting in that area. This way, he can do the heavy lifting when it comes to paying the bills. Dad gets the easy recipes because if he has to spend time learning how to cook, then he doesn't have the time he needs to build skills that will advance his career. This is called separation of labor, and every successful business does that. No one person does everything.
Yeah.
Okay,
We understand that thing, but like we're saying that like, why can't it be that the wife goes to work and then the guy cooks? I don't like again. If you're like that's fine, right? Like that's what feminism was about, right?
Why do you keep calling it labor? Stop calling it labor, dude. Seriously, stop.
You probably.
It's very weird that you're calling it labor. Like it's very telling.
He probably has. I don't know. He probably read a textbook sometime and now he thinks it makes him sound official.
They trade skills.
It makes me reminded of my economics class, and then all of a sudden I just realized, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be watching a video on why men are getting married. I mean, sure, economics can be a part of it, but like the fact that you're using like these definitions, it's just like, whoa, like that's like no, this isn't economics class.
He kind of lost the plot. I'm kind of confused, but let's keep watching. Maybe he'll get back to it.
It's each parent to specialize at a few things instead of being mediocre at a bunch of things.
Okay.
After the previous scene, Sam and Simon start making changes. One of their biggest infractions is that they have a cupboard that can be easily accessed at any time by their toddler, and it's full of junk food. The first change they make is to get rid of the junk food cabinet.
Losing the sweetie cupboard will be particularly tough for Cleo and Shay.
Shay, come here, girls. I've got something to tell you. What we're going to do is we're going to get rid of the sweetie cupboard. And you've got to be brave about this.
What do you think, Shay?
No. What do you think, Leo?
No.
Oh, well.
Okay.
Oh,
Come
dear.
on, Shay.
It's contract.
Okay, don't let her pull on the old heartstrings. We're not being mean. We're being cruel to be kind.
This is an addict. You have one of the daughters crying because she won't have access to junk food every day. This is not good. Now, kids do get a little bit of a free pass on obesity. Well, at least they did 10 years ago. One, because it takes a while to become obese. And two, because kids are typically running around at recess, taking PE classes, or playing sports. But the minute the recess goes away, or the second they stop playing sports, they will all start to gain weight. Unfortunately, Sam replaces their junk food with more junk food.
Back at home, Sam is determined to start changing her family's diet.
In you, we have cereal, Weetabix, Cheerios. There's raisins covered in yogurt. There's breadsticks.
Not all boring foods.
Well, if you're hungry, that's what's there. And there's one packet of biscuits, which are oat biscuits.
Why don't you just not?
None of that stuff is healthy. Cheerios are not healthy. That's processed food. Cookies are not healthy. More British English, by the way. Biscuit is British for cookie. Yogurt-covered raisins are not healthy.
Can I just say something?
Mm-hmm.
There's the different forms of biscuits. I mean, okay, granted, you know, like you're not going to with regards to biscuits, right? Like, not every biscuit is going to be healthy, but there are a few that do have oats in them, And
Well, it's
granted, they may not be the healthiest food, but like, come on.
Well, again, it's like I don't disagree with a lot of what the hell he's like. Okay, like yeah, this family sucks. Like they need to stop doing this, but what does this have to do with? I'm still like trying to like I'm lost as to how like this connects. Like it seems like he's making a large leap, and I don't understand. Maybe he'll come together. I'm out to your
Maybe
your
Hold
mic.
on.
Oh, there we go.
All right, I'm ready.
Maybe homemade yogurt, but not the high fructose corn syrup loaded crap that is probably on those raisins.
Mm-hmm.
Healthy snacks would be like nuts and seeds, fruits, vegetables, or as I said, homemade yogurt. And yes, you can get kids to eat this stuff. All you have to do is buy a bunch of different healthy snacks, have them try them all, let them tell you which ones they like best, and that's what you buy.
Mm-hmm.
You don't just buy them cashews and apples and say they have to eat those because that's what's convenient. You need to let them choose and make them a part of the process. Now, all of this is not to suggest that Simon isn't also a part of the problem.
Oh, good.
Of course he is.
Mm-hmm.
He is overweight, and that behavior affects how he handles his kids.
I got no control of what he eats.
Yes, you do. Your kid can't get food on his own. You have complete control over what he eats.
Mm-hmm.
Cuba has no choice in what he eats.
Thanks, narrator. You're right. However, I will say that, again, food is Sam's domain because she is the one who is primarily at home. If your cooking is so bad that your husband and your kids prefer greasy, disgusting, low-quality fast food over a home-cooked meal, then you have a problem.
Mm-hmm.
But think of it this way. You can change the health outcomes of your entire family just by becoming a better chef. Think of how much power lies in that role. Again,
Mm-hmm.
women are not offended that feminists have been calling housewives useless for decades. I mean, I remember hearing a story that back in the day, Betty Crocker came out with instant cakes where you just had to add water. A lot of women wouldn't buy them because it was too easy and it made them look lazy. What happened to that? Where is the pride in not taking the easy way out? Though credit where credit is due, this is not to say that Sam is all around terrible at everything. She does appear to keep the house clean, and more importantly, her behavior management skills with her kids are actually pretty good. You can see in this scene that she is teaching Cuba how to vacuum, and in this scene, she's teaching her daughter Shay how to cook. That's good parenting, and there are more examples of her managing her kids properly in the documentary.
Cool.
However, the problem is that she is terrible at something that is really important. Something that should have been taught to her by the culture from a very young age.
Oh no, here we go.
Even though the effort is there, Sam is not getting the job done with the intended results because she doesn't know what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
But as the documentary goes on, Sam starts implementing some of the things that the psychologist said, which was basically do your job by making your own food, and surprise, they work.
I thought. Wait, so did we just like jump 3 to 4 years after she became like a Michelin star chef?
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes like I don't know if you guys I don't know if you guys know it takes about 3 years to learn how to boil carrots.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know about you, but like kind of cook. Like I mean, look, I'm seeing potatoes on that tray as well. I mean,
Yeah,
that takes at least 5 years.
Yeah, did we jump 3 years? Doesn't it take that long?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like
Then we jump
again,
like 5 years because those potatoes, like it takes a year to learn how to skin a potato. You know.
again, I'm having trouble. Like the general gist of this video is like, wow, this woman was not a good chef to her kids. She's making them unhealthy. They should be responsible parents and cook for their kids. And it's like cool, but now it's being extrapolated to like, well, the reason she doesn't know how to cook is because she wasn't taught it because people don't value housewives anymore because women act like men. It's like I don't think most women, like modern women who are like growing up, don't know how to cook. Like I don't think that's true. I think most women know how to cook stuff. Like what I don't. Maybe this is I don't know. Maybe he'll get.
Really weird.
Maybe he'll get to a point. Oh, you're
I
fine.
can't believe you've eaten it. Good boy you are. Hey? Look at me tonight.
Sam's hard work is paying off.
He's enjoying it, ain't he? Cuba's actually eating for the first time ever.
Weird. It's almost like generations of the past knew how to create functioning relationships.
No, Cockrow, he did not say that. I think he meant it takes 3 to 4 years to develop the motor functions of the child to cook. No. He said you have to train really hard for 3 to 4 years to make desirable meals.
You can also see more good parenting from Sam as she provides positive reinforcement for desirable behavior from Cuba. Again, credit where credit is due.
Mm-hmm.
After this scene, the husband Simon screws up by buying the kids extra junk food on the one day of the week that they were allowed to have junk food, and then this happens.
The Fish family have totally changed their eating habits. Simon's curbed his fast food cravings, and Sam is triumphing with her healthy home cooking.
Mm-hmm.
Wash your fingers. I'm cooking every day now, to be honest with you, which is not too bad.
Score 1 for traditionalism.
Okay, no, please.
A parent cooking
Save me the tumor.
That's like there it was. A parent cooking food for their kid is not traditionalism. That's just a parent cooking food for their kid. It doesn't have to be the woman. She just happened to be home in this. Like, what if she worked? Like, again, like it just completely. There are certain circumstances where women work and the guy stays home and he would cook. That's not traditionalism. That's the other way around, right? I don't like. This is what I mean. It's like, God, why are we? If we're making the point that like parents should cook for their kids, great. If we're trying to wrap it up and like this is good traditionalism because women need to learn these skills because the guy can't do it for some reason. Oh my God, I don't know.
I would say something, but the tumor is growing by the second.
When Sam gets over not wanting to clean up the mess of making her own food, everything gets better, like magic. You can also see Sam
not 3 to 4 years
trying to teach one of her daughters how to cut lettuce, which is good. Though, as I said, Sam still doesn't quite have the cooking skill, so as a public service announcement, everyone who cooks, please use the proper hand grip or you will cut your fingers off. Do not cut food like Sam is teaching her daughter how to cut food.
They say it's more natural for women to know.
So you do know. So you do know how to cook.
More natural for women to what, Aunt Francois? It's more natural for women to do what?
This is where
So
cooking
wait. Pause the video. So you do know how to cook then? You do know the proper grip. No, think before you see. So he's saying like, oh, this is the proper grip. So you do know how to cook. So then, by that logic, you should know. You should know.
He was raised. He was raised like a. He was raised like a woman. Why would a man know how to cook?
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah,
He definitely was raised like a woman.
Yeah, it's not good.
Dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. Even still, we have a happy ending.
Mm-hmm.
All of these ideals that are causing problems in relationships stem from something feminists have been promoting for decades, which is telling women that they can be independent from everyone.
They can.
They can do everything by themselves.
They can.
Still get everything they want.
Mm-hmm.
That's stupid. No one can have anything without making sacrifices. No one is independent, and no one can do everything on their own.
Sure, but it doesn't mean that like the one. It doesn't. What? Oh my God! I don't understand. What is he talking about? It's like, yeah, dude. If you're in a home and you have kids, like someone needs to cook for the kids, and someone needs to work, and you can't do both at the same time. So yeah, one partner's got to do the other. I don't see how that is traditionalism. That's just like the man could do the other role. Maybe he mentions this in the video. He has got 7 minutes left. Maybe he said something decently smart. But again, I don't understand why that's like the justification for women's role, not men's thought. For like, I guess I think like a little, but like not enough to where it'd make a huge difference. Aunt Francois, like if it was like a stay-at-home dad, and like the mother worked, like I don't think it would make that big of a difference. They like to presume it makes a massive difference because otherwise it doesn't suit their narrative.
You need other people. Not just for social reasons, but for practical reasons as well.
Mm-hmm.
It takes more than one person to build a house. You can't do everything by yourself, and we live in a social atmosphere. This is the problem with modern beliefs. They are designed to make people believe that they can do everything on their own. Why is that promoted by things like mainstream media? It's because people who are independent are very easy to defeat.
What? I feel like...
Wait.
He's saying that like modern beliefs are like independence, and this kind of goes back to like it's like when people like or like people assume that like single mothers are doing it because like they want to, and it's like I don't think that's often how that's how that works. I don't think most single mothers are single because like the father wants to be in the life of the mother's like, nah, I'd rather just raise my kids on a single income by myself. I feel like that's not true. Maybe there's some statistics that he hasn't shown us that actually prove it, but
look at all
this is-
authoritarian
this is
societies.
weird.
One of the first things they do is damage and destroy people's relationships.
wait, okay, hey, sorry, what? Oh no, is he gonna like bring up fascism
on their own? Why is that promoted by things like mainstream media? It's because people who are independent are very easy to defeat. Look at all authoritarian societies. One of the first things they do is damage and destroy people's relationships so they can't fend for themselves without the government, and so they won't work together to fight against the power structure. That's why feminism has...
Wait, so the power structure isn't... I thought, aren't you a traditionalist? Aren't you trying to revert things back? Aren't they fighting against the... I don't know. I think he's... I don't know. Is this like an anti-authoritarian video or an anti-feminist video or a like teacher... like
Okay. Let me ask this simple question, right? Authoritarian would indicate a lot of things, and power structure would indicate a lot of things, right? When I hear power structure, I immediately... And he's saying that, okay, people should form together. And actually, you know what? No, let's just forget I brought this up because this is probably be too big brain for this guy. This be too big brain for him. I was gonna go into intersect like how. So, do you think that capitalism is evil then? Because capitalism promotes a lot of selfish values. Do you think that we should get rid of capitalism? I would love to hear his response to that.
Probably. I don't think he really has consistent beliefs.
Trained women to be a bunch of entitled narcissists with no...
Okay, whoa, we must have missed something. Okay.
Yeah, wait, go back, like 10 seconds. Go back,
things
no,
they
like
do
20 seconds.
is damage and destroy people's relationships so they can't fend for themselves without the government, and so they won't work together to fight against the power structure.
Okay.
And that's why feminism has trained women to be a bunch of entitled narcissists with no value outside of their body, and feminism has trained men to be weak losers who cry and share their feelings. Women don't.
Yeah, like you.
It just goes mask off. He just stops it. He doesn't even like try to like dress it up. He's just like fucking pussies, men talking about their feelings.
Wait, hold on.
It's just
pussy men talking about their feelings. Is that what you're doing right now?
Yeah, I'm a beta.
Like, no, I'm talking to the thing before you sleep. Like, you're literally doing that. Like, right now, you're a man talking about your emotions on this video. Like, you're literally doing that.
Yeah, I don't think has he actually even mentioned any statistics at all? No? Huh.
It's like, dude.
He just goes mask off. Women are entitled narcissists. Men are just whiny pussies who just talk about their feelings.
Whiny pussies who talk about their feelings. Sounds a lot like your channel mates.
Damn.
Men who act like women, and men don't want women who act like men.
Okay, hang on. Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. Wait, listen to this.
Societies. One of the first things they do is damage and destroy people's relationships so they can't fend for themselves without the government, and so they won't work together to fight against the power structure.
Right here, it's coming up.
That's why feminism has trained women to be a bunch of entitled narcissists with no value outside of their body, and feminism has trained men to be weak losers who cry and share their feelings. Women don't want men who act like women, and men don't want women who act like men.
So, are you saying that so if we go in that logic, male behavior is being an entitled narcissist whose only value is in his body, or I guess in his view, I guess financial. So men are supposed to be entitled narcissists. Women are supposed to be weak and cry and share their feelings. I don't like.
Wait.
Doesn't sound much better, dude.
Hold on. No. I feel like I'm too tired to bring this up, but I feel like he's contradicting himself here. Earlier in the video, he was saying how he's complaining about how women are complaining about their status, but yet he's kind of saying that he wants them to do that. It's like, how inconsistent can you be?
I don't think consistency is in this man's vocabulary. I think he just kind of says things and people clap like seals. But let's keep watching.
Then you add in family court, which is heavily skewed to train men to be weak losers who cry and share their feelings. Women don't want men who act like women, and men don't want women who act like men. Then you add in family court, which is heavily skewed towards women who don't have to have any traditional skills, but they expect their man to be traditional. And shockingly, men don't want to get married. This is all to destroy relationships. And what are men supposed to do in this situation?
Don't marry the women.
In most cases, you either get a woman who wants to be a housewife with none of the housewife skills, or worse, a modern woman who won't settle for a man who will be a stay-at-home dad and wants to throw the kid in daycare. Both of which will very likely lead to a toxic relationship that will result in a divorce and the man getting screwed because family court is heavily biased against men.
I didn't follow any of that. What did he even say? He said men either can marry a woman who is a housewife, but she's not good at being a housewife, and so that's annoying. Or he can marry a modern woman who doesn't want to settle, but then how did she marry? Why would she marry him if he wasn't already there? And they throw the kid.
Don't try and just dissect the logic of this guy. You'll just
I know. I'm already
like
tired.
you'll spend like 5. No. Okay, maybe that's what we're referencing for the 3 years thing. It takes 3 years to understand this guy's logic.
I don't think he could. I don't even know. I'm so confused. I don't remember being this confused when I first watched it. Maybe I wasn't like watching it closely enough.
How is that all working out for society? Do you think it's a coincidence that divorce rates started skyrocketing when modern relationships were implemented?
What have you been talking about anymore?
Oh man, that is such a load of shit. Well, the divorce rate started going up when yeah, because before that it was like women didn't have the ability to work, or like didn't really have the opportunities or like resources. So if they weren't married, then they couldn't survive because they couldn't make money. Damn it. Fuck. That's what I mean. Unfortunate. It's just like this dude is just like bitter, man. Like holy hell.
Like this isn't even red pill anymore. This is just MGTOW.
Or even black pill. It's like damn.
I think that's some pretty good evidence that they don't work.
That's not what that means at all.
What evidence have you provided?
Oh my god.
Go back. I'm so confused.
No, that's what. No, but
okay, hold on.
He's going back into the fallacy of like, well, if a couple divorces, that means the relationship is a failure, and it's like, well, that's not what that means because back in the 50s, well, the divorce rate was lower. It's like, yeah, but the liberalization of the divorce laws during that time had a big part to do with that, and women being given the option to whether it was like sexual contraceptives or women having the capability of like being able to like fend for themselves, like in the workplace. Yeah, all these things made it so women weren't dependent on men. And so it turns out that if women aren't dependent on men, sometimes women aren't going to marry men who just don't really bring anything to a relationship, because why would I marry a dude who I don't enjoy being around when I don't need to rely on him to protect me? So
it's like,
yeah,
I'm sorry. I just want to say sorry, guys. We're stopping so much, but like this guy must have done some gymnastics when he's old, when he was younger, because like this is some serious reaches over here.
Montie's gonna blow a gasket, man.
As for men, there's not much we can do other than become the greatest person we can possibly be and not play the game, or at the very least, don't marry a feminist or a woman who has zero homemaking skills. What that will do is bait women to fix themselves and work to change the family court laws, because the valuable men they want won't have them unless they do that. But outside of men living their best lives and doing their own thing, it's up to women to make the change. Women have all the power once the marriage has started, but men are the ones who say when a marriage is going to occur. If women...
Wait, go back.
Let's just keep going. Let's just get through this. It's gonna be over. I'm trying to like keep track.
Men back to the table, then they need to stop listening to feminists and instead start gaming their psychology for their own best interest. If you study psychology enough, you'll realize that self-interest is what motivates people to do things. If you expand that out to its most positive extent, then you'll realize that the most selfish thing you can do is be selfless. Pay attention and notice that things really only go well if everyone is doing well. You can have a nice estate, but if all of your neighbors are broke and destitute, then eventually people are going to start stealing and destroying the nice things you have cultivated because they either need your resources to survive or because they are jealous. They'll pull you down like crabs in a bucket. If you want to live in a society that actually does well, then you need to learn how to use your selfish tendencies to better your life and the lives of everyone else. Do you know what feels great? Making a dinner that is so good that everyone in your family...
Just something to consider before you say what you're gonna say. Just something to consider. This guy scripts his videos. Just think about that. This guy scripts his videos.
I completely lost the plot there. I don't even know what he was. What does this have to do with the woman who would like, give her kids fast food? Something. Wasn't this about like, hey, parents should like feed their kids better food and something. Yeah, we're almost done for Mountie's health. Like, Mountie, you're gonna blow a gasket. I'm so. I can't even roast it. I don't even know what he's saying.
This is raves so about dumb. How awesome of a cook you are. What if Sam from the documentary was so good at cooking that when she goes to family events or a potluck, she walks in like a celebrity because everyone wants to eat her food? Think of all the praise and attention she would get from that. Also, provided that she doesn't become arrogant from the praise, look at what that...
Why did he have to throw that in there? Just if she didn't turn into a conceited bitch. Like, I don't...
That leads to. Now her family doesn't have to worry about having health problems because they no longer eat fast food on a daily basis. Also, she can actually mentor her kids on how to cook good food instead of teaching them how to screw up basic recipes. It's not just that. When you are really skilled at something, people will naturally start to respect you, which means her kids will listen to her more because they like her food. The irony of the whole thing about being selfish is that the only way she can make good food is by listening to the preferences of her kids. Also, she is showing that she cares enough about them to spend tons of hours practicing so that they can eat better tasting food. If you are a parent who feeds your kids garbage because you are too lazy to practice, then all you are saying is that you don't care about your kids. So, the end result of these changes is that Sam's kids show respect to her with good behavior, and she shows respect to them by considering the things that they want. That's a common problem I see with parenting. The kids don't listen to the parents because the parents don't listen to the kids. If you don't respect them, they aren't going to respect you.
Okay.
It's actually one of the bad things I have to say about traditionalism. For all of the good things I say about traditionalism, during the golden age of those relationships in the 1950s, kids were kind of treated like crap. The old saying was that kids are seen, but not heard. No, that's not how you treat kids. You need to consider the needs of your kids, or they won't like you. The last thing that happens as a result of these changes is that Sam's relationship with her husband gets better because previously Sam wasn't pulling her weight, and now she is. So, if there are things that she finds undesirable about her husband, like him taking the kids out for extra fast food when he wasn't supposed to, then that actually gives her power to change that stuff. Simon isn't going to listen to his wife about everything he does wrong when she orders takeout instead of pulling her weight. People only listen to other people when they have done something that is worthy of respect. Ordering takeout is not worthy of respect. Cooking all of your own food is. Once you realize that the most self-serving thing you can do is to consider others and be charitable, these psychological changes will become easy because you won't see it as a waste of time. You'll see it as beneficial. You need to understand what your motivational priorities are so that you can take advantage of them instead of trying to make changes to your life, but failing because you don't understand human psychology. This is how important changes are actually made. You don't just will yourself to change. You need to create a psychological narrative that causes you to follow through. But with that said, I think that's enough for this video. So if you liked it...
What just happened?
Okay, can I just say something? This video did not need to be 30 minutes long.
I don't
it
even...
did not need to be 26 minutes.
Was the whole video like just... I felt like the entire premise of the video was like, hey, this was a mom who cooked her kids fast food. That's not good. But then she learned how to cook food, and now the kids are healthier and things are better. And that was the video. right? That's like what the general thing was. And then everything else I got very confused on because he tied in like how feminism is destroying modern relationships, how modern relationships don't work. Something about authoritarianism.
Something like
maybe it's like maybe his work is actually more like, you know, like a novel. Maybe I have to watch all the videos to understand, you know, like the Marvel movies.
God, this was bad. This is an embarrassment. Like the fact that you scripted this video, like you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, I thought I was pedantic and like all over the place. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh my God.
Well, you know, he's not wrong about that one. Like he's wrong. Like that's sort of thing. But no, he's right about some things. Like, yeah, you shouldn't feed your kids fast food every day. Okay, that's pretty agreeable. But the reason this woman is doing that is because, it's a product of modern relationships being destroyed because feminism taught men to be like women, but they don't like that, and women are acting like men, and men don't like men, or women who act like men, and so that's why they don't want to get married.
Like,
and I don't. It's just
this video was all over the place. It's like you go to a restaurant and then they claim that they're an Italian restaurant, but all of a sudden the worker that comes up, the waiter that comes up to you is starts saying, "Hey, do you want some tacos?" And then you're like, "What?" And it's like, we have tacos in the back. It's like, I thought this was an Italian restaurant. And then they go back, they make the food, and all of a sudden they start bringing out like some butter chicken, and it's like, what just happened?
It's just, I don't even remember. I tried to like follow like his like logic. I thought like it would all kind of like build, and like he would kind of like make a point. Like he would start off like, you know, making the point of like, hey, like here's this, and here's like how, like maybe it would like form into something. But then he jumped to feminism, and then back to the cooking thing, and then like, hey, she actually improved herself. She actually learned how to cook meals. It didn't take her 3 to 4 years. Somehow, apparently boiling carrots doesn't take that long to learn how to do. And then something about it's feminism that's causing modern relationships to break down.
To turn into women.
And it's because authoritarianism.
Like I want to think before you sleep. Like, okay, this is saying in English class, right? When it's like you have to do like a conclusion, right? The conclusion is basically you summarize all of your points. Think before you sleep. If you're watching this video, can you, as an individual who made this video, concise all of your points into one conclusion, one paragraph, without making a whole nother script?
It's don't feed your kids fast food because it's bad for you. But the reason you probably want the reason you have to is because you don't know how to cook, because feminism didn't teach you how to cook. Also, hang on, if feminism was teaching women how to be men and men how to be women, wouldn't the men know how to cook?
Exactly.
Like that would be fine. Like wouldn't the role just switch where the woman goes to work and I stay home and cook for my kids?
I'm
like,
I feel like
this I feel like it doesn't even make any sense. Like feminism is like, hey, you can be independent. It's like, okay, well, if feminism said the girls you can be independent, wouldn't it tell them how to do everything? Wouldn't it tell them how to cook, but also wouldn't it tell them how to like go work and make skills, but also know how to cook? Like, how can a woman be independent if she doesn't know how to cook?
At this point, like I just don't even know. This is wow. That was, I mean.
Yeah.
Granted, I am pretty tired, but like, wow, this was.
Yeah, Amir, it was the liberalization of the divorce laws. It's like hey, it turns out that like if you just if you have a situation where like one partner is like completely dependent on the other, that you're probably not going to want a divorce because there's no incentive for either party to do so. But now where either party can, it's unfortunate. It was like a hostage situation. It's like, oh well, now you don't have to be in a marriage if you don't want to. You're not financially like reliant on them. So also, can I just say, and this is another like ridiculous logic of Red Pill, they want women to stay home and not garner any skills. But if if the marriage falls apart and they divorce, guys get pissed because they don't want to pay alimony. Like, you understand, like, those two things can't coexist. Like, you understand those two things like are like need to be, right? The whole point of alimony is so if you and your wife divorce, it's kind of bullshit that the wife has been like not working for like 20 years. And so, or like 10 years or 15 years. So like she has no skills. So if you divorce and she moves out, she can't do anything because she has no skills other than like house cleaning, but you can't get a job for that. You can't sustain yourself on it. And so like the whole point of alimony is like, hey, if you want a divorce, that's fine. But like, you know, she pulled her weight for this long. You have to continue pulling yours. But guys are like, no, I don't want that. So I just want my wife to do what I say in the home and not work and not gain skills. But if I want to divorce her, then I don't want to have to pay her money, even though. And like,
here's an interesting idea.
I don't.
Here's an interesting idea. Go watch that video. Let's check the top comments on that video.
Oh no.
Let's check them.
I don't.
Want
to?
No, let's just do it. We've gotten this far. Let's just do it. Okay, let's just get it out of the way. Get this shit out of the way.
Because I commented on it. I commented.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's like I think whenever you comment on the video, it shows your comment first.
Oh, I wish I was the top comment. This is the most unhinged shit I've seen in a while, bruh. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I know this might offend some people, but improperly feeding a child to this level is child abuse.
Hey, this is true. Next comment. Accountability is kryptonite to a modern woman. Kevin Samuels. We've come full circle, people. Modern people are making children obese and then shove body positivity down their throat as an excuse for dying at age 55. One big reason in talking with young men is divorce. They are scared of losing their home investments, garnished wages, and loss of kids. Yeah, but why? Yeah, but if the wife worked, then that wouldn't happen, right? The whole reason that happens is because women stay at home and they get alimony because these guys understand that like if a woman is the breadwinner, the man gets alimony in a divorce, right? Like they understand that happens, right? Like they're not they understand that, right?
Oh, wait, no. This comment's gonna piss me off. Person, mates. Okay, nobody with access to the internet and time has an excuse to be unable to cook meals that are tastier, more nutritious, and less expensive than fast food. So tell me something. Why the fuck is Think Before You Sleep saying that it takes 3 years to cook a meal?
I don't. That was like of all the stupid shit he says, that was the thing that floored me the most.
Like, let's just read the comments.
Don't marry a feminist, though only said in passing, is a hilarious summation of the lessons learned in this video. Again, I don't see how that connects. If a feminist is raised to like, hey, you can be independent, then wouldn't she learn how to cook too? And shouldn't, if men are being taught how to be women, shouldn't they have been taught how to cook and clean?
Like,
at least like most of them are just like, yeah, this is why Asian parents exist. I don't want to unpack that one.
No, neither do I.
Marriage is like a tornado. In the beginning, there's a lot of blowing and sucking, and then you lose your house. I feel like blowing and sucking, aren't those the same thing? That was a weird metaphor.
I mean, I don't even know at this point.
I'm not getting married because I don't feel like having to pay for a wife that I divorced because she cheated. So Jamie Garcia is already presuming his wife will cheat on him if he gets married. Yeah, that's par for the course. That's basically red pill for you.
Basically.
Oh God. Imagine having the risk of divorce every time and losing your children and half your money because she was quote unquote tired of you. Oh, bruh. I don't even really know what I'm supposed to. I got the general message that like I shouldn't feed my kids McDonald's every night. Like that was pretty good. And then everything else I was kind of a blur on. That was weird. That wasn't as fun as I thought it was going to be. I thought he was going to say some stupid shit that we could rip apart, but like he was so incoherent it wasn't even fun. Like I felt like he had,
really was.
Like I felt like he had a stroke halfway through and just like mixed up like a feminism hate video with like his the cooking documentary from 10 years ago. Ugh. Well, that was a pain.
So you're doing I mean, you want to do a PragerU video to finish this off?
No, I gotta go. But we'll do PragerU
Okay.
next time. So we're doing the AM. So yeah, everyone, we're doing the AMA next week.
Yep.
That'll be fun. I'll keep you posted on the channel for the details on that. And then we'll probably the next Q&A, probably not next week, maybe the week after. We'll see. I think is it the 4th of July? Maybe the week after. Sometime in July we'll do another one. But we'll keep doing these. These are fun. But yeah, I'm excited for the
July is on Sunday.
Yeah, but I might be going home back to Boston for that.
Oh, okay, after.
Okay. So I'm gonna call it a night, people. Mountie, thank you for joining me. That was exhausting.
Hey,
I don't even know how long it took us. I feel like that took us a while.
Yeah, like
I think it's 2 hours to get through that. Of course it did. Shit.
God. No, it's like not even the fact that the video was 30 minutes long. It's like the what he was saying was like so asinine to the point where it's like, dude.
It made sense in his head, I'm sure.
It probably did.
Wait, what the hell? Okay. Mountie, good night. I'll see you guys. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. We had some good talks. Very good talks. Yeah, Justin, sorry. I'm tired. I know, Justin. I'll get you. We'll do like just a regular guitar stream where I'll just like hop on and just play guitar the whole time and we'll just fuck around. We'll just have some fun. But yeah, AMA next week. I'll keep you posted on the details. I'll post it on Twitter and the thing. Mountie, thank you for joining me. Good night, my man.
Good night.
And I'll see y'all next time.